What
a journey it has been. There's so much more to come.
There we go. I think everything's set up now. We do this too. Oh, fuck. Not that over.
当我听说五 A 契约冠军巡回赛要来到这里时，感觉就像命中注定一样。Three of global oil. 五 A 契约的选手们让我想起了音乐人。他们不断的练习，全力以赴。
Jonah Pete, an ace to potentially close the map. Can he pull it off? He's gonna connect it all! What a finish!
Hello, everybody. If you can hear me.
Valorant, it flows like music. I like things to be unpredictable. When the flow starts, I jump in. With Valorant, I found my calling.
我已经关注 Paper Rex 有一段时间了，他们好几次离胜利就差那么一点点。他们去年在 Champ 场失利时，我为他们感到惋惜。
Do we get to see Paper Rex tomorrow? Or is it today? I think it's tomorrow, right?
这部世界登上各 TV， 我最喜欢的选手他叫做康康，来自 EDG 啊。
Look, everyone's been wondering what Fnatic's been up to. I think we go show him. 中国的舞台是我最期待的 You know, that's the one I want to win. I want to play in China and I want to win. I want to play Boostio and I want to send him back home. Let's just enjoy it. Let's go out there and smash some noobs, right? Give me a cheers, boys. Right. Cheers. School.
，Now make some noise for Hunt of Well, Steve, what you gonna say to Kong Kong?
It's gonna be a clean sweep, no chance, and I'm gonna shit on you like I did in chance.
康康反击
EDG 就像一群劫匪，打你轻松的就像打断你的瘸腿。
This is just like, I don't know what he just said. Must have had to film stuff for all of the different teams that didn't make it here too.
Let's see who gets it when it actually matters. This one's for NA.
我想在上海主场拿下冠军。我坚信，只要我勤勉不懈，定能攀上巅峰。就从这次告诉他们。
You have a favorite Chinese classic skin? Hey, Artie boy. I don't know. I don't think so. I thought I would, but I got the Nova one, and I got the DRG one. I don't know what other ones I'd want to get. I guess the DRG is definitely one of the nicer ones. But no, I'm not too sure. Like EDG one, I don't really care too much about. A lot of the red ones, I don't really care too much about. Yeah, I don't know. Any others? I think I don't like the Wolves one. Billy one's good, but it's just not really like my style.
Great matchup between two incredible teams. The bombastic 100 Thieves going up against the ambitious FUT. What a way to kick off the playoffs.
Icebox bind ascent. Okay, we get to see 100 Thieves as bind. That's good.
0-2 from there. EG under Bustio's leadership went on to win that event. And
I got the Billy one. Yeah, that's like it being so popular is not too surprising.
International performance for the first time in years.
Yep, and as we take a look at our series layout, you got Icebox, Bind, and if necessary, Ascent. Kukuka, what do you make of these?
I mean, no surprises on the vetoes. They pretty much have permabans, both of them. But, you know, I'm surprised to see the Icebox. I know the FUT struggled a bit, especially on the defense against FPX. But I'm also surprised because, you know, I consider that 100 Thieves has such a strong map pool that there is no easy answer here, maybe.
Yeah, I think their Icebox is actually really strong. They play a Sova.
Lucio really saved 100 Thieves.
Other teams in Americas were you don't really see much throughout the rest of the world, and I think it's actually pretty.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's. I'm trying to think of what roster moves they also made. Like EU is a tremendous initiator player for one.
Especially on their and on their retakes. I think that could run FUT over.
Like Asna, what he's been able to do on the team. Who else like plays duelist when Asna doesn't?
The timings that he gets, the timings that Asuna gets with his Gecko utility are absolutely crisp. They can, you know, get off to a very good start.
But I think Zig's getting a chance to coach a team like full time, like, as head coach even. I think being able to show quite a lot of good stuff there too. Oh shit.
But I really think that this is a good veto for
running Gecko Sova.
To G2, they turned around and beat G2 the next time on that map. This
Cryo, obviously,
is clearly the strongest map for 100 Thieves. I think it's going to be really difficult to find an upset there if you're FUT. This is looking like a good veto, in my opinion, for 100 Thieves 2-0.
Yeah, so both of you guys agree, 100 Thieves 2-0 here. I mean, hey, listen, there's a strong probability, though, that Icebox...
IRL fade, yeah, I mean, cosplays in China are just insane.
In our previous matchups, go up with that 6-0 lead right out of the gate. I don't know.
Crazy.
Yeah, that'll be wild, bro.
Like, they're ridiculously good.
I think win conditions for FUT, starting on the attacking side of Icebox. #1 winning pistol is going to be big. Stopping the economy getting out of control for 100 Thieves and denying Cryo an operator is massive. #2, when you're on your executes, you need to be fighting forward for backside and disrupting space on this retake. If you're playing close on
definitely prefer this comp.
100 Thieves scrim their retake with this comp, they'll destroy you.
Yeah, exactly. Also, like, denying the ores for 100 Thieves is also going to be important. We know that they
oh, bang, yeah, right.
Exactly. They want everything to snowball. The economy, the odds. If you are to lose that pistol, you have to attack one of those flanks.
Cryo on Jet. I don't know how much duelist he's been playing, to be fair. Like, have they... Most of the stuff that I've seen from 100 Thieves have been on Raze maps, so Asna's been playing the Raze.
Also, some pressure onto Bang that has been having a crazy performance, especially on playoffs.
He's been great. On the side of FUT, players I'm looking at to step up, of course, come down to CNET. This head-to-head against Cryo is going to be really fun, and he's a great player to snowball sides in his own right.
Well, let's get the playoffs started, and who better to kick off the action than the dynamic duo from the Pacific region? You got Achilles and Paperthin on the call.
Get him on up. Yeah, I mean, that's probably why you're playing a Jet here overall.
Playoffs. Cannot wait to dive into this action. FUT off the back of a bit of a scrape into the playoffs here. 100 Thieves, first time appearance here in Shanghai. Let's see how they fare.
Yeah, big time expectations for 100 Thieves in particular after winning America's in pretty convincing fashion. And FUT, on the other hand, has really had to fight and claw their way to get here. They have had to play a lot of grueling matches.
Yeah, but they beat Leviathan, so...
You know, with all this prep time,
hell of a statement.
Are they going to be super prepared for this? Is a map that FUT is
so you got the Gecko and the Silver over towards A. Did they throw any utility, or did they just full step to here?
Here on the side so far, nothing's being spotted, but now opening up here with that sheriff in hand, is able to find one kill.
I was gonna say, I was surprised that Bustio got one. He was either gonna collect them both with one shot, or he's gonna get none.
Decent start here for the side as the shock dart lob in there from EU, able to find Mr. Fallen after Cryo gets taken down. And that leaves the
3 people just dying in their tube.
There with that sheriff, but otherwise, Spike completely stranded within tube. And this is really going to come down to how much damage can you deal.
Just hugging the right side so his footsteps don't get heard from mid.
To give them the early info. And then the 2 players to watch that 2 push. J trying to find a sneaky angle.
He's doing well to move around. I'm really not expecting that he would flank.
So far, everybody just...
Mostly because I guess he's just tucked in.
You
Oh, right, because he's just like underneath here. I thought he was here.
And that's going to be brutal there. Think just through the corner, taking him down to 13 HP. Now one tap onto Asuna if he can find the shot, but
Yeah, walking here now because they sort of expect it a bit more.
looking to reroute, cut his way back across here in towards bottom mid. But this is just an impossible situation. Would have to get all of the kills here. Just not enough time. Not set up for success here. As everyone had gotten picked apart. Can he get the first elimination? Shot sent. Looks like they're just gonna, they want to leave him alive.
Yeah, they're just letting him save the gun.
We just want to leave you with no bonus whatsoever, no extra cash coming through as they just stray away from him. You can see the smile on his face, but I think it's going to be pain within him. Up over the top. Does get the connection there, but will not die.
Yeah, they're just like, you gotta save the gun. Means that the money's, it's not too bad, but it's just
Push red really well. Even the Dizzy jumping in to help.
means that the money's a bit more awkward. Hey, Avalanche.
You can see it comes through the window. That's such a great setup from 100 Thieves. That was entirely ready for a tube push or maybe underneath tube, something like that, but they were very ready, and yeah, they know what they just did. And now FUT able to keep a couple sheriffs. That's about it in terms of purchases. Mostly Bulldogs, a Guardian, and already doing some damage.
Yeah, I think this is like a good setup.
Takes a little bit, but Asuna getting himself boosted back over the top, able to find one swing.
Ooh.
There's a player behind him, he's able to find three, but out of captain, Mr. Paul is finding one apiece. Swap over the classic, and Asuna suddenly on for the ace.
Ace with the classic, with an EDG classic as well.
Wingman to lead the charge, takes his time to reload. The crowd electrified, chanting for it. Trying to manifest this ace here for him. See if he'll be able to find it. If Mr. Fallen will give him the time of day. It's a slow creep back forward to see if he can deal some additional damage here. As for now, it is just going to be the weapons picked up. Saved, carried over, so not much damage realistically dealt here to the side of 100 Thieves here in this anti-eco, but Ace will not be found. Bang will go ahead, get himself an elimination to close out a relatively clean 2-0.
Yeah, strong start for 100 Thieves, and they've only played this map 3 times in stage 1. They lost.
It's a really good flash.
0-2, but since then they've been on an absolute tear, not just losing that
Just
map.
going through your own Vipal and just fighting them.
Really good of 100 Thieves. They dominated loud. It was 13-4 if my memory serves me correctly, and then Leviathan closer affair when they faced off.
Boostier's on Killjoy for this.
10, but really strong defender side, and this early op is something that 100 Thieves loves to do. They love to squeeze this round 3 out op if they can. Try to really.
Yeah, there they go. They get the Seekers, they get the Thrash.
You can see FUT pretty aware of it, not giving that angle up on belt.
It's a round 3 op, but also a round 3 Thrash now on.
Yeah, they're just Aldrone up and set the Killjoy into this position.
The wall comes back up. Very much suspect.
100 Thieves are like aware of it, but I don't know how they clear it.
Just behind the box, couple shots going to be sent, and Yeta J does get tagged up, down to 77 at the moment. Now creeping forward, trying to find a
Yeah, they're just so aware of it. Maybe even the recon that gave it away a bit more.
Man, I mean, Boostio.
A good like anti-strat, I feel. Yeah, I haven't like I watched the ends of the FPX games because I was like busy and we'd sort of stopped what we were doing to watch them. But I didn't catch like all of the like full VODs yet. Happy to catch in a stream again. Yeah, I'm not really been out. Like I streamed the first part the first day, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. So I've missed 4. It's been an incredibly busy week. But I'm very keen to watch 100 Thieves. But I feel like Anders said this, and I agree. I think 100 Thieves are the best read on the meta right now. Like the way that 100 Thieves play is like the cleanest, and it's a little bit unorthodox in places. But I think where it is a little bit weird, is like worth looking into. For example, like having your IGL on like a sentinel role.
This util to kind of push and pull you. The toxic screen used there, kind of give a little bit of extra cover to Cryo. Even though he gets pinged, he just reaggresses on the angle. Great stuff from him. Really.
And there is Paper X with no IGL.
Now he's going to be going over to Yellow.
Yeah.
Expecting a push. Sheriffs.
Well, I do have an IGL.
For FUT. they just wait this out. Gonna use a drone to try to check.
Peeks for one, but Cryo now. Again, tailwind popped.
It's just how much that like leadership role like affects the team.
Getting ready to come through. There it is. They almost aligned for him, but either way, he finds the opening kill, and Bang is quick with a response. Quick with
I mean, this is destroying.
They are just absolutely
Hey, Roger.
demolished.
Or Rogia, I guess to be.
Once again, similar to the pistol round, the only one left alive, Sheriff in hand, but this time a lot more firepower. 5 players on the opposite side. Dizzy over the top. Quick to shut that down, but it confirms presence all the same, and EU will find the headshot for a flawless round. 4-0 start here.
I only woke up like an hour ago. I went on a bit of a walk.
They look quick. They're reacting to things really nicely. Every shot seems to be connecting instantly. So 100 Thieves, even though they've been resting a little bit, we'll say. I mean, certainly they've been practicing, of course, but coming onto stage, doesn't look like they've missed a beat since the end of Americas.
I mean, it's 4 rounds, and right now, FUT, only 6 kills collectively between them. Not what you want to be seeing here.
Same setup. Actually, no, they moved the jet up over towards B. Well, this is the thing, like, if you do have a Sova, but...
Ooh, quick pick. Mr. Fallen able to avoid that. Clear out of the drum, but now Bang out in front. But still...
Everybody's aim is just too good. The angle that Cryo was able to get on straight afterwards, too.
Finds the eliminations, and it's just time and time again. 100 Thieves not even giving FUT the opportunity to fire off any shots. Swing over the corner, cracks will finally find...
What's your thoughts on the roster moves happening outside the tournament? Doombro Stacks, sorry for not being here. I mean, I've not been streaming, so you haven't missed anything, don't worry. I think the like Salah and Eric being benched, and I mean this is no disrespect to Gorilla or Latex or any other like assistant coaches we've seen move up. I think it's a cost-cutting move from teams.
Both the last 2 rounds.
I mean, he's telling them to pause, but the thing is, they're not gonna.
I think they should.
And I was just questioning it. Where is that pause? You have to suspect that it would...
A Plat Chat podcast doesn't really happen anymore. Yeah, like, I've been coaching since Friday. It was a very, like, Friday to Tuesday was full stop. Like, I'm still catching up on sleep. And, it's been like an emotionally... Jesus Christ, Cryo. It's been an emotionally taxing kind of like week or 2, because we thought that...
You really want to take forward into the rest of this attack round. Cleanup coming through. Out of captain now. Last man standing. Drop.
It's the most damage that FUT have done, like 1 kill. Did really well. It's not for odd one out, but yeah, they've been doing tremendously. I can't take any credit for that. I've not really been doing anything with the team. That's all Jada's IGLN and Cray doing a really good job of coaching. But yeah, so in short, my family dog's back legs were starting to go, so we didn't know if we needed to put them down. And then Beth's dog, my partner's dog, they got home from work one day and they weren't walking on their back legs either. And so we thought that we'd have to put both dogs down in like the span of a week, but for my dog, it's just like a degenerative thing with their like nerves and back legs because they're a German Shepherd, so that happens. Especially because they're like 13 years old, so like that's fine. So we don't need to put him down yet. It's just a case of like keeping him on anti-inflammatories, keeping him on steroids, and just making his quality of life as good as possible. So he should be around a little bit longer. And Beth's dog, I think, has like a slipped disc and maybe fell funny when they were jumping off the sofa or something like that. And for them, it's like sort of see how it is for like 8 to 10 weeks, put them on a diet, put them on some like painkillers and stuff. Yeah, so it kind of went from like pick the date for both dogs a bit to everything's fine for now. We sort of know what's up. We just need to like keep an eye on it. So good news all around. It was looking very bleak for a time, but yeah, so that was going on, and then I was doing a lot of like team stuff.
I mean, the thing to keep in mind at the moment is that we just haven't had a plan. Haven't really even gotten...
I should be able to like talk about it soon. There's just like a couple of things that like need sorting really.
Whatsoever. It's just been early domination here from the side of 100 Thieves, and again, Asuna, a Thrash online. He has gone unpunished on these orb takes.
Yep. Just doesn't seem like right now FUT has much that they can do to prevent it. It just doesn't seem like there's a plan yet. I think maybe the focus during that time.
Yeah, I've been
just more about getting that plant down, getting to those situations.
got my sort of first experience head coaching,
Just gonna clear the
which is really fun. I've like
worried there might be some contact off of that.
I've learned so much in the last couple of days, or like the last week especially.
Outside of yellow. So if this is gonna be the move, but
Because just watching the game like this analytically is one thing. Watching it from the perspective of one team where you can't see where the other team are is
they want to dial up, but
it's incredibly, it's not difficult, but it's taxing.
They're trying to work the map. They're trying to look for a pick. They're trying to see if maybe 100 Thieves will get a little over aggressive, but right now 100 Thieves is playing very far back. They're really anticipating this B hit nicely.
Yeah, I mean, Thrash just a scout at A, trying to find...
Because I think I'm a very like anti-strat focused coach, but that's kind of hard with some of the tournaments that we're playing.
Aggressive off, able to find one as Cryo's going to be taken down, but yet a J just plus forwarding in towards the site, ends up falling.
That means that's something I need to get better at.
Trying to hold it, there's just not enough time at the moment left in the bank as Bang collects himself a third. CNED now last man standing, but because of the off investment, he has to just pull.
Imagine that going into different roles and stuff is definitely odd. Yeah.
They all fall to pieces, and the timeout.
I think for me it was like, because it was like about a month trial.
Bang is just positioning so well. You know, a lot
like
of Vipers you'll see
it was a good way for me, and it's also one of the like I'm what's the word, superstitious of telling people about like even like friends and family, telling them about like potential work options before they like happen. As the game been so far, it's been a routing.
He's just too good.
Yeah, I mean, and Cracks, he has to move over top of the bike.
Yeah,
so he ends up taking.
But yeah, I'm very like
just falling down because they just continue to run.
I didn't tell any of like
a bunch of alts now, 4 FUT.
Like up until like a couple of like half a week ago, but like Beth knew as much as everybody else of like I'm trial coaching a team. She didn't know who it was. But to be fair, if I told Beth, but she was like, who the fuck's that? You know what I mean? Like she's not that like invested in the esports scene, which I like. I could be like, oh, I'm coaching the pee-pee poo-poos, and she's like, ah, the pee-pee poo-poos.
So much space opened up. They know that everybody is basically going to be contained to this A side, especially as the.
Hey, did you coach? I'm confused. I haven't said.
Down to 6 HP, but still surviving. Cryo quick on the adjustment, finds CNED. That's now.
I imagine it's probably one of those things. How's FUT's behind? Yeah. I'm going to say probably not as good as 100 Thieves is.
Feels like it. I mean, it's an event of streaks at times. We've seen a lot of teams.
It's so interesting how people still play Jet here. I think it's just a good, like, disruptive agent.
Crazy amounts of rounds, so don't count FUT out just yet, but...
Like, Icebox is still one that, especially now, with so many teams moving away from, like, a Sage wall to plant, and plant denial and post-plant utility and stuff.
Really hard to track down his position, and he's not...
I'm still trying to work out, like, how teams are playing it. Maybe I need to like fucking talk to Doom Bros or something.
To make it even worse.
Viper's Pit gonna be set up there.
Actually, I should probably talk to Mini. Oh my god. I mean, the trade is crazy.
Looks for the readjustment, but Asana fallen. Now best chance at around victory here for the side of FUT as the plant gets ready to come through.
I love facing on the angle on the lower ground, jumping onto the railing and then re-peeking it higher. If anybody's like pre-aiming at angle expecting you to repeat, they're not going to be able to headshot you.
Spots him. Can't get the dart through though, so they don't have that ping reveals. The alarm box gets cleared out here from Lucio.
Surely you don't lose this one, FUT.
Far too much.
You got two people like protecting. You've got the turret watching the flank. You got this really big Viper's Pit, and they have to use the lockdown as well. Bang's just like, I'm gonna kill him. Never mind. Bye bye. If there's no Sage, I don't want it.
Round will come through here from FUT, but a lot.
But I think for Icebox, it's trying to find a comp that's the best mix of being able to let you do your thing. You know, because you got the Gecko here that allows like a plan. You don't have a Sage Wall, you don't have a Harbor Cove, so you're a little bit like, it's a little bit unsafe. But I also think there's stuff like the KO mostly is to like have null command to stop, you know, utility to deny you planting.
CNET does go down instantly after that. The op goes
like as you're executing, you can use null command to stop them Sage rolling and planting.
with an op of all things, but still.
I think Icebox is probably like, it used to be Breeze and it used to be Bind, but I think Icebox now is probably like my weakest map theory-wise, because the theory didn't change, and now it has. But I never had any experience, like when I was with VOD 1 out, Icebox wasn't in the map pool. It's a shame.
CNET does get himself a third. Keeps it at parity.
My Haven theory, I think, is really good. I think my Fracture is insane. Pearl, I think my theory on Pearl was good, but like getting people to do it was just that's harder. Hi Ryan, I fucking hate ranked. Whereabouts are you? Oh yeah, did I make Ascension? Did I make I did make that. Did I make Ascendant on the last stream? I think I did.
100 Thieves now 9-1.
Yeah, it's so difficult for them to get anything done, and to make matters worse,
I don't know if I talked about it. Actually, I don't know if I did. I can't remember when I need to go look for the tweet. But I made Ascendant for the first time.
Things like that. Those 2 kills from EU are absolutely nuts. He has been so good.
Yo, which one is it? Which one? Who's that?
Oh my.
Take flight.
Man can jaw.
Ascendant as an actual rank, or do you have a Pacific gimmick thing? It's not Pacific, but Ascendant the rank. But to be fair, I play when I turn my brain off when I play.
As Cryo gets himself into a very forward position.
I'd like to think the equivalent for me, like analyst brain, or like, I'm not gonna call myself a coach, but like you know, broadcast analyst, watching the game a lot. Watching stuff like this and then me playing is the equivalent of me watching and talking about like Tarantino and all of the styles that he chooses and analyzing his camera shots, to then me going to watch like fucking the Fairly Odd Parents movie or some shit, you know? Like it is me, just turn brain off, enjoy. Hope dopamine hits. Like I was playing fucking Deadlock on Split yesterday. I have nothing on Deadlock.
Oh, they don't know Boostio's here.
Yeah, missing the timing a little bit there, but is able to turn back as he hears the tap of the spike. That's just going to be Yetta J falling. Now CNET again.
I mean, this is just...
Quandary if you just save the operator.
The thing I don't like about Icebox, though, is I feel like when it's like this, there's no answer. It feels like there's nothing that FUT can do to, like, fix this, you know? This was their map pick. This was their choice.
And every time it's such a different look that FUT has to deal with, and they can't really account.
And this is one of those ones you watch, it's like, well, what is FUT doing wrong? What is 100 Thieves doing right? It's like, I don't know, just 100 Thieves are fucking everywhere. Like, it's the way that 100 Thieves are holding B main.
So they're just not really able to find any success.
This would be true for every map, though. I'd like to think that, like, you know, if we go to Bind or Ascent, I could be a bit more like, this is an idea of what FUT should do. Like, I don't know if they actually took the time out yet on this first half, but it wouldn't blame me if they didn't, because I think they're just... Like, even there... Like, how do you get through when they're playing like this? They demolished them. No timeout. Yeah, because, like, what the fuck do you say? I mean, I think you have to say something. But fuck me, if you're the coach and you're not taking a timeout because Boostio's joking at you saying that you can't, like, you should take a timeout now. Like, fucking...
It's just damn near perfection. That one round, the only thing that got away from them, the heavy investment for...
Like, even if you call a timeout and go, we're not going to change anything. We're just going to take a minute.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you know?
That's what I said.
He can't help you right now if you're FUT. Anyway, let's go ahead and pass this over to the analyst. Has plenty to break down here.
Watching Oppenheimer immediately followed by the Minions movie back to back. Yeah. That's me going from, like, watching and analyzing and talking theoretically about the game.
Okay, well, look, let's just dive into our Verizon high-speed moment. We're going to give this one to Asuna. You know, something to note here, that even
I think the problem I'm having as of right now is, because there's a bit of a break, I used the opportunity of, like, yesterday and a little bit of Tuesday and a little bit of this morning.
High-speed moment.
You know that scene in Lord of the Rings where they find
This is exactly what we were concerned
Like
about.
Bilbo finds the One Ring, and Gandalf sees it and looks at it a bit more, and then Gandalf goes to that big fucking library monastery, and he's looking for all of like the notes about any information they can get on the One Ring, and then he goes back and then he puts it in the fire and they show the engravings and stuff on it. That was me yesterday, like going through like all of the notes I had, all of the conversations, all of the fucking like old. I have a conversation with actually Mike's from 100 Thieves, because I went for a period where I spoke to like Mike's, Doom Bros, and ML, and a couple of other coaches over like the theory on a specific map. Like I was like, 100 Thieves at that point were really good on Bind, and they still are. But this was like 2020, something crazy like that. So I had these like old VODs where they're talking about a bit of the theory and stuff. And I was just going through like all of my old shit, old like interviews that I bookmarked, like Gold B talking like on Zesht's thing about fundamentals. And I'm just trying to like create this big fucking book of all my shit, because I think one thing that I struggled with and probably should have started with, because the team had been playing together a bit and then they sort of asked me, and I think I just in some cases like overcomplicated shit. Really nice shot, C-Ned.
That's going to be that B side completely contained now as Wingman interrupted there on the push.
Okay, all right, good. I mean, this genuinely could be one of those maps that is just very close because it's defensive side.
A lot of work to be done.
Yes.
But yeah, I found myself like contradicting myself quite a lot, not being very clear, I suppose, on what I wanted to focus on.
On FUT's hands at the moment here.
Yes, I agree. It is beyond Sisyphean at this point. Oh, Marshall, Phantom, Bulldog.
How is it the Boostio can be like
See what damage.
the IGL and the Vibes Merchant?
Find the punish. It's a very aggressive double push up tube here.
Yeah, turret here.
Like you have to have a very different. You have to be built differently.
And I do believe that he can, and will make some noise as he hops over the top.
I think what's more mad than like Paper X sort of playing without like a true IGL, I guess you could call it, is how Boostio is able to play like this.
Can he find a target? Right now, no one really giving him any.
Like to be the Vibes Merchant, to be the IGL, and also to be able to be IGL on Sentinel.
Spots one, back yellow, CNED at risk. Shot goes across, gonna hit him in the head. He's looking to try to readjust.
Oh, he dashed right out into the open.
At the same time, however, able to find two.
Nice.
Able to recover the weapon.
It's crazy, actually.
But the B side opened up relatively. Fallen able to find him, puts him down. Cryo now exiting out of kitchen, finds that kill. Marshall in hand. Have they somehow rescued this round? The Phantom now changing over. Cryo finding the shot, and already it's a disaster for FUT. Even if they don't, even if they manage to close out this round. Get Jay backpedaling, spots up.
Oh, how's it got this close?
Now he's versus Cryo. Where's he going?
Is he expecting this rotation?
Looks like he is.
And the turret's watching him.
The cut back across.
Actually, the turret there, like,
Spike now getting ready to come through, so
maybe made Kraos' life easier.
Back in through kitchen, down the hall. Bulldog versus Phantom, but 48.
And now there's so much time that really Jay doesn't know if they're all on site or not. Could even be a timing that they're here, it could be here. So I do really like the Cryos just almost in the most obvious position. Because when you have this much freedom, Jay's like, he could be anywhere. What's the chance that he's in, like, the safe position?
Starting to tick. Tap onto this one. Peek out. Not snapping up to find the punish. Cryo now trying to
Seen that he's not on it. Actually, it's very close.
Over onto the spike time. Dwindling does he have it? It's going to be damn close. As there's
No, he doesn't.
He can't make it happen. Just a hair off. And 100 Thieves get themselves up to 12.
Thieves.
Did he get it? He didn't.
Boostio
Oof.
doing such a brilliant job getting over that turret, being completely undetected, finding so much information. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Boostio's been calling out of a game, and he sets himself up and his team.
He managed to sneak past because of that Viper wall. Ah. See. What I'm thinking is, if you have that Viper wall, and you do that Viper wall on attack every round, and then you play Harbor, you could make a whole strategy over one, like, eco round with that wall.
It's just over. So everything in the kitchen sink sent to this round to see if they could try to still have
I want to write that down. I don't know if I'm just...
Happy to keep trying to make this work. I mean, they've got the turret to check for these flanks. There's 3 players trying to for FUT. See if they can clear this.
Right back. Launch as well, just to try to clear as the plant gets ready to come through. Wingman setting that up. Asana going to be taken down a little bit low, but Boostio noting the flank in from behind.
Secret Agent Timmy. I mean, Timmy let them down twice there. For Boostio being able to hop around the turret. But also kind of forcing Cryo to go back to B instead of through mid. I don't know whether that was like part of the plan. I doubt it, but 2023 EMEA MVP washed.
100 Thieves, welcome to the playoffs.
They looked absolutely insane all throughout. Everything.
Wait, who was the 2023 MVP? I thought it was Alpha.
Absolutely gorgeous. That's just the first map out of the way.
Was it CNED?
And that is 100 Thieves' selection of map. We'll see that when we come back to the break, so don't go anywhere.
You like me or Def more? I think he would smoke you to play. No, I'm saying who do you like more? Oh. Yeah, you're alright. Yeah. Let's go to the baby. Papa, it's your party. I'm with the gang. It's gonna be
Is that not how it works? I don't think it was Nats. They gave it to Timmy. Oh, right.
Your body, shots hit your brain.
I do think stuff like that. Not pointing at anybody particular, but there's definitely some jokes in EMEA that are very like, haha.
Not sure what sensitivity you perform best with? Are you constantly changing your sensitivity?
I don't think there's a problem with cringe humor, but
introducing the Universal Sensitivity Finder in AIM Labs. Get real-time sensitivity.
Not funny humor almost.
Keep track of
the only ISO we get this Tony is in the cinematic. I'm pleasantly surprised like how much deadlock, how much clove we're seeing. Like ISO just needs reworking. But I think they're planning to rework a lot of how duelists are. And maybe there's a world that if they do rework the strength of dive duelists, like Razor Satchels or like just movement overall, that maybe there's a place for ISO to be used. But like ISO's just not good. I don't think. I thought Ryan played aim labs a few seconds ago. Yeah, what with the really slow sensitivity missing every shot? What actually is like my fucking headshot percentage? Oh, I don't have my tracker on here. Where's my tracker? There we go. And it, like also I got Ascendant playing like full 5 stack, so whether that means that I shouldn't have it count, that is beyond me. I mean, the headshot percentage there is not great, especially for Breeze. That was MVP. But like I'm playing with like I think this was Prisma's friend. And so like yeah, I should be probably doing that. But also this comp is just, it was weird, right? Because they were so unaware of like people flanking behind them, and they weren't really there were some players that just didn't really know where they were being shot from, and so they didn't really react. But I swear, every single time that I did some like kooky recon dart, they would just turn around and instantly delete it. I don't know what was going on there. Post stacking should have its own ELO anyway, yeah. But the thing is like, because we have like, well, I'm Ascendant 1. The highest person that we usually play with is Ascendant 2. And then the lowest, like, we've had mostly silver. Yeah, mostly silver. So we are like within that eclectic range, I suppose, of like boosters and stuff like that, or just people like us, right, where it's just a friend group that are typically pretty average, but there's one really good player, either on their main in Ascendant or even a mole, or they're on a Smurf and they're like, you know, gold plat, but you can tell that they're a lot better than the like rank that they're at. God lobbies have recon dats for everywhere, mostly because they miss where they should be going. So there's just almost that like hyper awareness to be able to break them. I see. My friend group, not 5 sec. Yeah. Yeah, like it's a good group. I think like I've just sort of learned to sort of play for fun a bit more with it. Like I don't try and grind ranked. Maybe I should. But I also know that if I'm doing watch parties and I'm casting and then I'm like actually coaching, if I try to do too much with like playing and such, I'm just gonna like make myself miserable.
What a fantastic start that was.
Like I'm really surprised and impressed. I like Sue's dress.
By their head coach Zix. Now, did you expect to have such a dominant start, and why do you think that it was almost flawless for you guys?
Watching their VOD back, we definitely saw that their util was pretty bad, I'll be honest. So we knew all of their gaps coming into the match, and we just played perfectly to the game plan. And all of my guys are shooting, and their guys aren't shooting, so that always helps on the day as well.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and best of luck on map 2.
100 Thieves read FUT like an open book, and they take him out on Icebox 13-2. Welcome back, everyone. And I mean, that was just clinical, genuinely.
Yeah, I mean, FUT's attack side, I think, showed its weakness.
I need to run ads. I got 20 minutes before I need to, but I'll do it now and then it's done. We have bind now, which I'm really excited to see. I really like 100 Thieves' bind.
Peek into the angles, and you will just tear these contacts.
Is Joe rubbing off on a coach calling out teams? I mean, it's true. I don't think it's like smack talk.
And they were actually very aggressive on it, but hey, as the coach said, they're hitting the shots. What else can FUT?
Yeah, they were nasty.
No 50s, no clutches.
They were taking a fight. It was perfect. You couldn't have asked for a better run.
Yeah, 100 Thieves planted the spike just as much as fucking FUT did.
You see right at the beginning, Asana's getting the orb, and you also see that Cryo has his op online. I think that FUT had a big miss by not using that standard shock molly combo to deny this orb, letting this ult come online. Because you see, it stalls them long enough for 100 Thieves to full rotate over to this site.
I think that's also true because we saw a lot of like them getting the orb here, but they were also like putting a good amount of pressure on B. Like really, teams shouldn't be allowed. I didn't even have Epic Pen open. I guess I didn't need to. Oh no, I did, maybe. Like, if you've got defenders that are pushing and fighting for the A main orb and then holding deep in B main, you gotta be able to punish, like, one of them, right?
A very, very easy shot. There is no utility coming after him. He just has all the space in the world to move, to have that.
Like, usually you choose to do one. Like, if you want to be a bit more aggressive on B main and sort of hold close and properly clear it, you can do that, and then you play a bit more passive on A, like playing retake or just playing off site. So yeah, being able to, they were able to do that. They got the orb and then they got out of dodge.
The only reason you didn't get more is because they were just pushing.
But I guess like thinking about it hindsight now, I'm like,
they knew that they either FUT
did FUT have chances to punish what 100 Thieves were doing? Yeah. Were they aware of it? I don't think so.
Literally got their number.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead though and check out our aim lab shoot around.
Does the Epic Pen have E keybinds? What do you mean by E keybinds?
Let's talk about how.
Wouldn't they just be keybinds?
Because look, we're gonna call a spade a spade. We're going to bind. Strong map for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, like the keybinds for
seen them find success.
Epic Pen are a little bit weird.
It's complicated, right? Are we assuming that they're going to be using the same composition? Again, it all comes down to getting that spike down. We were talking about it earlier today, and that was the key to the success.
Oh, the E and have. Oh, yeah. So I have it on my Stream Deck.
That has struggled this much in the first map.
Because I found that, like, if I was doing like Control C, Control V. Oh no, sorry, I was doing like Shift C, Shift V. So if I was typing like VCT and I was putting a capital C with Shift, it would like put up the turn this into a pen or turn it into a mouse or whatever. So now if I want to change it, I do it manually because there's like no good hotkeys, I don't think. I think all of the keybinds also have to be something plus something. Like you can't just do like F1, it has to be like Shift plus F1 or Control plus F1.
You haven't had too much time to prep for this opponent, but I feels like you are always going to get the bind in this matchup from 100 Thieves. So what do you make of their bind?
Guys, yani hazırlanacak belki de çok vaktiniz olmadı.
Also, Geekess was here a bit earlier, right? I just didn't see Mikaiso and Initiator. I quite like the devs have already said that they're trying to. They've got the main core agents of what a role should be, and now a lot of the agents that they're adding is trying to fill opportunities in other roles. For example, Clove is a controller, but they can also double up as a duelist of sorts. That you can play aggressively on a controller, you can play aggressively on a sentinel with the likes of Chamber, you can play aggressively on some initiators, not as aggressively as you used to. But I do think that ISO was treated as a duelist that has the ability to be a playmaker, to be an initiator. But I just don't think that initiating utility is that good.
Oh, I believe in you guys. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Scarlett, as well.
And coming up next, it's gonna.
Yeah, they said, hello, if there's no Sage, I don't want it.
Get that hot start. You want to get that momentum going. But that's what you want.
How do you change the keybinds? You need Pro? No, I don't have Pro. But if you go...
So it's like, what do you do in bind now when they have that same kind of free?
Just like settings, and then
Let's also think about the next round after the pistol and what happened on ice.
Like I have like Shift plus like dash, but I have that as a... Oh, not that. I have it as a keybind on my Stream Deck. I could just do this. So like I'll have it to the side, I'll have it on the pen, and then you know.
Gonna start sending it after round 3, just running onto sides.
So I could just press a button to get in and out of it, which is not great because the Stream Deck is a bit further forward. Yeah, I really fuck with this comp. I mean, I think like this is the same, this is the same, this is not the same, so they're running Omen instead, which is fine. But like, you know, Raze is still good, Viper's still good, post nerf. Like Omen or Brim, it's sort of personal preference, but I just think Brim's better. But I think that out of the Initiator, Sky is still good, despite being nerfed. But Gecko is definitely like in that top echelon. A lot of teams are running this comp, but with a Sky here. But I think that the Fade just adds such an interesting curve on how you want to play the game. Because if you're running Gecko, to a lesser extent the KO here, it's much more aggressive what the comp is for FUT, but you just run out of util. Whereas I think for Fade, in comparison to Sova, in comparison to Sky, in comparison to even Gecko to an extent, Fade just has like an abundance of utility. No Sova comp the China teams used? I mean, it was just JDG that used Sova on this map in China. And they only used it like once. It's very like anti-strat centric. But also, if teams are moving away from playing Cypher like they are, I don't think it's worth playing Sova. If we were still seeing a lot of Cypher comps, then I would have liked the Sova.
They have phenomenal control on this map.
But also, the Fade allows you to sort of play at pace. The one thing for 100 Thieves that hasn't been going well is like their defensive side. Like there was 3-9 down against G2. And yeah, you're missing a good amount of stall. So one goes for the TP. All the FUT are going through shots. So this is like a good retake position. There's a defensive wall actually on where the plant is. But it still allows that showers control. The Fade is still here because they didn't rotate. Two have gone for the TP. Let the high player HP wise go first.
Pollen finds that elimination. It's 2v2 as the plant comes through. HP very much.
Okay, Knife and Hookah gets one. They're going to expect that one is probably wrapped all the way around at this point. But they know that both of them went for the TP, so they're like planting for backside. Skyflash right in garden to just sort of confirm their suspicions. Smoking this and having Asuna push it is really nice. I don't think they're going to expect this.
There within Hookah.
Like one player holding, the other like making moves. Holding, making moves. Holding, making moves.
Swing out, spots one. Finds that elimination.
Really nice retake from 100 Thieves.
Diffused to come through, and 100 Thieves off to another strong start. Is Busiel, and you don't have to question anymore. Man's up on his feet.
They're so disciplined. They're so good.
Really smart on how they approached it.
Ideas on the fly, or we saw it in Icebox where a lot of their prepared
They're the small things that I've done like a lot of, like I'm looking into a lot more. Like I'm looking less at like theory and the strategy and like what a comp should be doing. It's more how players make good decisions.
As they're trying to push through Hookah, they're always looking to find those advantageous situations.
And it's like watching how they move.
It's the timing at which they do it that has set them apart so far here in stage 1.
I got my uni esports jersey yesterday. It's really good. What uni are you at again, Avalanche, without having to dox yourself?
Critical shutdown. Let's see if FUT have anything here. Going into the.
Because I did
behind him. Fallen and CNET both picking those up.
I did a talk in Bath about esports.
One there in Lamps.
And there was somebody from the British Esports Association.
Here on the entry, Pain Shell's now going to be sent. They're in a really rough spot. Goes for the spray.
Nice.
Absolutely obliterated.
You got the fade over towards A this time instead of B. Swansea. City's big enough. I'll be fine.
Rifles.
Cardiff is closer to Bristol and Swansea, right? But I was talking to one of the people on it was a esports teacher for Coventry, I think it was.
That's something that's really given teams fits. This entire stage. Oh, what a mosh.
That's a really nice mosh.
I mean, you see where Busio's at. I mean, he's just playing across the map. Very solid lineup for him.
All right, that's getting written down.
It's like some of those Viper lineups from over on the other side of the map, right? Yeah. You're just yeeting them to the other side. Bustio gonna be the one to try to maintain long A.
I only know England city names from EPL teams. Well, you won't know Bristol then.
Pretty effectively to get info, trying to use the Omen smoke to gain a little bit of space, but for now, no.
How close is Collegiate and EMEA to being a substitute for Tier 2 to 3? Not close at all. And I don't think it ever will be because the like educational, like for the States it's one country. For Europe, it's multiple countries that have different, like, political policies, I suppose, and how they would even treat education. And also, like, you don't have the same, like, freedom of movement, right? Like, maybe if the UK was still in the EU, you might be able to do some, like, European collegiate level of, like, sports, but you don't even have that. You don't even have collegiate in football.
Ready for the swing out. Captain pushing forward. Not noted at all. Taken down, Cryo on the lurk, coming up with a good.
It'd be good. I think I would definitely have
the plant gets ready to come through.
I don't really know what like esports scenes are like competitive prize pool wise.
Just though, this Fallen does take him down. That's gonna be the cleanup. Fallen finds himself too and FUT get themselves on the board.
Warwick would decimate everybody like they do everywhere anyway.
Like the proactivity that you're seeing from FUT right now, using those TPs, working the map, trying to identify positions of players as best they can before they make their hit. Even though that paranoia is spot on.
Because I imagine anything esports related, like for Avalanche, I don't think it's that they're doing an esports degree. I think it's just more like a society, right? Man, I wish there was an esports society at Salford when I was there.
Getting fired up. Trying to keep
it was a gaming society, but it was just.
Already has orbital strike, so
I don't know. I did like one of the meetings because they went to I've forgotten what it's called. Pixel Bar in Manchester.
Down to 42 because you're playing
but
no way to go ahead and top up that HP.
I had no social skills. They had no social skills. I left after like 10-15 minutes. It's just too awkward. Cryo's so good on Brim on this map. Cryo's just good. Like I like how flexible they've got.
Right now, Cena took half damage in that exchange, and that's gonna back him off.
I think I'm very set in my ways of like, oh, the duelist should always be on duelist instead of swapping them over to controller in some cases. Like even with Demon 1 and stuff, I was just very like, I don't think that that's how it should be.
Trying to make sure that this is in fact where the play is going to be coming through the plan now.
Oh, the C's is no, that's free.
Finds himself a third as Quacks does get taken.
Nice ult.
He's on for the ace, but he can't quite find it. Yetajay able to put him down, but now he's out in the open.
1v1, but he's 11 HP, and the Viper's there watching him.
He's here for the catch. He intercepts, and that is going to be 3-1.
His Brim Fracture was insane, that too.
The paint shells alone, I thought, oh boy.
Yeah, I think separating esports society from gaming society is a good one.
Lights out.
What an alley-oop setup.
Woo. Oh, it's so good.
And generally, I'm like the nade just trickling down as well for a little bit more damage.
Everything in the kitchen sink to absolutely obliterate him. The reveal on the
It's more that Jet players can't play Raze for some reason. I mean, like that's the thing. They can. It just takes practice.
God, so good. Judge for Asuna.
What is this society? It's like a foreign concept to me. It's...
Everybody else has rifles, though, for the side 100 Thieves. Just
It's like math. It's like debate club, like math club kind of thing. It's just more of like a extracurricular group.
Prowler to try to check. Cryo chasing off.
So it can be like, you know, the sports team, the hockey team, like a dance club, like society.
11-3 on that brim.
They have like debate and
Able to take down EU. Nice little reveal there for him as Cryo does get himself a third, but then gets taken down. Weapon potentially able to be recovered if they can get themselves over towards Showers, but for now, Boostio able to isolate and pick off Cracks. Timing a little bit missed, but as he swings back over to Lamb,
Nice.
will be able to take him down.
Yeah, it's just a club.
100 Thieves now.
Because I did Ultimate Frisbee at uni. They didn't have karate, which was a shame. He had ninjutsu, but it just wasn't for me. It was weird. It wasn't really. It was a lot of like theory on like how to get out of certain arm locks and stuff. Which, if you get to a certain point with any like martial arts, you're a little bit more like. There's no point going over like how to do this certain like getting out of this position or arm lock and doing X, because it's just two people stood there going like, all right, stick your arm out, grab me, and then you do, all right, now me. Like in a fight, it's not gonna be that good.
On the entry, able to find Bang with that showstopper. Asuna still trying to hold him at bay. Blast back trying to offset, but can't quite align the crosshair. Yetajay does manage to find that opener. Reveal on the phone, but now the man advantage here for the side of FUT, as that's going to be the.
It's like when people do the whole thing of like, this is how you like disarm somebody with a knife.
EU gonna have to play back as Brucio's just.
Like the best way that you deal with somebody that has a knife is either you run or you just give them like your fucking wallet or your phone or whatever.
Flash is at the ready now. Cryo with the backstab. Another orbital strike online. He's gonna send that one through, but now he's caught. Util in hand.
Boostio's got down.
Brucio dead. Cryo kills him off. And he is like, just gonna maybe leave. Gets a headshot on the Yetajay. That is the pit down. 1v2.
Both for 1,000, yeah.
This round will be FUT's.
But I also did there was the Music Society, which just really was like open mic nights, like a comedy stand-up group.
Minor miscommunication.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a gaming one, but they didn't really do too much.
To try to catch players who are leaving that orbital strike radius potentially or something like that, but it just kind of catches the edge of it.
Oh, he was ulting. Oh, that's unlucky.
Down.
I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen.
Well, he's nonplussed by it.
Yeah.
So Vibe's still gonna be there, but FUT able to find themselves a second round win. Still down by.
All right, they still got the money. 13 and 5. Jesus, showstopper, fatal.
Available here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, their alt cycling is so good right now.
Just for a dizzy up from short. And ping that so they know that that's clear.
Still sticking with this strategy. Our FUT, yeah, they found picks with it. They haven't been able to find much else. And they've been.
I think they are playing back a little bit more just because of the showstopper.
Even getting to plants, only got what, 2 down on Icebox?
Yeah.
It's crazy how good this
Cryo's 14 and 5, not 13 and 5.
Thieves puts at you. It's a little bit of a utility exchange.
At least Valorant doesn't minus a kill if it's a team kill.
Over to this B site. Double stack up towards Garden here. Prowler spot out one.
But I guess that's like, it's really hard to like team kill. That's a good flash. Good right click to get out. Showstopper to go through this. I understand what they were going for. But it would have worked so much better if they just wait with the Razor. Because the Fade Haunt hit, the Fade ultimate hits everybody. They're deafened. They don't hear the ultimate. They don't hear the TP. But they just hear it a second beforehand.
Another multi-kill round. Already just about halfway towards that next orbital strike. And 100 Thieves move up by 3 once again. 16.
American football? Oh, nice.
Even if this is a fast map, he's on pace to drop a...
He made up for it. He did.
I mean, he's just outrageous.
Saved the day. Great shots.
That's snappy. It's so good. And they just kind of line up for him, sure, but still, the control is amazing.
Right, 3 on 8.
Cryo has just really hit another level.
I mean, to be fair, that's the only place that FUT have been going.
Outrageously good. No matter what role you're putting him on, whether it be the Jet.
Omen smoke to try and close the distance. This is brave from Bang, not only because it's like he's facing up into the smoke, but...
Decent timing there as the flash does connect. He takes a little bit of damage. He's going to be backpedaling, avoiding that paint shell.
Mosh pit is great. Like, Adacaptor is stuck right in this corner as the wall goes down. It doesn't hit him, though.
Getting ready to open up, but it's Mippy there from the side of Lucio. Bang going to be taken down as well. EU.
Good horn, but just... Not fucking about utility too much, but just being on the angle when you're running out of bullets, running into 3 people. Utility didn't connect as well as you hoped.
Making the long journey, but FUT, they could just creep this
In 2 gun upgrades, and yeah, they're just gonna full contact walk up towards A.
Yeah, especially as that paint shell comes through. That should tell them where they want to go. Well, they will just drift through this attack.
Yeah, Cryo holding, he could just go for the TP if he wants.
Over to that A side, but Asuna wrapping back across, reading this relatively well. Teleporter can be taken by Cryo.
Yeah, they're gonna split.
Yeah, knife and lamps.
They've got the contact. We're towards 8.
He's not gonna go for the TP because you're not gonna expect him to be here unless you hear the TP noise. Then Cryo's just gonna walk this way.
Alert any position.
But like playing this way just makes the whole setup a bit more relevant. Like this walk around.
Starting to rotate around.
And then there's 2 people watching.
Reads it well, sends it out of Captain, having to trip across that one.
Really good clearance. These are both of them are up there and just kills them both. All right, okay.
Annihilated as this Brimstone cannot.
Yeah, Cryo is just insane today.
Passed over to Cryo. 1 away from a 3rd orbital strike in the half. And that's
You only just switched from being all gaming society to having a dedicated esports society, so they say it's much better. Yeah. Because you don't want the gaming society to be feeling more try-hard than it probably is.
I like the way they call this. They're anticipating.
But also, if you want to do esports related stuff, you don't want to be beholden to people that just play for fun, you know? I think esports works because you have like everybody's in the same like attitude, like they want to play to compete and obviously to socialize and to improve and have fun.
What he's able to do.
Whoever's calling it out, it's just a perfect.
But if you're like trying to play Valorant and you're try-harding a little bit in ranked, you don't want to be playing with somebody that's just fucking about, right?
See if they can be a little bit more unreadable, a little bit more mysterious, but right now 100 Thieves are just looking impeccable.
And it's not really often getting
Soccer is soccer or football.
Scrappy scenarios like we saw with
don't know if it is.
where they were really thriving in the chaos on this bind map. You know, a lot of messy contestions around the plants themselves. It was kind of part of that map kind of identity. But here
I wonder why.
By 100 Thieves.
Shut
down points of attack usually.
Yeah, I wonder essentially why Americans called it football on their side and why they call it soccer differently. Fnatic GENG predictions. I'd have to say Fnatic.
There's nobody going
like
big hero plays, going for an early pick.
Yeah, I don't know really though. It should be a good series. Wait, 11. Cryo has just as many kills as the rest of his team combined. He's deadlifting. He's deadlifting his team.
The orbital, both ults, nearly online here.
The Sky Flash didn't actually hit. It looked like it did flash him.
Bang gonna get caught by that one. He does get taken down. Got a captain able to find the opener. He's over into the corner, and Bustio, yeah, he is reading this. Does have that mosh.
Football used to be a term for sports in general, not just American football.
At risk. Reinforcements starting to come through. Sky smoke down, and Attica spot a little bit faster.
Just like rugby as well.
Massive advantage here for FUT.
Good flash.
Inside the corner, shots coming his way. Wants to get flushed alongside Hookah.
I think they should rotate on.
Oh my god, the flick is crazy.
How does he get that entry?
How does Cena not kill him though at the same time?
He's dead to rights.
You just don't expect that he's going to walk up like that. But this is a good rotation, and then the Seekers to help with the execute. But this nade just stops people getting in. Don't like Castaned peeking there.
He finds the kill.
I think that's just an overheat.
He's got the C's as well.
Haunt for retake.
Not snappy enough to find that one. Get a J.
It's one that he throws instantly and then throws it down instantly.
Should it be necessary? EU now last one standing, and he has been noted. Shots coming his way. A little bit whiffy off the rip. Gives him an opportunity to at least deal some additional damage here, but
needs 6, right?
pushes forward. That's going to be the paranoia now.
Yeah, pretty much. The attacking side for 100 Thieves is really good. It depends if FUT have a good read on how to adjust to it.
They get themselves a third round win.
It's because its roots are in association football, same as rugby and Aussie. So yeah, I get like it's almost like chess, right? Like there are different types of like Chinese chess, and like because the chess that we mostly know is like westernized, right?
That is dumb.
Yeah, I mean,
esports society definitely out try hard. No, but you just want to like.
You got the better of me there, sir. But they're winning 1v1s.
It's like social competing.
Starting to look a lot crisper for FUT.
Like Sunday League football and the like.
And you've got 100 Thieves on an eco. Couple stingers.
All right, they go short.
Oh, he went sky high there.
Bit of a bad satchel.
Through the wall though. Asuna just dumping the clip, does end up falling, and Cryo as well. Gonna be taken down. Haunt getting the reveal.
Oh, the haunt there, just because it sees over the top, is quite nice. Really hard to break.
Way out through showers, outlawing.
Feels that 100 Thieves are really trying not to do the usual haunts that they do.
There's the instant dink and the kill. EU dragging this one back. Now into a 3v3.
Prowler broken. Doesn't really say too much. I like the idea for Bustio to try and tuck in there.
Clean up on the bang, leaves EU all on his lonesome now with just that stinger in hand, and Yedajay
An outlaw used against the eco too.
closing the gap. Now just down by 2 rounds.
Why is Tryhard being censored by Twitch? I don't know. It's just what's the word?
Get a big round win, and now you've got a couple big alts for the side of 100 Thieves. You've got
mods, I guess.
You've got the pit. It's a lot of tools to work with. A couple away from the pit is Yedajay. It's going to be a timeout here for 100 Thieves. I think a good time for one.
Yeah, not too bad actually, because you've lost a couple of rounds. Might as well.
You don't want to give FUT any life because they can rip it right back. They are that talented. We have seen it time and time again this tournament where FUT.
I think it's just 100 Thieves just overextending a bit. So even just timing them out to be like, we don't need to fight as aggressively on lamps. We don't need to fight like in long, like the Viper alone on long fighting for that space. Like they have KO, they have Sky, they have a lot of flashes. They're not afraid to flash through smokes to fight us. You've seen that already. So just give it a little bit of space.
Once we get ready to go.
And I think you're finding a lot of success actually like flanking around too. So if you're finding initial contact, you can give that up. You don't need to fight it or contest it as much. Because they're dedicating a lot of utility to try and take like lamps early or try to take long early. So if they're making a lot of noise long, have the players on A like push short and flank them, or like hold showers.
Feel of the game. Struggled on ice.
I think if you're under a lot of pressure here, what I like is like having, you know, you're playing 3 on A anyway. Like have 2 shuffle into here. 1 could play like heaven, and then the other 2 can like rotate.
100 Thieves team on this map, but so far they're doing a good job. That last round they worked the map nicely. Starting to make good reads.
Also, yeah, Viper's Pit is good.
Players are and trying to attack the weak.
But yeah, this is the thing that I'm not really too much of a fan of.
Use the Hawk to get some information. Okay,
But they are trying to give it a little bit more like space.
But after that,
And a different Viper wall as well.
So they're starting to read the map.
It's because I guess you have the Poison Cloud here.
Asuna going to be dropping down off the top truck. Wary about that position, that push from showers. Gonna be sent.
Yeah, people backing off. Like, are you playing retake or are you not? You got Orbital Strike. Great flash, but it's fully flashed in Ed. I don't know if that was sort of like it said that he was fully flashed, but he wasn't. Because he was still moving in the right direction. Yeah, and then just deletes them.
4K from him. As I'm not sure what Six said in the timeout, but if he said cryo go kill, then he stuck.
It's a shame that the flash play with Cena didn't work out, but it felt like that was read really well. But you've got FUT actually like fighting over the truck for backside to try and go metal, like here. Oh no, he was fully flashed. But throughout all of this, you had the Rays that was still in like control of lamps.
Members right back towards that plant area. And that's why you're able to get these huge.
He's 23-7.
And it's just brilliant game planning right now again from 100 Thieves. Yeta J. Oh goodness.
Yeah, really good spray across Yeta J. Staying stagnant here as that's going to be the Trailblazer. Does it check? I don't think it's checked.
Nope.
I don't think they've noted Boostio at all.
They don't know.
Poison Orb dropped. Boostio still just stuck here.
Yeah, this Poison Cloud is just too good.
In towards Garden, turns from it.
Yeah, they didn't clear him properly. That's got to be a tilter.
And what a brilliant trap setup here for 100 Thieves. Somehow completely unspotted by that Trailblazer.
And you got the Thrash as well. So if they do go through showers,
Trying to deal with Bang. And Boostio,
you can just go with the ultimate to try and like flank them and push behind. But he does try to get into this position to repeat, but then decides against it. In a 5v3, there's no need to play like silly aggressive. Yeah, Boostio to get out of the way. Asuna, this feels again like Asuna's just problem is just overheating. He didn't need to do that.
Winnable position here for the side of FUT as Fragment goes out, trying to zone him off. Is he over the top? Instantly dealt with. Now coming through 20.
You lost Thrash though, you can't pick it up, right?
Looking for the spot, looking for the
Oh, the C's. Oh no, he did pick it up. Oh, and it hits both.
Delivered unto death as CNED trapped, gunned down, and 100 Thieves.
Nicely dealt with though.
They got it.
They get so much value out of their ults, other than the time they killed Boostio with it. Other than that, they're very, very good with them. They have him trapped. I was worried there. CNED was one away from his showstopper.
Not EU farming the assist with the ult. Might as well use it.
Go for a big play, but
get your weekly objectives in.
He just reads his opponents so well. There's a reason the man won champions with EG last year. Just
the combos that we're seeing coming through here from 100 Thieves.
EU.
Yeah, FUT just didn't have any control. They didn't have hookah because they gave it up. They both played on site. Neither of them took elbow.
8-4. We'll send this over to the analyst desk to break down the action for the first half.
Brutal.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. 100 Thieves continuing on their winning ways from what we saw in Icebox and bringing that same kind of energy, same kind of play style into this one. And also really just preventing FUT from being able to get any kind of presence in this map. They got a few rounds, but it's still been tough for them to get in there.
Yeah, but again, these FUT rounds were coming off of a lot
He pointed a piggy and a FUT. He's been doing that throughout.
Felt like this was another diff in the game planning for 100 Thieves. In particular, the way in these late rounds they are stalling the plant was incredible. The coordination between EU and Cryo on this utility when they're defending the A site is on point. It's a seize, then staggered with a molly, then the next player's already rotating in, and maybe you have a nade coming in from Asuna. It was on point.
He calls everybody piggies, yeah.
Cryo is just disgusting. Jesus, that is almost
500 ACS.
On Brimstone. It doesn't matter. Like, especially on the defense, it doesn't matter what the guy is. I assume that the difference is going to come when they move on to the attack, but it's also the versatility. We also know that he uses an
That's crazy.
Performing like this. It's just working.
There's not even a FUT player to compare to? No. I mean, it'd be the highest on the other side. It's not even close.
Coach was just like, guys, you need to slow down because you're being too much on their faces. And those last two rounds were perfect reads. The last rounds, they were 100.
So he's 24-7?
To get the ultimate.
No.
And the previous one was just like, hear me out. Give them the space. They want to take it. You can just fall retake. Don't overheat.
EU lost the Americas.
No, yeah, it is 24-7. So I was trying to work out how many deaths he got from the 24 kills and then 3.6 KDA.
And the rookie has been such a massive addition to this team, stepping up now on the global stage with a great half. 8-4, 100 Thieves have a good chance to close out.
I'm trying to think, is it 7 or 6? 18, 24, no, because that'd be 4.
100 Thieves have that clean 2-0. Send it back over to Seth Achilleos.
Got it, it's got to be 7.
Which one do you want to be? You want to be Seth or Achilleos?
I'll take Seth.
Yeah, 7.
Okay. You are now Seth.
15. Yeah, he almost has more kills than the rest of his team, which is crazy going into the second half.
Yes, my brain is melting, as are the players of FUT.
Yes.
It's
All right, this is just the go-to, the mosh and showers, the execute, the dizzy flash going away over the top. They're still doing this snake bite.
push you all.
I didn't know whether they would still do that snake bite because you don't have 2 to work with anymore. But they're still doing that snake bite. That's good to know. 24 and 7 is insane. Yeah, I mean, it's... He's been great.
Paranoia crashing across. Disconnect here onto Bang, but EU will find a captain. Now the swing coming through. Austin, I think it was midair. As he hits that headshot. CNED absolutely obliterated.
Oh, just a wide peak.
He's playing like something.
Clean.
As Bang will go ahead and take him down.
So yeah, literally their pistol was just like their A execute. They weren't even defaulting. They didn't have any information on map.
Here is beautiful. It's basically the same execute that they run quite often on this A site. Dizzy, Mosh to clear the front
Yeah,
of
this
the shower.
the C's backside.
It's so well coordinated.
FNC versus GENG next her. Yeah.
Just phenomenal.
That should be a fun one. Oh, look, Autumn. Even Boostio forgets to pick up the fucking spike.
I joke. He's setting up Cryo very nicely, mostly is what it is, but
Just like me for real.
as have all of the members of 100 Thieves with their util usage. It has just been a masterclass. And FUT are struggling to adapt time and time again. Look at this. Dizzy to clear.
All right, so Haunt on top. Are they just going?
As Mr. Fallen.
They really don't default, do they? Like, maybe it's going to be different when the full buys come in.
This might just be a TP. Nope, they're going to go for it.
Asuna entering, able to find one before getting
Yeah, they're like, there's too many here. Let's go back. Good call. The Viper slow clearing all of this.
Try to slow down this approach.
Dizzy flash on the way out. Some of these flashes, Boostio just yeets. He's like, I don't want to pick this up again. I don't need to.
26, 27. As this man is looking for the 30 bomb.
Give him more.
Just right outside of the smoke here. And Heaven just waiting to see if anybody moves, but there is no movement.
Was it just the one smoke that they had for here? Did they use 2 on this execute or just the 1?
Giving nothing over to FUT at the moment, who need to start pushing this one, or at least be ready to try to pick off some of these exits.
Yeah, 3v2. Very doable now.
Leaves Bang on his lonesome. Push off on that defuse. CNED.
Yeah, it does have time. That's a good upgrade. Even throwing a nade. He's going to die to the spike, right? Which is probably better for him anyway. So 100 Thieves get their 10th.
100 Thieves get themselves up to double digits.
And now their bonus... Either they just don't bonus. And they just fall by anyway. Or you just basically Hika this round.
Still, I mean, Bang playing this very, very well. A lot of players might just think, oh, I have the gun advantage. I'm just going to stick my head out and just spray him down with a Bulldog. But respects how good CNED is with the Sheriff. And plays it correctly to play for time. Nicely handled here. Okay. Let's see
I think a lot of people have sort of said about like how the China crowd has been quiet unless, you know, Aspas or Chinese teams are playing.
Just able to spray him down. Asuna dead on entry.
Skydog to get information on showers. This is what I'm curious about. If you have flanked showers, what do you do here? Just stay and fight?
Still looking decent here for the side of 100 Thieves.
I wonder if that's going to be different on like actual... No, this was a full buy actually. They did buy up. This wasn't a bonus for them.
For 100 Thieves to try to dig themselves out of.
Because I think that's something that you could definitely do against 100 Thieves more. Because they do tend to go for this kind of like 4-1 and then have the fade here. So what happens if you flank them? Do they push out onto site? Do they try to take like post-plant positions? Having the Gecko reflank is interesting.
Low on HP, down to 43. Rotation being heard there as Boostio just hightailing it back around towards main, but Cryo finds an opening.
Yeah, Cryo's found an opening. This smoke has just allowed them to get the spike and then just leave.
TP taken and Cryo left here, waiting for that backstab opportunity.
30 seconds left.
Plant getting ready now.
And Cryo's got the rotations too. So they either go through Cryo this way, or they go for the TP. No, they have no read. This is bad from FUT.
Cryo picking him off, rotating back. Not overstaying. Mr. Fallen.
I think it happens though because you have the Gecko show here. The Gecko has to back off. Then Cryo finds the timing here.
And find these picks. Because right now, 100 Thieves not reading his approach.
I don't think this works as well. Yeah, fuck, Cryo's just destroying them.
Another 3-piece.
How do you lose that, FUT?
Another step towards
You had control.
0 victory here.
It's unbelievable. He's got the 30 bomb now.
Yeah, he's on 30 now.
Insane.
39-3. This, we might be seeing a new ACS record.
That's literally what I was just thinking of Kilios.
Down you go.
He's on pace for it, I feel like. I don't know how many...
He didn't even reload. He's only got 5 bullets in the chamber.
I don't know if it matters.
I don't think he reloaded once.
So good luck in this post plant to FUT, who's also on an eco. Having to save up for potentially that final round.
Is this just another, like, execute? They've got 3 people for showers. And then the orbital strike it. But they're all just, like, fighting backside. Jesus Christ, they're getting obliterated. There's 4 people there. 4 people. And they all just get obliterated by utility.
Players from 100 Thieves out for blood, hungry for it, but they're both going to get cleaned up. Cryo and Asuna going to be taken down. Maybe showing a little bit too much disrespect. It's going to be a weapon now passed over.
Oh, they're just trying to farm up their orbs.
EU will put an end to it. Says this is where the miracle stops. You will not be finding a 1v5 victory against us. Match point now found by 100 Thieves.
The tempo's been insane for 100 Thieves. It's just go, go, go. These util dumps they have to take control of short are so good. This time around, they just use the orbital strike to do it. And then they just keep going. Taking a page out of Paper X book there. It's pushing in towards spawn through Link. And it works a treat. They are fired up. You do have the op now for Yedij, actually.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Not going to be in Cena's hands.
Crash used instantly. People following it up. Prowler doesn't actually hit him here. But they're going to, like, crunch around on him anyway.
Quick swap onto the weapon. Boombot. Taking him down to 30 HP, but he's still able to find the kill. So Asuna dead. Plant coming through. Cryo playing very aggressively, very far forward. As Bang on this linger in from behind. Could absolutely devastate.
Oh, man.
Cannot readjust. Hustio cleaning up 2, leaves now Cracks on his lonesome to try to clutch it out. 1v2, looks for the first, gets a headshot, gets the spot of the Bang, and a smattering of...
Actually, very clean.
And he readjusts to keep FUT in the game. 5th round win coming through. They're still hanging in there as the Red Bull clutch comes across, but it is a long road back.
I mean,
100 Thieves have not really had to show anything new.
Anyway, they're doing a great job of spreading the map, coming at you from so many different angles all the time. On their defender side, they were doing this, but this time it's accounted for. Some nifty shooting there from Crash.
I guess Bang was like, I jump peeked and stuff last time, that they might think I'm, like, trying to play time a bit more, so I'm just going to peek.
But it's the first one they found on their defender side here on Bind. And 100 Thieves, by the way, has been really good on their attacker side on Bind. There's only been one team who's been able to force them to go negative, and that was G2 on their attacker side.
So this guy flash and showers,
and now they've got...
And then they peek 2 towards Hookah. Stream? Is this me, or is this...
A lot of tools to work with, but Cracks and Cena had really close to their ultimates as well. So the orbs being...
So this guy flashed this, and then they show 2 here.
Although it looks like showers. No, but no one's really willing to commit. They're worried there's traps potentially at these orbs. So for now, just kind of getting some info, poking and prodding.
KO Knife gets it. This is good information of FUT, like, getting around the map here.
Look at this corner, but it's checked by...
They know that there's somebody close, and he's able to just TP out anyhow.
I mean, Nightfall Showstopper, a decent
Yeah, this is a little bit messy from 100 Thieves. Saying that.
Able to take him down, able to stay alive. Showstopper not
Still on site.
get a decent amount of damage, and Asuna is able to put down CNED. 2 mana damage now here for the side of 100 Thieves as they look to bring Bind.
Yeah, Omen's TP'd across, so you do have elbow control.
There's Nightfall.
And then Nightfall is in hands, ready to go. I guess as soon as any utilities used or anybody's seen. Yeah.
Sends it, Cryo, finding himself another kill.
Then one in elbow that's just fighting and facing anyhow. Yeah, very clean from 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves kick off the playoffs 2-0.
Destruction. Absolute destruction.
They got the good reads.
A lot of people have been saying.
So I need to double check what the bracket is actually.
Tournament, well, 100 Thieves have something to say about that because the way they look today, you may be rethinking your pick for your Shanghai Masters champion because.
So FUT would play Fnatic or GENG.
Absolutely deadly.
The ACS. I just got a glimpse of it here. 452 for Cryo on a Brimstone.
452 on Brim. Absolutely impeccable performance.
I wonder why they've got 100 Thieves playing here now.
Go ahead.
Like this side of the bracket first.
Here in front of the crowd, but it's not over for them.
I wonder if it's because they want to give Heretics a bit more time. If Miniboos actually come into Shanghai, but I don't know if they are.
100 Thieves just picking them apart like vultures.
But yeah, insanely clean from 100 Thieves. Really enjoyed watching them.
FUT has already had to play,
Because I was a little bit more like, all right, how are they going to like make adjustments with the Viper nerfs, if any? Because they're so like utility focused.
So many of those seizes.
And the answer is they didn't really need to.
Absolutely devastating. FUT just not really having an answer for it.
Oh, they don't have the data, right? So you have to just do it all manually.
Not able to really come online here.
Maybe said it was bait, I'm pretty sure.
The first map. It's putting up some decent figures.
Maybe he's just good to watch, who knows?
Fragger under, Cryo across the lobby. But just not enough here for FUT. There's 100 Thieves. They might look like
yeah, it's a shame. I wanted to see more of 100 Thieves.
Plastering.
Oh.
It's all I can think of when I see it.
Check his Twitter, it should say.
It looks good. But they also just look like, they work in construction. They do plastering.
It does look that way a bit. All right. I'll give you it. But that's like plasterers.
I guess they also maybe want the EDG game to be on Friday night.
I was thinking maybe we would get a new ACS LAN record.
It's close.
Seems like pretends he at least
That would be my guess.
A bit longer. But Cryo being able to nip at his heels that hard, get up to 452 while playing the Brim. That is a scary prospect, and I think every other team here in the playoffs have to be very fearful about going up for 100 Thieves.
Oh, no doubt. Everybody watched this match and just said, oh boy, okay, can we please not play them? Can somebody take them out so we don't have to? That would be great, because they looked unreal.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage where we have our Verizon post-match interview.
Was it the order that it was picked in 2? Did that have any impact? Yeah, it did, right?
How dominant 100 Thieves could be on this stage, and my oh my, they showed it today. I'm now joined by Busio from 100 Thieves for a quick interview. 大家好，我们现在邀请 Busio 选手在这个台上做一次采访。你们上一次来到
Topside was picked first. That's what I mean. Like it was ordered. Like the bracket was ordered based on who got to choose their opponent.
Last time we saw you on
Because Fnatic's bottom of the bracket, right? Because they were last.
You were the winners. I wanted to ask you, what are the vibes like this time around? Do you think you guys could, as this team, are able to take the crown as well?
I mean, I definitely think we are the best team in the world right now, probably. I think there's a lot of good teams in the tournaments like PRX and Fnatic. Super excited to play them. But I mean, after what we did in Americas and what we did today, I mean, no one can say that we're not at least top 3.
I agree. 他说我自己肯定觉得我们是在世界上最强的一队。还有
Yeah, PaperX is first, and then EDG, then 100 Thieves, then Fnatic.
但是我们这种打到这么精彩的一场，在这个舞台，还有在 Americas 的结果，我觉得没有人在世界上会觉得我们不是排第3、第1、第2的最好的队。第二个问题，我想问你是Cryo 今天打得非常厉害，很精彩，他是什么样的一个队友 I wanted to ask you, Cryo. He was very, very good today. He popped off. What's he like as a teammate?
What's Cryo like as a teammate? I'd say he's like very stoic, the best player in the world or one of them, and he's just a good dude overall. So
yeah,
not much. He's a very quiet guy. Just does his thing.
他说 Cryo 是他的队友们，他是一个非常安静的一个人，不是这么说话的这个人，但是他打得非常非常好。第三个问题是想问你，我们在台上看过很多拿上的小玩具，我们看过小狗狗或者是别的东西，但为什么你今天拿了一个小珠子，还有非常可爱的，在打比赛的时候给你们的对手看一看？We've seen a lot of different like animals on stage, and we know that Aspas likes to bring out the dogs. I think Ata Captain had an octopus.
A shark, I
Yeah,
think, or
yeah, a
something?
shark or something at one point. What's with the pig? Why have you brought a pig out?
I don't know. Just after or at the beginning of this year, I just started calling everyone pigs for I don't know why, but it just became a thing. And then I just started calling everyone that I play against pigs. So then we got a pig plushie for me to bring on stage and to point at to show them that I'm calling them a pig.
Oh, so they know what you're trying to say.
It's like a dog toy.
他是在今年的时候，他是所有的
Because Kai had something like that.
小珠子，他想让他们的对手们知道，他感觉他们就是珠子，比他不是比较。
I mean, to be fair, I'd bring out probably a little tortoise.
所以他就是想大家都知道，所有的人对他来说是小珠子。Thank you very much, Booster, for this interview. Best of luck in the next round.
Thank you, guys.
That was a great first match, but we have GENG versus Fnatic coming up next.
Shishi. Easy game. It's pretty much the attitude that he had for it anyway.
Teams have been eliminated from the competition. 4 teams have fought their way out of the Swiss stage. But today, the 4 #1 seeds enter the competition. It's playoff time in Shanghai, baby. We're about to see a great matchup between 2 incredible teams. The bombastic 100 Thieves going up against the ambitious FUT. What a way to kick off the playoffs.
Takes a little bit, but Asuna getting himself boosted back over the top, able to find 1, swings out, notes that there's a player behind him, he's able to find 3, but out of captain, Mr. Fallen finding 1, a piece, swap over to the classic, and Asuna suddenly...
Easy day.
There it is, they almost aligned for him, but either way, he finds the opening kill, and bang, is quick.
So 100 Thieves have to play winner of Fnatic GENG.
Aggressive off, able to find 1 as Cryo's going to be taken down, but J just plus forwarding in towards the site, ends up falling
I
down.
mean, in both cases, maps have been about like 35 minutes.
The moment left in the bank.
Even though the scoreline was a bit closer on Bind, I think it just came down to like how fast it was being played. Yeah, like who's your next opponent? Who's the next opponent for 100 Thieves?
Snowman able to find 2 kills. And Cryo gets Mr. Fallen.
Yeah, but which one? Pick up the pig. Yo, which one is it? Which one? Who's that? Which one? Wait, who did it?
13-2, 100 Thieves, welcome to the playoffs.
They looked absolutely...
I don't know about like this game. If they win it, they win the event.
There's the orbital up over the top.
I think Paper X is the one to be like watching and focusing on. Depends on how Fnatic plays today, really.
Asuna looking for the entry there, unable to find it, but Busio...
Because I'd say the favorites for me are Paper X and 100 Thieves. Like Fnatic being like doing well. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Collects the kill, tapping to the spike, a little bit of spray across. Asuna just fishing for something. Busio able to find 1.
After how they played in the stage finals, I'd say that it's... I don't know what I'd say.
Another 3-piece.
Yeah, come on.
But I didn't really have too much hope for Fnatic going into like this event, but yeah, the way that they played the stage 1 finals like filled me with hope. Also, the fact that Mini Boost streaming probably isn't going anywhere. But I think that's right, honestly. I think it'd feel weird if he actually like went now. But who knows? The first game was the one I was the most scared of them losing against FUT. I mean, FUT were just not in a position to battle them, really. Like, FUT had just so much shit to fix on their own stuff that, yeah. Whereas 100 Thieves had time to, like, make adaptations to the nerfs that came in for Viper. Come up with new stuff, fix old stuff, and also to watch their opponents play. Because you've got the top seeds being able to choose their opponent, I think it puts a little bit more onus onto the teams watching through Swiss stage themselves, you know? I mean, they're nice keyboards, actually.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Like, having teams be able to choose their opponent is just so good for a lot of different reasons. But I think the main one is that the top seeds actually get like an advantage to an extent of like who they want to choose. It's a little bit random too. But like at this point, because it was 2 days ago now that they got to choose their opponent. So like Fnatic looking at it this way. Also, why is it that like these are the top teams on this side? Oh, yeah. That might also be 100 Thieves just giving people a quick game so Americans can go to bed now. They don't need to sit around and wait for more. But yeah, it's one of those things that like if the top seed end up losing in these first games, despite being able to like choose an opponent, you gotta wonder what the hell's going on. Yeah, Fnatic they didn't get an advantage from it, but I wouldn't say that they got a disadvantage from it either. Maybe they did because they went last, so everybody else could pick who they wanted. Because nobody wanted to play up against GENG, naturally. But I am also very shocked that the EDG didn't... I guess they didn't want to pick FUT because FUT are quite a disruptive team. So they picked Heretics just as a... I just felt that stylistically matched up to them pretty well. Could backfire massively. Man, this music is going hard. (2-0) for this game? I don't think so.
Welcome back to day 6 of Masters Shanghai. Now the Swiss stage is over and we're officially...
Ooh, look at all the food.
And I want to eat all of that. In any case, so I'm Golden Boy alongside Mimi and Kukuka for our second match of this doubleheader.
If Leo got kill, they win.
A banger here. It's going to be really exciting. We got, of course, GENG going up against Fnatic. And you know what? In fact, folks, this isn't just a banger. This is a certified banger. That's right. We have a graphic, too. Play the graphic. Yes.
Yeah.
There it is. Do I have a horn? I think I have a horn somewhere. We probably left it in the America stage.
You can use the buzzer.
Oh, here, the buzzer's too far, and I'm too unathletic to grab it. In any case,
Crazed man won't even reach for a buzzer to make this joke.
It's not even, I can't, like, if I reach right, okay, here we go. Certified banger. But then that's just a buzzer sound. I don't know.
Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer. No, but this legitimately should be the strongest match of the opening stage here in playoffs. Both these teams
agreed.
Pretty evenly matched. GENG looked good with that 2-0 run to get their way through into the playoff stage. And Fnatic having this massive resurgence right at the end of EMEA.
And people are very excited, right? Because the last time we saw Fnatic at a global event, it was like almost 300 days ago. Like it's a very, very long time. And if we take a look at the trip that they had during the first stage in EMEA, it wasn't the most solid one, but if you look at it, they almost win against Navi and they lost to the other two teams being here. But I think that the most important bit is how much they grew from that first match against Team Heritage onto the end of it. They barely made it to playoffs, but then what a playoffs they had.
I think they've had a lot of awakenings this year. They come into kickoff, they're playing a lot of the same comp, similar ideas to what got them through last year. And the competition really stepped up.
Wait, sorry, I'm just catching up on some of the
coming to this next
this was only from yesterday.
At the end of this stage, when it really mattered to make Shanghai, they absolutely stepped up. In particular, the individual players having great moments. I think Alpha and Leo starting to light the world on fire towards the end of playoffs, and also reinventing a lot of their game.
I want to make changes.
Locking in the Yoru on a bunch of different maps, and really kind of redefining who Fnatic is.
Bianc to Trace, flex into BLG, why are you to Tyloo?
Was the preparation. Like they knew exactly. They had learned so much about the teams and so much about how they wanted to do things against them that actually map after map, they had a very good read.
Bianc to Trace, so you'd move Kai to just Sentinel full time?
2-0 down in maps, be on that third map, be on a 7-2.
So you're the main initiator, unless you have put Kai on Sentinel full time, and then you have Feng playing duelist overall.
I'm just gonna play.
No
and
comms.
then he played.
It was ridiculous. I mean, this Fnatic team, I think the playoffs run was the real reminder.
Tyler's AAK, HFMI, Ice King, why you Aaron?
He's incredible. And when the game planning was finally back to match.
Love how China are just recycling the same few players. That's true.
We're still on the same point. Yes, Fnatic was a lot last year, but where are they this year? They need to prove that globally. Yes, we still praise them because of what they've done in the past. Do they have what it takes to still do it in 2024?
Well, I'm really glad you asked that because I had an opportunity to catch down with Boaster and Chronicle to talk about the team struggles in 2024 and how they feel heading into the playoffs. Let's take a look. Hey, what's going on, everyone? GB here, alongside with Boaster and Chronicle. We're gonna, catch up. It's been a while since we've had an opportunity to chat. First things first, though, after you guys did not qualify for Madrid, I'm very curious how the team, I guess, atmosphere kind of evolved since then, because it does feel like you guys have grown substantially since, not making the first Masters.
Yeah, I'll let you answer first.
Oh, thank you, so kind. Yeah, I think we were a bit slow off the gate at the start of the year. And then slowly through repetition and playing games, we are coming to our...
Sion's back at JDG. Martin might go to ZYG. What's ZYG? Wolf signs FUT and is replacing Coldfish. Good change. AK and Coldfish to the same teams.
As well.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've
Tyloo Academy roster.
And obviously playing once a week as well helps.
Only Aaron and HFMI are left on Tyloo. Jesus.
We found the right kind of mixture of scrims and how we should behave and stuff, and I think it's working out pretty well.
Well, I mean, for you, when you and Leo were coming in, it was a very big deal. It was like super team. And now, you kind of got a little dose of humility almost, It
was Paper X 100 fees, EDG, and then Fnatic that got given the last one. Yeah, I know the order. Wait, what? Oh, they're putting them on other sides of the bracket. I see. Yeah, I was going to say, EDG not picking up FUT would have been weird.
I always have a need to be better almost every day. So for me, it wasn't that nervous, that stressful about being the best or that I have to be the best.
Yeah.
But it was clear that, for example, when we were not qualifying to Madrid, something was wrong. Something was wrong with transferring all the stuff, for example, what we practiced on officials. Yeah. Maybe because of stress, maybe because we weren't prepared well against everyone, or compared to everyone. But I think overall the way how we were looking to the game, how we were preparing it was kind of wrong.
Yeah.
And we tried to fix it, obviously, while we were playing stage 1.
Yeah, no, for sure. Now you guys are coming into this in an interesting position because, I mean, you're still freaking Fnatic, right? So one of the greatest teams to ever play the game. But I think a lot of people are underestimating Fnatic in this event. Do you prefer this?
Well, from what I gather from the other teams, they don't seem to be underestimating us. It's just the general audience and the fans and stuff. Yeah. So I actually, I don't really mind. I just know that for some reason, whenever anyone gets in an interview, they always want to say, we want to play Fnatic, or we don't want to play Fnatic. And so it's just we're carrying the reputation from last year into this year, which is good and bad. It was bad at the start, but I think now we're slowly becoming accustomed to it. Yeah. And we understand kind of what we need to do in order to make sure we're strong and feeling in the mood for a good game.
Yeah. Do you think this is the return?
It's hard to say. I can't say anything, but I do think we're looking pretty good.
If there's one thing I know about you guys, more than likely that is true. Hey, appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for your time. Back to you. Just want to say that guy is really attractive. But in any case, though.
The interviewer.
What can I say? Me, the interviewer. About me, the bald guy. Come on, man, just let me live. Now...
I was reinforcing the joke.
All right, well, look, guys, let's go ahead, though, and talk about an interesting kind of narrative that, side narrative that was spun up. We actually saw it on Twitter. There was exchange of jerseys as well. Elma Putty actually used to be on this team, on this GENG team, and now
true.
up against his buddies, which I think is going to be a little bit of a rough one there.
How real of a narrative is this, Bea?
How real of a narrative?
You're the arbiter of realness.
Does he want to get revenge?
I think people, it's like a funny.
Oh, he's got HyperX in ears.
In a dark way, right? Because yes, he was.
I recognize those because I have them. Actually, they're really nice, like in-ear earphones.
Partnership started. He was
Fade KO.
They didn't make an international event. They didn't make a global. And then
Is it Lotus?
Mid-team in Pacific.
Right. And yeah, but then he moves on to Fnatic. And then Fnatic misses.
They have a Lotus or Bind.
We know how the internet is. We know how the internet is. And they're very, very quick. Exactly. Pointing our fingers. Because then GENG is like, I'm a 3 and everybody's
and
like,
then they get second place
so
in
good.
Madrid.
Exactly. So it only
reinforced the narrative.
For Alma it's only gotten worse, like in the public eye like that. No, but I think that especially the resurgence that Fnatic has had, and with everything and every other team.
Everybody's locked in their agents and stuff, and then they're good to go. I need to run out, so let me do that. And I'll also.
I mean, it is there.
What time is it? It's 11:15. I mean, first game was so quick.
I want to beat these guys.
But yeah, I'm gonna BRB whilst we're running ads, and I'll go make a cup of tea, and then I'll be back very shortly for the second series. So BRB.
Quite well. It's actually GENG's Meteor.
I'm now joined by Meteor from GENG ahead of their match. Now, this is going to be the first time you play against Fnatic, and they have your ex-coach, Elmer Putty, as well. So what do you make of Fnatic as a team under Elmer Putty?
They are a good team, but we are better.
I love that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
They are the best.
That's it. That's all you need, right? Enough said. Love to see it.
I love the little plushie he has, by the way.
True.
Is it a tiger?
I love the hat. Have you seen the hat?
Yeah.
Jen was wearing the hat the other day.
the hat is lovely.
I do want
I have my GENG clips for the hair.
Yeah.
But I'm legitimately a shill for this team.
For the hair as well?
Yeah.
I've been off the Pacific Goop this tournament, but this is the team, besides PaperX, that makes me believe. The runner-up at Madrid, they come back here, and again, are the runner-up in Pacific. But I think that this squad shows so much potential. We've seen players step back up to the level they were showing early on. Guys like Caron and Meteor are having a return to form here in Shanghai. And in the group stage, they beat two teams that were, in my opinion, were the two strongest teams that didn't end up making it into the playoffs, being, of course, FPX and also, what's the other team they played? Leviathan. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, you were pointing. I heard you were pointing at me.
But you're a rememberer.
Next time you should point at me. You know?
Yeah, I was spaced out because I was thinking of some of the plays, and I wanted to talk about texture. I think that he had a great impact. I feel like sometimes in this event it comes down to the duelists a lot and how they can evolve and how the rest of the team can set them up. And I was actually very surprised that he could keep up that performance. To me, he was one of the questions coming into this tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of these players, like what they've been bringing to the table and the growth that they've seen, and it has been really impressive. Even when you talk about something like, like Caron, for example, is another great example of a player that has really found himself first year playing here and has shown so much prowess in the server time and time again, has been a core part of this GENG lineup.
Yeah, the guy is he's so level-headed, even for such an inexperienced player coming up to his first kind of global event at the beginning of this year, now running it back here in Shanghai. And he's just been so consistently clutch. When teams are hitting his site, I think the thing he's best at is finding the little gap in the execute, where to push forward, finding his moment and absolutely actioning on that, getting 2-3 kills pretty much every time. I mean, Karen's just been incredible.
Yeah, exactly. He moves around his utility so perfectly well. Like, he understands what the team needs. I think that this is the kind of player that, even though he's very new, I don't see the need, I don't see him being micromanaged. Right? That's what I mean. Like, you think that this is the kind of players that would be scared to make plays like this one or take some of the risks that he takes, but he doesn't. And he's always on point. You're not going to see him shake.
He reminds me a lot of like the godfather of Korean controllers, of course, Mako, who was always, we were making these
That's
same
a very good
points.
comparison.
Yeah, we were making the same points about this guy, great at navigating around the site, super clutch,
reliable
super consistent. And I mean, Caron's just doing the exact same thing. This guy is really pivotal when GENG goes on runs like this one. And pulling out a little bit more, I think something that's kind of cool about this matchup is that GENG reminds me a lot of what Fnatic was last year, right? They don't run crazy comps, they run really simple ideas, but they execute it execute on it incredibly well. They have great synergy when they go for aggro pieces in the mid-round. It's really level-headed, really measured, and they just have insane individuals that you're never doubting to win a clutch. I think Fnatic has moved past that style a little bit. So now I think GENG is actually kind of the epitome of that, which is cool now to see them matching up.
But do you think that Fnatic is a bit jealous that GENG has achieved what they hadn't been able to achieve this year? You know, like keeping that style, making it work, evolving it. Like, do you think that is Fnatic here? Do they have an advantage or not? Because do they know very well how this should be played, or has GENG gone further away?
I think what's cool about the style that they play and that Fnatic played last year is that it's a lot less reliant on like specific preset ideas and a lot more so on just like the really high level of synergy, the fantastic fundamentals, and how good they are at adapting on the fly. I think it's a really kind of, it's hard to like actually break down how they play because so much of it is just, it feels like natural when you watch
What
them.
I like that they do is that whatever they do it together at all times.
Yes.
GENG. It's like they have like a great like a hive mind.
The synergy,
if you will.
is
The synergy is unreal, and I think that is always going to be the thing that will take you over the edge. It's why they got to the the finals of Masters Madrid, and even though they fell short of a white hot Sentinels at that event, you still saw like these flashes of just brilliance in that final, even when they were dealing with a very strong Sentinels lineup.
But they're still able to keep that form. I just say, like a part of me wants a team that is going to be very disruptive of that, because even when they lose, you know that it wasn't, they've not been defeated, right? Like they're lost, but it's like, sometimes this happens, or this team played very, very well, but you cannot look back at them and say, you did a bad job.
As a resident EMEA head, I want to ask you about what you think of Fnatic's current style, because watching them, they're playing a lot of new comps that previously when they'd always change to a new comp, it looks very thoroughly cooked up. It looks very thorough, like every little thing has been thought about. When I'm watching this new Fnatic, they're playing a lot of comps that feel like it's kind of built around one idea, and they're relying a lot more on like individual moments and like micro plays to be good. And when we looked at that poll, 66% of people were still voting for Fnatic.
Fun fact, it started very strong for GENG, and then the Fnatic fans came out full swing.
But do you think that style is good enough for Fnatic to like return to being a top team like they were last year?
Yes, I do think that the preparation
Hello,
for
I'm back.
the playoffs was better, and some of the mistakes that they were making during the stage, it came down to things as simple as someone using a passive utility and nobody following up. In high pressure games, we see that a lot because it happens. It's those unforced mistakes that actually take you to the loss. But it was more of like a recurrent matter. It looked very weird that a team like Fnatic that has been together for such a long time can have those kind of mistakes or miscommunications at times. You just
I'm actually going to use this as a chance to
they lost their own identity. They had all of this.
Look at this, because I'm casting this later.
Like who do we want to be? Do we want to change for every single team, or are we going to be the Fnatic that is
Reckon beat, they lost to Apex, they beat Metasport,
we want to play against Fnatic.
1 to 10. Old Fnatic being 10.
I did see.
Where is this Fnatic right now?
This one, 7.5.
Okay.
7.3.
Okay, where would you rate GENG then in that regard?
I feel like GENG's
And then for OnlyFins, I didn't see this. Wait, did I?
I can't doubt her.
8.2, 8.3, maybe 8.2.5.
I mean, we can even go up to a 2.5.
That's the good thing about 1 to 10, you know?
Hey, that's why the 1 to 10 system's flawed, and 1 to 5 is the goated way to go. Okay?
Yeah, I didn't see this one. What were the games that I missed? So I casted this, casted this, casted these, casted this. I watched this. And yeah, it's just NXT Sweet and Sour, FMG, OnlyFins. So I definitely missed this one. I need to go give that a quick rewatch. Why does everybody say Polaris is so weak? Because besides Apex, I've never watched before. Mostly, well, Apex have not dropped a map at all this year. So it's not really been like that competitive. But I wouldn't say it's like weak. It's just when Apex are destroying everybody, it sort of makes the whole thing feel a bit irrelevant. You know? Especially with there being so much of a focus of like the top team goes through hold on, there's an ad, sorry. Not ad, but just so let me just get rid of that crap. Trying to think. with there being so much of a focus on like the top team making it to Ascension and then one team from Ascension making it into the league next year, it just feels like a one-horse race. Like second place and like play-ins and stuff could be interesting with the teams that are there, but most, if not all of them, are like unsigned teams. And the other orgs that are in Polaris are just not big. They're just like Formulation Metasport. I don't even know if Requiem is an org or not.
The matchup that I think everyone had an inclination we were probably going to end up seeing after the pick'ems came
Yeah,
out.
so Lotus and then Bind. Good to see a bit more Bind. That's good.
Two fantastic squads needed to bring their A game here to open.
I'm happy to be not seeing Split or maybe Breeze. Like ever since they sort of announced that those two maps are going out the pool, like I don't want to play them. I'm not interested in them. Why is it even called Polaris? Polaris is the North Star. So, you know, Northern Europe, like you have the Aurora Borealis and stuff like that.
Taken a lot of Fnatic's initial ideas there and kind of become like the Fnatic.
Yeah, Polaris is the North Star, which I guess is the most like viewable and present in the north of Europe, I guess.
The new kids face off against the Masters on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And then moving on to Bind, a map that historically was so good for Fnatic.
That's just his name.
Also kind of funny, you know how in the end...
It wouldn't surprise me if the name gets changed in the future because it's catchy and it's easy to, like, people know what Polaris is. But there's people that are also, like, thinking that Polaris is the Polish league. Or the name is just synonymous with all of the shit that's had in the past.
If we go 3 maps to bring
But it's like just challenges North.
I think that they're Yoru, Aster Comp in there. I think they're the best team in the map right now.
Yeah, scary if it gets to that point, right? Because you're also, you know, you're coming into this one, Fnatic. You're the #1 seed out of the EMEA region, winning out the region, and then you get to that map 3 against GENG, which of course is no slouch whatsoever in any stretch of the imagination. But it is going to put a lot of pressure on this roster. Who was?
I thought Mini was there, but I guess not.
Themselves a bit more, right?
Yeah, exactly. We saw Emma there with all the notes, and they have to be prepared for today, especially after how taxing that final was, how long even the players, because I believe they played every single day of playoffs, something like that. It was crazy, and especially after the season that they had, they needed.
Oh yeah, the China and client there too.
This
Fuck, I'm just getting inundated with spam calls at the moment. I've had 2 this morning already.
About kind of warming up into a tournament. This will be their first match in a little.
It's only one coach because of the setup. No, because GENG have buffed their coaches there.
You predicted that there's a chance that Fnatic could do Tokyo again. For those that don't remember, they had the same thing.
Oh, I guess I saw it wrong for GENG. I thought I saw a KO, but I guess the KO was the omen.
That was the cleanest run you could possibly ask for. Here goes your agent select for Lotus, and we see no real changes, no real
Fnatic comp versus Fnatic comp.
That's it.
I'm really looking forward to the Leo Lakia. Like, I think that Lakia has been like an unsung hero for the side of GENG. He has been super prolific in some of the maps.
Could also be. I wonder how legal this is. Oh no, he's there. He's there. He's here. He just walked in. I was gonna say, like, if the assistant coach can watch just a game normally,
2024 was not his year.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen.
I think I'd prefer that, really.
Ourselves a certified banger.
Like in the breaks, just having the assistant coach come in and be like, yeah, they're playing the same, they're playing normally.
And Baby Bay, it's a real science, I tell you.
It's Dr. Doug and Dr. Baby Bay to you. Dr. Ridiculous. Oh no, yeah, that worked. That worked. It was almost too easy. It was almost too easy.
It's gonna be a banger.
GB,
Yeah.
It is going to be a banger. We've got Fnatic on the international stage here.
Really is a good sort of litmus test of where both these teams are.
Going up against a team that
On Lotus, for one. Doug just answered you. I mean, everybody sort of said it at the same time, yeah. Certified banger.
And they're full momentum ahead. I mean, the way that they went through the gauntlet.
Let me have a sip of my tea.
And play Fnatic in this playoff is, I mean, it was insane. And a big part of that was
I've also not been drinking as much tea as I'd like to. That's where I realized that my life is going wrong.
He's had 20 plus every single time, even in their loss against FPX.
He's been nuts. He's been consistently nuts. And it also helps that the team GENG is just very good at the map in general, right? Like when you win a lot.
Oh my god, same.
Good. And you
I have some really expensive Mountain Taiwan tea sitting in my cupboard. Jesus. I mean, I just have like chai.
Texture and they say, oh, Jet one trick, this and that.
Like Chai just feels like the best at getting, you know, like a boost of energy because it's tea, it's caffeinated, but you also don't get that like grogginess feeling of like English tea.
I think you almost had one in this
Where sometimes like, because I have like a big cup as well, so I drink a lot of tea. So sometimes English breakfast like just feels a little bit heavy and a bit groggy.
Not too used to. I think
because I don't drink coffee, thankfully.
On the defensive side, I think
because I think drinking coffee would just be too much.
So
they
will be able to set the pace though.
And also because the taste of chai is quite strong, like you can't really like just down it.
And I'm looking at Alpha here.
Yeah, Alpha
So you just get like nice sips that feel very tasty. All right.
Eyes obviously are drawn towards Durka as well. How do
I wonder what the setup's going to be like because it's the like first time we've seen Fnatic play their comp on this map with the Viper nerfs, and they get obliterated because they're just holding a high low behind the smoke.
And I like the idea, you know, they were trying to catch him in that transition, but GenG's trading has been so good this year. They've just been...
When did they throw the poison cloud in though?
And we're gonna go into this retake. I mean,
Hello, Mersey.
Much Fnatic can do this infinite utility still from the side of GenG. I mean, they didn't really have to use much because everyone just dropped like flies in that fight.
All they had to use were the bullets they had. And it's, I mean, against...
I was talking to a coach yesterday, Autumn, who was like, he's like, I'm coming around to the idea that you could put your IGL on Sentinel, and I'm like, no, oh my god, don't start.
Towards that fade ultimate as well. Meteor.
But he made a good point of like, it depends on how the rest of the team communicates, because he was like, I mean, I could say who it was. I was talking to Papa Smurf yesterday, because he's like retired from coaching teams. He's doing like Metafy stuff. And I was talking to him like a couple of months ago because he was streaming and saying that he was quitting coaching, and I was like, oh, that's a shame. I really liked you on Rebels. I really liked the RNG team that you had. And he was like, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell and give you everything. But back then I was like, well, I'm not really coaching. I just want to know more about the China scene. And then recently I was like, actually, yeah, can you just tell me everything, like what you think? And then I had like all of my old notes and conversations from other coaches and just put it all together.
I mean, this has been GenG's
But I think his point was more like, you know, you can have your IGL here, the rest of the team has to be like vocal on what they're doing.
to take over these games.
There's a lot to be said about it.
It's not even like, it's not so much the Sentinel. I think it's more
underappreciated too.
the controller. Like on a map like Ascent, you do have your Killjoy on one side of the map default, but you also have your Omen on the other one.
And that's going to dissuade them now.
Whereas I think I'm a little bit more like, I like the IGL. Jesus.
Leo was not, Durka was able
So many people there. I'm more of the mindset of like, I like my IGL like involved in around so they know exactly what's going on. But you have to have good game sense communicative players on like Omen and Killjoy. Like the two like defaultly antenna agents, I guess you could call it. Or satellite agents. Because they're like orbiting around what's going on. Nice. Okay, Fnatic. Anything could work in theory. True.
And you pointed him out. He needs to be the one that's countering Texture in these moments. And he
I think the biggest one that I'm against is
pop shots there.
duelist IGLs.
The viewers didn't really get to see it, but you know, he had some things to say with that Phantom that he picked up off of Texture's body. And already Fnatic are understanding how
What is that noise? They started doing it for the like Rifties.
contact plays a lot of 4-1s.
I saw IGLs play more as active freeze initiators, so they're actually in the action and call off that, yeah. Because the biggest thing that happens is you have like your IGL over here, and then the rest of the team go for an execute and you all die, and the IGL's like, what happened?
All out of their seats. Durka, or excuse me, Boaster.
Which depend like
in there, he hit.
It's a bad question to ask because it could feel rather pointed. Like even if it is just a genuine like, hey, like what happened on A? Like what happened with the execute? When you're part of this rabble and you all die, and then you have somebody go, wait, what went wrong? It just comes across as a very like, how did you fuck it up kind of thing. Whereas the IGL, because you were there, you know what went wrong. You don't need to talk about what went wrong. You could just be like, all right, next time instead, let's do this. Or sometimes the right idea just doesn't work. And some IGLs will just be very keen on like, let's just try it again. Christ. I mean, they're coming down to like crazy clutches. That doesn't quite work on defense.
Put a rifle in hand. He's trying to get high ground. No fight given.
If he plants, he will get that Fade ultimate online.
Yeah, but does he have enough space? I mean...
Yeah, I think defense is like the whole like protocols thing.
The bullets don't connect. He has the info.
Oh, he's got it down to 1, and there's that ult online. Paranoia traded for it. Boaster going forward.
And he can full sprint as well. Oh no. Oh my god. Way too close.
And Leo, he's been looking so great, especially in that playoff.
I feel like Initiator Controller would be what I prefer to have an IGL on. Yeah, I think Controller's the easiest. But I always respect like Initiator IGLs. Because you tend to have to play... Like on most maps, you're playing Omen. Or Viper if it's Icebox or Breeze. But you don't need to worry about Breeze at least. So, you know, you could just ban out Icebox as a map and then just play Omen/Brimstone on all of the other maps.
3 rounds. Amazing. GENG.
Leo for at the end. Yeah, maybe just a slight overheat. You know that there's one in secret, but that's fine. On front in a little bit later.
Control of C and open that door, and they're able to rotate through here to potentially meet GENG face to face. But here comes the showstopper out of Texture. He hears the footsteps.
Chronicle has just managed to run all the way around and then just runs back and deletes him. Jesus Christ.
Going the way of Fnatic when it shouldn't have been. Not only did GENG have full guns, they had Texture's ult too.
Just wait around for GENG. I was thinking like Leo's Haunt that he threw. Like, you know that there's a few people there and it gets broken. Doesn't really tell you anything that you don't already know.
Knowing that he's 5 HP.
Now he's got the rocket in his back pocket.
Yeah.
A little bit whiffy.
From Chronicle there. That was so clean. Not able to sidestep Karam, but more to go.
Okay, Karen. I mean, if there's one guy that's going to do something outrageous, it's him.
Nothing is sound.
Chronicle avoiding our showstopper was incredible. He really just did the wraparound. Another thrifty. I really don't like that jingle. I think it just feels so like out of place.
They managed to convert.
And in all that chaos with the showstopper, Durka got 2 picks for free. I think we're going to see it right here. Oh, the Omen flash is what set him up. Oh, poor Lakia. What a shot from Durka there. And Durka,
ridiculous.
Here, I mean, he's had a really rough start. I have to say it. I mean, I was watching a lot of EMEA Valorant.
The rate would win.
It didn't seem like he was hitting that same stride that he had.
To be fair, so would Karen.
He's back on the main stage, and he's here, and he's showing up, and he's ready to play.
Right, fighting aggressively for here.
The desk was talking about how tumultuous of a year Fnatic have had.
Yeah.
How it seems like there was a possibility they don't make playoffs. They barely squeak
I think Lotus is the easiest map to, like, I guess, read when you have teams running the same comp like this.
That was nothing short.
But it's like it's about making a right decision.
To do the same here.
A lot of bait and pulls.
2 days?
Yeah.
That's just ridiculous.
Experience can be the best teacher. Munchkin's gonna learn today, potentially. He does.
Yeah, Fnatic is still like trying to like sort of try to get the right timings. They like the Prowler this. They had 2 people here. They all go down because it's against an eco. But it's still like you kind of had the execute happening whilst you still had 2 people towards B prowlering this.
As a barrage of bullets surround him and destroy him. A flawless round for Fnatic as they take.
They have a slightly different one at Madrid when they were teasing Clove, and it definitely wasn't as harsh of a noise. I think it was about the same, but I don't remember.
Understanding that he can
I just sort of think that you think of like the little ace jingle that you get when you get an ace.
I mean, they didn't have to worry about the gun for Munchkin.
And how simple and clean it is. Like, it's not in your face.
Full light armor on the side of GENG. You got Munchkin close to his ult.
I just, yeah, turn the audio down on it a little bit.
There's a lot on the side of Fnatic here, man. They have guns, they have full armor, they have a lot of ults online and more on the way. And they've got the open architecture as well.
A rocket to follow up.
Oh yeah, so GENG are trying to put pressure here and then instantly go do stuff elsewhere. Oh, Leo.
A 4v2.
If Leo uses Phantom, I use Phantom now.
Map already. I mean, the last 3 matches he's played, he's had like 30 bombs back to back to back. He was a big reason why the reverse sweep happened.
He and Chronicle both.
Yeah, this is what I learned a lot about too. Like how much time that you wait before you do something.
Especially in a game like
All right, we fought B. They cut noise. About 10 to 12 seconds. Prowler. It's cleared. All right, there's probably nobody here.
Yeah, they didn't make these events. They didn't make Madrid, right? But honestly, Boaster's whole...
I mean, I think that's the thing that's been working for Fnatic so far, Avalanche, is just like the individuals are back. Like the aim is crazy and the decision making in like clutch moments is great.
So good on attacking sides. That's where he thrives. On the entries, getting 4Ks.
His flu game for EMEA, yeah.
But you're right.
It's crazy how well he was able to play when he wasn't feeling it.
No concerns about the fact that they haven't played through group stages. No concerns about the fact that they got GENG to kick off this tournament.
Exactly. A team that everybody was saying is the deadliest matchup you can get.
And the truth is, Dre, we've seen a couple of clips and instances already that would reinforce that idea that GENG are, of the teams that are coming through from the group stages, probably the scariest. But honestly, the firepower that's been brought to the stage by Durka, yes, by Leo, by Outfear, those 3 in particular have had some outrageous moments. It's also tough when GENG's MO has been build momentum at the very beginning, kind of roll them over. You lose the Thrifty in the 2nd round, and then you lose the 4th round, another way that you probably shouldn't have.
Yep.
He wasn't feeling it or able to call anything, so he was just able to like focus on his own game. Just imagine if Leviathan won against FUT. I mean, a lot of those games I still need to catch the VODs on.
The last 3 rounds have been...
Like, I haven't watched the FPX games all the way through.
Every single time.
They've stuffed them.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean, it's not fun playing 4v5 for, you know, the last 3 rounds you played on a map like Lotus.
Yeah, especially on a map like Lotus. You're right.
You're not able to manipulate rotations. You're not able to finesse.
Bro was playing like Vukashu, I mean, in terms of comms.
They could even just give a complete side play retake if they wanted to and have the
I mean, we won't really know for certain what DRG's comms are like, but I feel like...
Timeout, the first of 4. Should they all be used?
For DRG, at least...
And I think a good game
plan. I reckon that the comms were bad to begin with. That sort of became like the general storyline. And then...
we saw get so much value.
As DRG got better, like, I imagine it comes to quite good, but it's almost like that old narrative sort of sticks with them.
Deposit somebody at C mound, go contact.
But we just don't know. Realistically, we don't know.
Contact the 4-1 playstyle, and in high pressure situations, it can be so just annoying to play against because you have to be dialed in on your crosshair.
But instead.
I like the haunt instead of like using and wasting the C's.
Spot by Boaster here. Gives up a little bit of that space. Meanwhile, Meteor goes.
At least I speak a little French.
And it is Durka who would be waiting on the other side.
Yeah, but also like a good amount of like French people would speak English as well.
The western side of the map right now.
Yeah.
This is really difficult. This is the weak spot. If they were to hit,
And then Boaster just sprays and still gets him. It's crazy.
On the texture of all people.
Yeah, he hasn't really had that clean start that he normally does.
It's interesting. It's the 2nd time now that we've seen Munchkin have the hero rifle.
Haunt just used to clear this corner.
He does have that ultimate online, Doug. So if they can actually swarm the C site, or maybe bait out that utility and transition to B, they could steal this one away from Fnatic.
Paranoia used as soon as they tried to open the door, but it's a fake from GENG.
I think there's so much.
But you still have like B main control, so if they do go this way, you're gonna Prowler, you see nothing. He's rotating straight away. It might have even been better for him to stay here because you could just open the door and fight them. But Nightfall is just gonna be used. Leo goes down.
Leo will fall. No more pit. Munchkin is traded. The spam not connecting.
Oh my god. Yeah, weird fight from Alpha. And the Omen is planting on A.
All this is happening, Doug. The bomb is being planted at A. It's going to be a head-to-head with the Omen players right here.
A perfect pump fake. Rotation through.
And they're just checking here. Like, one holding, others pushing. You don't want to be retaking all through this position, and they're going to try and go tree. They have to all kind of go together. That's crazy.
A 1v2 now. Durka with so much on his shoulders. And again, time is the main factor here. He does not have the luxury of being patient with this, of being selective with his approach. He's got to take the fight to their doorstep.
Yeah, he's just got to leave.
Will be the difference maker.
Crazy round from GENG, especially Karon. Let me get rid of this.
That was insane. The back-to-back share of headshots. And I mean, Fnatic, they really fumbled their advantage in this round.
The poor guy was just full on sobbing. Yeah, Christ.
Viper's pit, the rifle wasn't there, but then this happens to you? And Lakia, the whole time, he didn't need to show it all. Oh my gosh. That was
I think they were so scared of the eco that...
From the side of Fnatic, even just those peaks, the spacing, it wasn't quite...
I think holding this is fine. Wait for these guys to go here and then just having that player like hold CT and have two push there. Might have been better, but I mean, time.
Very true. The Odin is online again.
Right, fast playing. You've moved the... This must have been Fnatic's reaction after the timeout.
Oh man, this is that...
They sort of play normally and then... Right after next, whether it's because you had the Viper's Pit or not, like switch out the setups. And you also have the operator too, so Fnatic using GENG's on timeout nicely against them by like changing your setup, using good ultimates, and like bringing the op into the fold. Yeah, defensive ult.
Oh, now counter lockdown used. Yeah, the cycling of utility, ult for ult. But GENG will...
And the Viper's Pit is still there, so they have to reset.
The Viper's Pit also invested.
And it got kept up the whole time. Yeah, that's a beautiful response from Alfier.
Yeah, really nice counter ult. And then you're pushing them into the op.
But then to also keep the pit preserved. And an op
they just missed.
Beginning of the round,
I mean, really well played from GENG to like play this corner well.
See the utility in full force as Durka has
Manages to get out. Don't know how. Viper's Pit here. Oh, and then Texture's peeking out the back of it is really nice. Because you just don't expect that somebody's going to be peeking a fight in there. They just want to plug this up as much as possible.
Finding a little bit more safety in the pit. They don't really have much more to get through.
So you're trying to do two pushing here, two pushing here. Paranoia is across. Actually, very nicely done thus far.
Falling down with 30 HP to try to hold him back, cannot land the shots. And now it's a weapon traded. Munchkin left in 1v2, one spotted.
Ooh, nice alpha. Time? Yeah, it's fine. Actually, a sick retake from Fnatic.
Wow.
Like, that's something that you can't really, like, just
stole this one away.
Plan for. They just had to sort of do it on the fly. And there was a couple of fights that Boaster took where he's fighting in positions that he can't be traded on, but you just kind of have to take those fights. Yeah.
Spam in the beginning and then he just takes the step in.
But having to like clear through the Viper's Pit slowly is great.
Yeah. Right, like if Alfier doesn't ult there, they can flush them out of the pit and they probably end A.
Yeah. 100%. Get the Viper's
like around where we see both lockdowns and Viper's Pits used.
And Texture, I mean,
really well done from Fnatic.
Caught Leo in that transition. I thought
now you're doing a different setup. You're sort of putting some pressure at least towards A. Like, you know, we got the Haunt here. We got Omen watching it.
This awkward buy. I feel like I've seen more rounds than not that look like this.
Yeah, they forced up a rifle almost.
And then the op is over here, but you still have, like, you can move the op around because you still have the Killjoy utility on C.
Allows you to do so.
Right. It's also interesting to note who's wielding it this time. Texture, 2 away from his ult.
I guess they're like, because the fade was seen here, that we can like take this space and pressure it a bit more because there's no Prowler that can clear us.
Already GENG looking forward, you know, trying to build up the ultimate economy.
And because they're on op,
have a lot to work with.
the op could have been here.
They're playing this so slow.
As quickly as you say it, Boaster falls. Oh, but Chronicle's tucked and he has no idea that there.
Oh,
but it doesn't
very messy.
It doesn't have to be clean.
Yeah.
Hell of a fight for Alpha to take. You just don't expect him to re-peak, but to be down here is really nice. Paranoia missed. Didn't matter. Put him on an angle where he couldn't leave.
been filthy this map so far.
Nanoswarm, and he's going to try and peek it anyway.
Nice set of HP.
And he doesn't care. Doesn't care. It's definitely a little bit scrappy, but I think the thing that's working is a lot of like Fnatic's decision making makes sense.
In favor of Gen G, that could be a way in to this game, because right now it feels like Fnatic are in the driver's seat. They're manipulating the rotations. They have
I was trying to sort out his settings.
with an op for the last couple of rounds, maintaining all that space, painting a better picture for Boaster to manipulate.
Like, you know, like Omen dying here against an eco is rough, but you have somebody playing Rubble to like trade them. And even here, when you have Leo going for the Nanoswarm and he like goes for a fight, you still have people that are like pushing and flanking behind anyway. So even if he dies, there should be a trade in. So at least mostly when Fnatic are doing some risky things, there's a trade there potentially. Like here, like, you know, if Durka dies with the up there, you still have Alpha there to support. And actually, nice play.
I thought for a moment Texture was going to have a time.
Boombot to check this so it doesn't actually doesn't get caught out. But then Chronicle dying here. You've lost 2 players towards A.
But he falls. Leo filling in on the space behind it. The wall's the only thing that's keeping him back. He hears the cross. He hears the footsteps. They're trampling forward. But Boaster has stayed. Is he aware? Too many targets to choose.
Leo's just found in perfect timing. Opening the door. Everybody coming from the same direction. Nightfall used. Leo just destroys him anyway. All 3 are hit. So is there any reaction here? You clear 1. You know that the fade's there too. Don't know. Weird round from Gen G.
Forced to play the hero. Forced to be the savior for Gen G in this round. In this half.
Ooh.
Almost lands a second.
Close. Alpha's been doing good. 12 and 6. But yeah, like you use your Nightfall, it gets free, and you still just have 1 player here and then 1 player like tucked behind here. Like you've planted on this corner, so you can have somebody here, and then maybe you could put somebody like on this angle.
I mean, this kill. Well, not this one, but after these kills from Munchkin, when Karen is stuck on an island, all the noise made from the flank, that timing for Leo to just flank around Karen there.
Like the fact that Gen G like used the ult here, they connect onto all of the remaining defenders that are retaking from behind you, and you just have 1 player still fighting this away from his teammate is not. I don't like that. But I also think Fnatic made that a little bit easier with just dying in these positions.
A little bit of noise was made off of that early TPA to suggest that that's where they were headed, but
It's just a decision. If they're behind us, we need to like flip the spawns. Can we do that based on our plan? Not really. I almost feel like Durka was trying to bait the showstopper there. Clean. Very clean.
What a beautifully set up.
You got Nightfall for this next round too.
As the bomb is going down, we see the show.
Alpha not wasting any time. I think there's a lot of killjoys that tend to just hold on to their shit for way too long. Alpha pretty much gets it online. It's like, right, I'm using it here. Why not?
Chaotic on the actual site. And Fnatic right now, I mean,
Even like Showstopper too.
holding for swings.
I don't even think they stop to think like, are they on an eco? Do we? They're just like, let's choose these ults.
They're ready for all these aggressive plays that Gen G have cooked
Because
up.
it's not like there's maybe Meteor can get a Killjoy ult here, but you got Viper's Pit for Munchkin, which is more valuable.
I've seen from Fnatic this year.
So nade is still the same. Haunt goes up on the top. It hits 1. Bit of a spray through from Karen. Did it do any damage? A little smidgen.
Fnatic have just rolled.
I mean, this would be good for Fnatic if they can get Gen G to use the Paranoia here.
Where did Gen G go?
I don't know. Maybe they just need to warm up into this series, because so far, I mean, not only are they getting outshot, but they're getting out macroed.
It gets 1. Gets 2. But you know that they're quite far back.
Really good heads up play from Munchkin to tap that door, fall back, not get punished.
Yeah, they open the door too, so they get good vision.
Only 1 prowler on the tether.
Like here, they're just waiting. Probably wait like 45 seconds.
To have to rotate. They know that there's
Or 46, well 48. Rotating, but then they hear a bit more noise, and then they can go back. Just that one smoke.
Yeah, he's from the side of GENG. What? How did he just hit that?
I don't know.
And now they have an inclination that they're going. Like, that smoke actually did keep them there for quite some time. But Omen, because he has ultimate, is able to TP and, like, just help. Slows all of this down. A Lambo goes off.
We'll stand strong once more.
Hell of a hold from Fnatic.
You've got pings on the mini-map.
And then that kill just flanking, just gets traded instantly. Good night, Kites.
This was one of the best defensive sides I've seen. I mean, they were 2 steps ahead. Forget 1 step ahead.
Like, nothing... This is the thing about, like, what makes Fnatic such a good team. Like, nothing that they did was, like, new. Nothing was, like, a set strategy. It was just getting the right information, knowing what information you need to react on, and what you do when you, like, see these things happen.
Fly zone on this map, man.
Fnatic are insane so far.
Like, GENG just can't, like, pull the rotations. Even then, like, he almost did.
Involved in it, and obviously that's what has led to this ridiculous 9-3 performance on Lotus. We're gonna throw it down.
And the best part is like, it was macro-wise amazing.
Coach Ryan, now we're not really used
Not
to
me.
Scoreline. Usually you guys are the 3 rounds down, so I wanted to ask you, why is it that you always have what it takes to make a comeback no matter how big the deficit is?
I mean, firstly, it's great to be here in China. Have an absolute wonderful time, but great question. I think the guys have been playing together for so long, so there's a lot of trust in the team, right? We really believe in each other, and we know that in these situations we've come back before, so we know we can do it again. And we keep it really simple. It's focusing on communication and regulation. So say what you see, keep things simple, and keep yourself regulated, stay calm under pressure. So lots of breaths, you know, lots of resets, and then focusing on what's next. And that's it, 1 round at a time, and that's how we're able to make these comebacks.
So it's basically Leo's bread and butter, right? Because he seems like that player.
Yeah, he doesn't really have too much to worry about.
And yeah, you can see in the team, when he's calm, everyone else is calm, and same with Boaster as well. When he's calling with confidence, everyone else follows, and we're nice and calm and controlled and able to execute and come back.
And very quickly, what kind of preparation have you been doing since you've been in Shanghai?
Well, I mean, we had a pretty stressful run into the finals, obviously with our final against Heretics, so we've just been trying to focus on recovery. We really wanted to focus on getting here, overcoming the jet lag, and then just getting into our routines again. So lots of physical activity, you know, good quality nutrition, and focus on rest and recovery, and good quality scrims. So that's been the key focus from a performance standpoint since getting here.
Well, the boys
Good quality
Thank you
scrims.
very much for your time, Ryan, and let's see if Fnatic can close out this map.
Thank you so much, Shinsu. It's always good to be able to hear from the brain trust that has put together this dynastic team with Fnatic. And yeah,
I mean, Ryan wasn't on the team last year. It was Yoan, wasn't it? He's at KC now.
Seriously. And I mean, that time off, the fact that they're able to be accustomed.
But say what you see is a great thing.
Heavily against a team like GENG, I think that's
Because you don't have much.
even from the pistol round. I mean, they
Because there's the thing about like hard information and soft information.
that's all prep. Yeah, it didn't go their way, but
Like if your Fade Haunt hits somebody and you see their outline and you can tell that it's like the enemy's raise, that's like hard information. But if you throw a Haunt and it gets broken, that's soft information. You know that somebody's there, but you don't know how many, you don't know who it is.
in a 4-1, now opting to make some noise.
So, I mean, especially on a map like this, the whole call of like, say what you see is
It looks like we're about to
really important, actually.
potentially, Doug.
Yeah, there's the aggress.
Because it doesn't feel like Fnatic are assuming anything.
GENG, they're second guessing themselves.
That's a different world to go and see.
I mean, they really have no idea what's happening around the map right now. GENG
I
have
wonder if this is just a pistol wall or if it's something different.
But I think they can hear Fnatic jump spotting there, and that's why they want to turn attention this way and take this fight. But Alphayear,
Just peeking wide out on the angle. And then at the same time, whilst that's happening, you got some people putting some pressure on A. If they can find space, they can go there. If they find resistance, they could go back. But there's 25 seconds left, so this is what they're dedicating to. It's a nice haunt. And then, yeah, you've just pulled so much that you can go B.
They've got to convert the round, though, and pistols.
Don't like this. I don't think this is a good position to fight for on attack or defense. It's like holes on Breeze. It just feels like a bit of a no man's land.
Hardest part. Chronicle will fall. Numbers the way of the defense.
Because now you've got 2 people peeking from this way, 1 from this way, 1 from this way. Like, the stack of players needs to do the thing first. Yeah, good retake from GENG.
You have everything set up, but pistols are just a different beast, man.
Yeah, I think instead of going and trying to take this, if, like, have the paranoia and try and go fight for that.
That's honestly what it came down to, because it made Fnatic have to try to take aggressive space. That's why you saw that paranoia.
But it's even just a small thing too, Avalanche, of instead of being like, oh, there's one A main, it's like Killjoy's A main. Because if you know that there's one outside B long, for example, on bind, if it's a Cypher, are you going to ask for a rotation?
5 rounds separating these two.
But if you peek it and you see 3, or like there's a Raze and the Gecko there, you're gonna ask for a rotation, right? But it also depends on where you get that information. If you see a Killjoy here, you don't need to ask for people to come help necessarily. If you see a Killjoy, you're trying to get information, and you see a Killjoy like here, doesn't matter if the Killjoy's alone or not, you probably need somebody to come help you, because you don't know if that's just 1 player or like that's 5.
Continue to play this map as best as they can.
The reason why GENG don't care about it that much now is because you've got good utility, you've got like a set play in mind, but also you've got gun advantage. So it is like, all right, we've got some pressure C, we're gonna wait like 6 to 8, 10, 12 seconds, then we're gonna prowler this, prowler find stuff.
It's small things like that that can like put doubt in the minds of GENG with that one molly being broken. Now that turret gets pulled.
Now everybody's going through here. You got 2 people across. Not great position for Lakia to be in. Right, where is GENG hoping to retake from?
And they got the spike down.
You still got 1 left here, and then you're going free CT, which is fine.
That's okay. They refresh the smoke. The nade.
Good nades. Tries to close the distance.
Leo and Dirk are not able to stand.
But they're low, Doug. Everyone is low right now for GENG.
I feel like they've been low the entire round.
All throughout this, you've just got Munchkin holding from stairs. Really nice retake. Literally, this one player didn't move. They just kept holding this and sort of let the players as a stack go and like clear sight and then wrap around.
Or just running through that.
Because I think so many teams would like have free go this way, and then the Viper on their own is like pushing around this side.
Get out or you die.
I just can't help but feel.
But then you lose control of this.
RNG. I mean, Dirk almost connected there with the right click. That's the prime position to have a classic. I mean, the right click's there. I mean, it could have easily just one-shotted him.
Yep. Yeah, 1000%.
And look, all that damage done. The buy from GENG, it's so scrappy. Everyone light armor. You only have 3 Guardians.
Alright, the full buy against the bonus. Prowler, early pressure from Fnatic. Not really what you expect them to do, right? Because you have the gun advantage and you're up against closer range guns, so going B is more risky. But taking B, being able to like open this to try and take control of like all of Mound. You got this wall that's putting up constant pressure. I guess this is just Fnatic of like, let's just try to do something everywhere.
Just putting the doubt in the minds of GENG.
And then time, there's the Prowler. Not too early, not too late.
In a couple of different places of denying utility in a couple of different places, but what they haven't gotten off of it so far is space.
But because you're only playing 1 initiator, like there's only so much information you can get here. It's just that initial fight of contact, and Tex just found 2 of them.
The thing that Fnatic missed in this round was space.
Oh my goodness, that paranoia was amazing from Karen.
Find you.
It's more like retaking this space. This was the one area of the map that you didn't have early round, and you have to retake. It just ended up being too costly.
It's still 3 rifles up on the side of the attack. And the mind game.
There's 20 seconds now. Hard to go A. Clearing this on B is going to be really tricky.
Munchkin here, they do have a chance. They have an opening.
Yeah.
They might just save.
But I think, yeah, they're going to save.
Yeah, there's nowhere for them to go.
They have to.
The rotations and adjustments from GENG are just too good.
Decider on this one. As GENG will get up to 6. Then I think worth mentioning as we start to cast our eyes towards the next round. is what the buy will look like. Financially, they're going to be set up super well.
Oh my god, they just get everybody. Tried to save 3 guns and they only kept 1.
Preserving. Fall apart.
2 of those guns, and this was that Omen flash, that paranoia that I was talking about. Durka was hit as well. He couldn't hear that Texture was behind him.
Really nice util.
And much like what GENG did poorly on their attacking side, I feel like Fnatic is taking a page out of their book. They didn't break.
This map has suddenly become defensive-sided for the first time in its history. It's crazy. I feel like most games recently for Lotus have been defensive-sided.
Make it even more convincing.
Yeah, you got the
That being said, GENG
Omen and the Killjoy here with a turret watching. Alarm bot out. You're on a low buy for Fnatic, so going B is good, but you got a Nanoswarm here. You had the Alarm bot. You had Snake Bite.
Holding a line though. It's just Buster and Althea that are left now. 1 rifle in the hands of the Sentinel. And they're going to get the space. Or they should, in theory, get the space to get the spike down.
Things slowing down. TP'd across the angle. Yeah, like this is a little bit better because it's like you put more pressure onto B and then C. And like this window of time to go A
They're grouping up.
is a little more open.
Not giving ones.
Nor should they.
As I say that.
Is this where they start? Althea with
Yeah,
3.
drop. Not being cleared.
On an island in a 1v2.
Crazy shots from Munchkin. Still just running the Guardian. Gets 3, 4.
Munchkin had the upper hand there. Just dialed in on his
Good
cross
lord.
on that angle, waiting for the peak. Fnatic almost brought that back though. And those kills, I mean, I believe that should allow Althea to have a Killjoy online for this next round. Yeah, there it is.
Take a look at it again. They're the ones that you were talking about. They don't normally give one.
They don't.
They're normally far more
Yeah,
disciplined.
3K.
Honestly, it was that lapse in judgment that made things as messy as it got.
Good eco, I think, from Fnatic, right? Was that an eco? Or was that like a little bit of a...
4 rounds away of the defense.
Yeah. The lockdown, there's some good ultimates about to come online. So how are you going to play the... How are you going to play the orbs?
You're going to have an op on one side of the map and an Odin on the other.
Like, Paranoia here.
Pick your poison.
Oh, I mean, it's the exact
Fade, Horn. No Viper stuff. I wonder if that's called.
Chronicle got smacked down so low.
And Texture's the op. So he's just trying to get on the line.
You don't normally see this. Normally you see that tree.
Now Alpha's kind of stuck here. I mean, he's jump peeking.
And aggression here too from
Now he sees the op.
They're feeling frisky.
Good bait.
Karen's going to be here with a... Oh, he doesn't have his paranoia. He's already used it. Spam.
I'm a TP'd, but Lucky is just on a really nice angle. Like, the way that they're playing, like, deep in A main is so good here.
One-man army.
But Fnatic haven't, like, fought for this at all. None of their defaults are they, like, fighting for A main early. You know.
It's not just Meteor that's here. There's utility. Munchkin's on the other side.
You just get fucked. I think he was nanoswarming it to clear, like, the alarm bot. I was like, oh shit, there's a player there.
There was only, an alarm bot there. But he got more than he asked for.
But at least it stops him from playing on that angle again.
And it's these rounds with...
And around where, like, Fnatic aren't looking to win, it's like, alright, let's still, like, condition it we're doing some of these things. But we know that you're putting an alarm bot in this corner, and this is how we're going to get rid of it.
And when they go for the reclear at A, I mean, they're losing that exchange. Once they lose that exchange, it's a 5v3. There's nowhere else to go. I mean, Alpha has been lurking front B.
Right.
Obviously, if Texture has that deep C angle,
10 seconds
where
left.
else is Alpha you're
The
going to be lurking?
operator's just slowly eking this.
That's why you see the crossfire on to be in that moment.
You're going to get shot in the back by an op.
As they should. You see the buy for Fnatic.
Can't even get anything.
A flawless round.
That was a round where Fnatic almost had a lot of ults.
Fnatic have had no success on this attacking side apart from
Yeah, you need a timeout now, surely.
the pistol round where that was...
Yeah, you had lockdown. You're not getting the orbs to get these ults online. You're not really doing anything if you're Fnatic right now.
They were all out of their seats. They were drawing off across.
Surely timeout. Surely, yeah.
Real quiet on that side of things since then as a timeout is called. And honestly, this is a really good time to talk about what the performance coach was saying, what Ryan was talking about in that interview with Yinsu, because this is what you need right now. You need a calming presence. Yes, this map has gotten out of your hand. You probably should have won the map by now.
I think it's just a bit odd, I suppose, because it's like you wouldn't think that you'd have to have the coach take a timeout to be like, hey, we need to do more stuff towards A, like start A.
Call to this timeout, maybe even after the first gun round, but
who's the crowd biasing towards in this match? I wouldn't say particularly anybody. Like, sure, they don't like GENG, so they're not really cheering for them. But I thought they'd be cheering a lot more for Fnatic, but I don't think they really have. Not to the same level as we heard for China teams or Aspas.
Against a team like now has the momentum on their side.
I mean, it's been a ridiculous string around so far. 5 for GENG.
And they were so convincing. I mean, like
Pretty much all retakes other than like a couple.
Truly say that Fnatic, I mean, it looked good for them.
I think the scary thing on the side of...
Because you're also not just execute, like, we've not seen a straight C execute. It's been a lot of, like, B stuff, a lot of pressure on C, but you're not going off of that pressure. Like, all of the rounds seem like they're just sort of resetting to A, and then maybe going back to B, with time being low.
Fnatic will have to navigate through.
Yeah.
Like, here, I'd want to see them, like, go B, and then group up C, and then just go on a C execute.
I mean, 11 of the times that they play this, they
Like, especially when you're on a low buy, just do something.
They drop that nano to try to clear the util, but it splits the uprights. It literally goes around every single thing that was there.
So unfortunate.
So the turret is still there. Finally, one of the...
Like, clearing the util is fine, but you're not clearing it.
I like this idea with the lurk orb. This will
And you're not the Vipers over here, so it means that, like, playing A deep here is nice. Like, the smoke on B is good, and then that actually has just faked all of them to go in. Maybe it's also just a bit of like, oh, we can't really hold this anymore. Nightfall's been used. Showstopper's been used on defensive side. Chronicle's low. Super low. Have you been able to plant the spike? No, but you've baited out Viper's Pit, you've baited out a Showstopper, and you've baited out a Nightfall. Crazy round. Like, observers praying for their lives here. And now they've just opened it on gone B. This is better from Fnatic. Like, now you can make those, like, mid-round cheeky calls. Because you're on the low buy here. Like, really nice round. But all it required was just sort of pushing the go button on something towards C.
Maybe, you know, there's an opportunity for Karon there, but that was nicely played from Fnatic. It got a little dicey, though, there, Doug. I mean, they went ult for ult, and for a second it was looking like it was going to be in favor of GENG. But that Showstopper and then also Chronicle surviving here. He had no sound. He couldn't hear anything. It was just him on a...
Hello, OC. How's it going? Big round, massive round, yeah.
This is not an opening to the round. Yeah. And I truly feel like it's in favor for GENG. But success on the C site.
Yeah, that's better. A little bit more like pulling the trigger from Fnatic. And this is what we wanted to see. Just fight for A main a bit more.
Yeah.
Even if it goes wrong, it's still worth doing.
Continues to be a problem.
Shortly lived success, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh my god, another 5v3. This is probably about the 4th time. Chronicle does answer back, though, and if they can contact somewhere else, maybe they have a chance of bringing this one back.
Seeing if Secret's open? I don't know if it is. I don't know if the Prowler ran out or whether the door was closed.
Doug, is that they might have to invest this Killjoy ult, like Alpha's Killjoy ult, just to get the space to get on the site.
Do you not save it for the next
Which
round?
is fine, I think.
I mean, we'll see. I think there's...
No, I think this is one that you have to go... You've been holding on to this Killjoy ultimate for ages.
And maybe then they invest the Viper.
It's still winnable.
Meteor is just going to counter you. Right. So you have to... You're absolutely right. You have to find a kill first. An early ult, though, this could be a great opportunity for Fnatic to steal this round away.
I actually just like the fact that nobody's helping, though. Nobody can really get to him there.
Leo will fall.
And then the attack up.
Alpha here with op in hand has to sit and wait on the other side as the spike has already been diffused to half. Filling in on the space with no choice but to dig his heels in.
And then there's just 2 there. I missed 100 Thieves versus FUT to a uni event. Was it a Boostio Cryo Masterclass or Horrible Colin from FUT? 100 Thieves just had the read.
The bomb planner who's trying to get back into main.
Honestly.
It makes it nearly impossible for Fnatic because at that time, at that moment,
100 Thieves had a read on what FUT were doing. FUT didn't really know what they were doing. 100 Thieves is like general big picture way of playing around the map is good.
So for Fnatic, it's you had success so far only going towards the C side of the map. Early, late, and yeah, maybe
Yeah, barely.
Into that, but you should still condition the C default and bait out rotations from the A side of the map so you have a more advantageous fight. A change of pace.
I feel like this is just the main like B default is what they're doing right now, but I mean they're either on an eco or they start here when they're on a full buy. So it just feels like Fnatic are doing the same thing over and over again.
They've managed to get onto the site. They've got Chronicles Pit. Nice. Invested right on cue, and now Paranoia in the hands of
Zerka's gone down.
How?
Oh man, then Chronicles the first like contact out of there.
Key if they can hang on.
I mean the numbers still fine.
The real safety that they needed. Leo might be the real playmaker because he's going
Alpha's on the spike.
timing on this is going to be everything. Can Fnatic keep enough attention?
Just peeking just beforehand. These retakes are just insane from GENG. Like the positions that they're holding, the way that they clear stuff carefully. Like not a bad idea, like not a bad round from Fnatic, but these retakes for GENG are just absurdly good. The one thing I don't like is just the Viper being here. Like sort of swap it, like have the Fades play first and then the Viper to play off of them.
And it might have been something where they couldn't find safe passage out, right? Like they couldn't find enough safety to be able to be a nuisance, be a distraction, essentially.
Look at this shot.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, that's the difference.
But he got caught in that crossroads of am I in, am I out? And he just didn't get the right timing this time. And it's got to be so frustrating if you're Fnatic because you know that you should have won a couple of these post plants. I mean, starting from the pistol.
Tied once more. Texture with an op. And he's going crazy.
Actual 9-3 curse, potentially. Is it 9-3 or 8-4?
Oh,
Chronicle goes down early. Like this Odin is just finding so much success.
With the Odin.
And where was it?
I said A.
It was A again.
But this time, I mean, Chronicle, he was playing in the back like normal Vipers do. You're not used to an aggressive fade Odin that deep. And to be fair,
I don't think it was horrible. It wasn't great.
Changing like the pacing of where he's doing the spam from. Right. I mean, the last time he did that aggressive attack spam was probably like 4 rounds ago. And even then, he almost caught out.
Mitch is loving watching this.
Alfier.
He wasn't. No, I don't know if you're talking about Chronicle dying here or Chronicle in the last round.
He's going to be the one to get antsy first. Whoa. Oh, he's not able to land the shot. Tried satcheling away.
Yeah, like dying here is like whatever.
So close there.
The Meteor clotheslines him on the other side. And now attention turned towards.
Yeah, he's not talking about then. But the timing of it confused me too. I was like, I don't think he's talking about just then.
He finds an exit. That's still Odin in the hands of Lakia. It will fall. Durka wanting to go forward. Slams his head on the roof.
Actually finds a way through.
Watching here.
The pivot back A. Will be safe.
Much to stop them? Not really. Nades in drop just to make sure that somebody doesn't peek out and just kill him whilst he's planting.
Durka weak. I mean, all of them have taken.
And then post plants 2 together, 1 sort of playing off.
Side of the attack.
It's only 2 alive.
Creeping forward, Munchkin over his shoulder. Realizing.
But again, this is like good clearing. Just the way that these guys like take these fights and scale.
The swing out from Durka. He will fall. Are they expecting another now? Attention.
And then this is a good chance for Boaster to be fighting.
He's got to take the fight to Leo. Isolated as best as he can. He's got it down to 1. With 3 bullets left and time. Short calls Boaster's blow.
Yeah, Boaster's too good at these. Really nice. Like Boaster waiting here until like 2 were dedicated. Then takes a fight. Sort of forces them to like 1 gave it up. Change title. You are right, actually.
It was so scrappy around that broken door area.
The first series was so quick, I didn't even change the title.
I mean, even just this peak, I mean, it's just ones.
Yeah, Boaster played that amazingly here. And not only just a 1v1 with time, but when he chose to take a fight, when the 2 players in tree were kind of getting stuck. Especially after one of them died.
At their second of the half. Still within sniffing distance of taking this map. A map that, as we mentioned earlier, has historically been beautiful for GENG.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fnatic just kind of, it feels like one of those teams that just like, if they get a kill, they're so good at being able to like make the call and sort of
Finally a CD.
play out the round in different ways. But it's these kind of moments where it's a 5v5. You've got all 5 players like pushing towards C. Like you've lost this control. The Prowler's going to spot nothing in B. And like at that point, it's fine actually. Nightfall is good. You've got Meteor that's still fighting in. It's just too chaotic. I imagine the comms are a mess too. Lakia was just way too keen to go win that fight. He didn't really have anybody with him. Spike still hasn't been planted. I think he just overheated a bit. Yeah, and like, I can just make that call to get out and go elsewhere. You don't have the alarm bot here anymore. You can go A, you can go B, you can go A and then go into B. Like, this is where Fnatic want to be.
It's been difficult. But Gen G have been man.
I almost feel like Fnatic tried to like make a lot of noise here. Wait a little bit, because then you've got the Raze that's pushed up to get a lot of information here. You hear the Prowler maybe in B main, and as soon as you hear that Prowler, you know the jig is up, and that's when you go for the CXQ. Like, maybe that's how Fnatic were approaching it, of like, let's just pretend that we're doing like a normal C default here, and then as soon as we know that Gen G, either through time or through maybe hearing bits of utility that they're using elsewhere, as soon as Gen G go, there's nothing A, there's nothing B, it must be C, by that point Fnatic are executing. Because Gen G have the information, but they still have a player all the way over here. They still have a player like here at least. You know that there's one here. You're going to assume that one's here, maybe even two. So that means that there's probably just two players here.
Fnatic looks so good when they lean towards the C side of the map. When they're heavy C, they look great. They do a really good job of baiting out the utility, weathering the storm of Gen G.
Fnatic have just been way too scared of C after getting demolished on C early in the year.
Really overextend on the site. They kind of just fight in their main, that main line.
They just seem very unhappy to just go on C off the rip.
That Gen G likes to flood in and take all the ones.
But to be fair, like, the only site that Fnatic's been able to go to fast has been B. They're losing the fights on A. They're not really doing too much. Like, Gen G are not fighting for Mount at all. They've not been out and fought for this space. It's just something they're not interested in.
But still with the op. Still with the ult. Lakia still with the spam. There. But he's the one who walks away worse for wear.
And like, they've done the one way here, they've done the horn, they're faking pressure that they're going to be taking Mound. Because of that pressure in Mound, the fade is pushed up. There's too close on A. Prowler's been used, Prowler's been spotted.
I think they have.
And here now to sort of put a bit more pressure here, you can get the orb too, so that's good.
And Boaster in this position, he's setting up for an Omen Flash.
Yeah.
And they're like pinging this, yeah.
And tapped it for a rocket.
He's just checking this. You still have all of this information. It's been a while now, so the fade can happily like rotate across. The Omen's in a comfortable position. So now, where are you going to go? You hear the Prowler, but people aren't in a position to execute yet. So the door's been opened, and it's just like Fnatic maybe take too long again. It might not matter. They just win the fights.
They were ready for that.
I mean, we didn't really see it because chaotic fight and observers couldn't really capture it.
Yeah, they knew it was a possibility, and that's why the trades went in their favor.
Kron would have to 1v3 to keep this map alive. With an Odin in the hands of Chronicle, no less. All util for the side of the only standing controller.
And they're playing out on top of it, Doug. I love this for Fnatic.
They got 4 in like a second. Yeah, it's not the observer's fault.
To check every single angle. That's the thing about rotating over so late is you really have no idea where they could be.
Oh, the Molly.
The snake bite going deep into it, and then the nade on top. And then Alpha can go push. And he's just there waiting. Nicely done for Fnatic. It got a little bit touch and go towards the end on their attack, and I think there's a lot to say about like how Fnatic are attacking. But after that time, I looked a lot better. Not overheating as much. It's more that they have pressure somewhere on the map. They had nothing with the soft hold on A main. I think my point more is like, if you're pressuring, there's no point pressuring towards a side of the map on attack if you are actively showing that you're not going to do anything off of it. There's no point taking C mound as aggressively as you are and hoping that that's not enough if you don't have those opportunities where you just go for a C execute. It's not for particular rounds. It's just, I think, if you want to open up space on A and mid for you to play like mid to late round and sort of rotate fast, you can't just be taking mound control and then going back and resetting. Like some of these cases, you need to take mound control and then just go for a C execute. Because otherwise you go, oh, well, Fnatic are just taking C. That doesn't mean anything, no. Like, people shouldn't... Like, GENG didn't have to rotate. They didn't have to make any adjustments on their defense because of that. I guess maybe the plan was a bit more like, if you put GENG onto an eco... you like maybe they're the rounds, right? Like you keep pressuring towards C. On a full buy, you don't actually go C. You just try to take this, get the orb, maybe go B, maybe go A. But against an eco where they have a worse buy and they might be stacking something, take C, be careful, and then go for C execute. Like that could be a potential option too. But because GENG was so high up on the money and won so many rounds, they didn't have to eco at all. So Fnatic just weren't going for C executes because they were supposed to only go on C executes when the enemy's on an eco, for example. Try to think of other maps where you see that happen, because you definitely do. Like B on Sunset, like if you have a like 100 Thieves have a default where they take B main quite a lot. But on a lot of those like defaults where you're taking B main, where you pick up the orb, you might break a trip with a shock dart. They do go for like the B executes. You don't want to be a team that just takes B main and then instantly resets to A. Because A usually, like no matter the comp, would have like at least like free leaning towards A main and fighting for this space. It might even have the like an alt posted up a lot closer. But if you're taking B and just going A, the defenders don't need to make an adjustment. But if you're taking B main and you're going for some B executes and you're taking B main and sometimes going A, or sometimes re-clearing mid and then good for a B split, you can't be comfortable with having 3 A players anymore. Because even if you have like just a Cypher on B, like trips are going to be broken. That utility is going to be cleared. Because there's definitely a lot of teams that just... sometimes you need to like force the issue, and I think that's sort of what 100 Thieves have been good at least that's what I've enjoyed watching from them, is just sometimes rain or shine, like the way that they played Bind. Sometimes they just went for a straight A execute, like they didn't care about defaulting and manipulating the map and conditioning certain things. Sometimes they're like, all right, we're just going to go all B, we're going to go for a straight A execute, and we don't care if there's a stack there on defense or not, really, because our utility is good enough that we can just clear them out. But I guess maybe like Fnatic, because of the comp, there's not much like executing utility, really. It's like it's having consistent utility throughout the round to make a better decision. But TLDR, I just wanted to see Fnatic, if you're going to default and lean towards C, execute on C more. Especially if you're on an eco and you're not expected to do stuff, just send it on fucking Lotus on C. Even if you just fall flat, like, you gotta get people scared.
I think really caught us that much off guard. I think I'm very familiar. Obviously, the team is very different since I was there, but I think Korea has a play style they like to go to. I think you see it with DRX as well, which obviously the rest of the team is very familiar with for international events. So I think we're feeling pretty good about how they're playing, and we have a decent read on what they're doing.
Thank you very much for your time, and best of luck on map 2.
Great way to start things off here for Fnatic, as they're able to pick up the map win on Lotus. But course, the job's not done yet, and GENG made that very difficult for them toward the tail end of that series there. I believe it was 9-3 going into the half.
Yeah.
So credit to GENG for really
Yeah, they did well to pull it back.
this one, but Fnatic still pulled through.
But yeah, Bind should be good fun. I really like Fnatic on Bind too.
In particular, their retakes is what really pushed them
Like
over.
Fnatic, nobody plays the information game better than Fnatic, I don't think.
Great looks on this
But sometimes you just need them to ignore the information and just do a tried and true play.
Was doing at the beginning of each round, just fighting for A control, but how secure?
I guess it depends on how, like, philosophy-wise, what you're trying to do and lean into. Because I guess it puts a lot of pressure and onus onto Boaster making the call and making the right thing, and the players remaining flexible throughout to adjust if they need. But yeah, I'm gonna run out because I need a Wii anyway. Whilst we wait for the second map, the second series. So, unos momentos will be a second.
Where I was really feeling like I was getting like the same feeling that I got when I watched Fnatic last year, right? You see big clutches from players like Chronicle, players like Alpha stepping up as individuals. You see really sound mid-rounding from the IGL of Boaster, and you're just seeing solid fundamentals. It did slip a little bit, but it matters how you close, and Fnatic did close out this map.
That's right. It's all about picking up the dub. That's exactly what they were able to do there. But looking at the breakdown and how this series,
Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha just continues. And this is a good thing for this team, right? When Alpha's shooting like this, everyone else on the team gets activated. You really start to see how Fnatic can really play around with a player like that.
He got a spray, and the last bullet, like the fifth bullet, went completely straight. And I was like, "You're so full of it. Like my game doesn't work like that." But yeah, time after time, I feel like Alpha is so reliable to be on the semi. Surprising also because they decided to start on the defense. Lotus, maybe defense side map from now on. Everybody just wants to play the defense. It's all about the defense.
It's always weird when we go to the global events. Specific teams tend to be great on defense.
Odin.
Yeah, the Odin that will haunt your dreams.
Yeah. Ron, at the end of it, he went from sit down to, guys, I'm going to take the Odin. Because how did Lakia did the same thing 4 rounds in a row?
Again, these teams are so similar.
They tried so many things to deal with it, and some of the shots were just not landing.
Yeah, well, there were some shots that were landing. Takes us over to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. We're going to give it to Karen here for that 2K that he pulled off the pistol. And this was just nasty. I mean, it looked like it was all going to be done and dusted here, but Karen managed to pull it through. And that's the thing about this GENG team, is that you may think that you have them right where you want them, and then they pull off some wild shots like that to get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, the individual step-ups are what kind of started the fake comeback for GENG in that first half, getting that round. We saw in the pistol and the conversion as well. It was very close to being real, but it was fake in the end.
All right, well.
Now, fake in the end, but it also, very briefly, it addresses a problem that also Fnatic was having in EMEA time after time, and is that they're losing the ecos. I feel like these are the kind of rounds where they're just like comfortable because of what happened in the previous one, and most of the teams have a very set plan for what they want to do in those ecos, and Fnatic sometimes is responseless.
Yeah, well, as we get ready for map 2, let's go ahead and hear from the GENG cap, see what's going on over there.
I'm now standing by with Coach Solo from GENG and Jen to do some translations as well. Now, it felt like towards the end of map 1, you could have easily maybe won that map. So looking ahead to map 2, what do you think you need to do to close it out if things get close again?
감독님 1세트 접전이었고 누가 이겼어도 이상하지 않았을 것 같은데 2세트에도 만약에 접전이 된다면 확실하게 승리의 쐐기를 박을 수 있게 어떤 걸 조심해야 될까요?
1세트 저희가 준비를 많이 했는데 저희가 파틱보다 실수를 더 많이 해서 졌다고 생각하고 실수를 줄이면 저희가 무조건 이길 거라고 생각합니다.
We actually put in a lot of work in Lotus and we made a lot of mistakes. So going into Bind, if we don't make any mistakes, it's going to be good.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Jen, and thank you very much, Solo.
They want to try and minimize their mistakes there. I mean, that.
The wheel.
Yeah. Such is life, But honestly, that doesn't give me a lot of confidence or inspire me all that much as we go into Bind here.
Yeah.
Because I mean, that was a tough one for GENG to lose, and the way that they lost it, right, 13-10, right. You think you're rallying the comeback, and then before you know it, the game is slipping from your hands. Now you got a confident Fnatic going into Bind here, and I mean,
I got enough in my drink
at this point. This could very well be a 2-0.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Drink a lot of my tea, though.
Genji's going to be
Let me finish this apple that's been sat on the side, though.
Roster coming into this tournament, they're the slowest team. I think that we were trying to see it there in Lotus. If it wasn't from Lakia getting that first kill onto A time and time again, they really like to run down the clock, play a little bit of that control game, and then go onto the side. They feel comfortable in this map. Yeah, they have lost it a couple of times, but they've also came back from a 9-3 half.
Yeah, on the side of Fnatic, I've really liked the comp change they've made coming into this map. They were a team who was playing some of the solo Sky stuff before, but now they've picked up kind of that Gecko Sky combo comp that a lot of teams have played. I don't love it quite as much as, say, the bind we saw earlier from 100 Thieves, but I think they actually play really well around those kind of util combos, re-clearing in the mid-round. This is a map where, normally when I'm watching Fnatic, I'm talking about Chronicle, about Leo. Those are the guys that stand out, but this is a map where they actually have a lot of great ideas to set Durka up and give him a lot more of those kind of star moments on the race.
Yeah, exactly. But the rest is also so reliable. You're talking about Leo, and he was one of the big highlights when we talked about this map, because in the previous years we had talked so much about Leo, what he was doing in Guild when he was picked up, and that he was playing in those comfort roles. So it was very, very good to see that he has another layer to his style as a pro player, and he plays so cleanly with the Gecko.
Yeah, of course, we can continue the conversation going here, but we do have a Omen player moment featuring Texture. Let's go ahead and check that out.
안녕하세요. 젠지 발로란트 팀 소속 텍스처 김나라입니다. 일단 그래도 플레이오프를 올라갔기 때문에 기분은 좋은 상태지만 좀 개인적으로는 아쉬운 경기력이었던 것 같아요. 조금 그냥 뭐 팀적인 실수도 실수지만 일단 그냥 개개인의 실수가 너무 많았던 것 같아요. 저 개인적으로는 오늘 퍼센트 헤븐에서 칼날 폭풍으로 2명 놓친 거인데 그건 진짜 말이 안 됩니다. 좀 그냥 우리가 평균치만 해도 저희는 결승은 무조건 간다는 마인드입니다.
Meteor, this lurk though is so brutal.
Do they suspect it? The answer is no, but he can't find the shot. And Autumn just swings into the crosshair. A second for Meteor. Texture pushing, looking for a timing, but Linesor able to capitalize, finds it now. Lockdown going to be invested, but time is running thin. Meteor finds the last 2 shots.
Hello, Hustler. Will we see Club in action? Probably not. Now that FPX is out. Now, FPX were really the only team that was playing them.
저희는 되게 자신감이 많이 차 있던 상태고요. 그리고 저희가 지금 또 상하이 와서 이제 물론 퍼포먼스는 그렇게 뛰어나진 않지만 그래도 자신감은 항상 차 있는 것 같습니다. 저희는 언제든 다시 컴백할 수 있는 그런 느낌인 것 같아요.
All right, well, we'll see now how GENG managed to pull through on this one. It's going to be a difficult one without a doubt, as they're down 0-1 in the series. Fnatic.
I'm expecting crazy comps from Paper X. I don't know if we'd expect Clove though, but we'll see.
You're certainly going to be, kicking yourself, hoping that they would have pulled through there.
I don't know if they'd be that wild with it, but
that being said, though,
Christ,
Fnatic, no slouch.
I haven't got a clue.
#1 seed coming out of EMEA, really looking to show their dominance here on the global stage, like they have done in the past.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what GENG is going to bring to this map. It has not been my favorite map of theirs to watch. I think they're one of the few teams who is still playing the solo initiator on this map. Last time we saw it was regionally when they were playing, and I believe that final against Paper X there. And I think when you play solo initiator,
Paper X always wild. It's true.
Is going for these super proactive,
I don't know. I'd be
clear ideas. When you only have those 2 flags,
not on like controller and stuff.
you have to really kind of pick your timings on when you're going.
They had to go
that little piece of
more out of left field, like playing him out of habit that they do.
The Gecko, where you can recover a dizzy every 10 seconds and cycle util down long. I think it makes your defensive side
same comps.
really difficult. So Fnatic starting on attack here, I think this is a great place for them to
Definitely prefer what Fnatic's running. But the trips potentially for Cypher could find a lot of success. Hard to really know.
Why Fnatic chose this map to begin with, even though they do not have the tape, because GENG hasn't played it in this tournament. As
fuck, I have a drink there.
Regionally, and dealing with the Cypher, especially starting on this half, if Fnatic manages to snowball again, this is going to come from mistakes onto losing this series.
All right, well, look, folks, I know we all want to see a map 3 because I did call this a certified banger, so now we're just hoping that GENG managed to make it happen. Let's send it back over to Doug and Baby Bay for the call.
Thank you so much, Shubi. Let's make sure we're not making a liar out of you. Dre, I'm really curious about your thoughts on Bind.
These new like little plastic things on loop tips are so bad.
That he's gonna have to play here on the Viper.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's on the Viper on this map, but he's looked really comfortable in a lot of the last times that they played this. I mean, Fnatic in general are really good at a map like Bind, and
I got this early because I went out for a walk this morning.
Said,
Not
Gen G in
myself
the
drinking,
last
then
two
just never
series
had
they
it.
played in China in this specific tournament, they've dropped the first map and came back and reverse swept. So we might be in store for something very special. And yeah, they
Alright, all of this utility in this corner.
I mean, you're kind of spitting. You might be onto something there.
Flash to go across shot, see if anybody's been aggressive, and then everybody's just walking up. Really annoying trips these.
Starting off on the attacking side, we'll see if that is the case. They've already got U-Haul. Oh,
Nice fight.
but they haven't cleared.
Snake bite right here too.
Spam coming through. They haven't even hit the trips.
And now everybody from Fnatic is just stuck, but
I don't like Texas position there.
these trips are insane though. There's another one.
Oh, the flash should make it around the corner. Both of them clear.
I mean, a flash actually did save their bacon there. And then Chronicle's going through here. Is he going to get the timing? No, he's fine.
Not caught. Karan quietly.
He's going to go for the TP and go back.
He's going to flip the map once more.
My gosh, Doug.
The pump fake.
That's insane.
Is he going to plant?
Does he?
Probably going to assume maybe.
Let's go spy. He's got a frenzy. As much as Chronicle can keep the distance, the better off he'll be.
Is he going to be hurt here?
Oh my goodness.
Now he's walking.
Smoke to even fake the tap or anything.
There's the tap. Now running forward. Chronicle.
He's just sticking it. He's just sticking it.
He's gotten a tap.
Ah, nice try, Chronicle. Good attempt.
Gets Gen G the pistol.
Chronicle played that situation so well.
He played it.
Which team got beaten on Bind by a single Cypher trip?
Just didn't connect, but
I don't know.
the TP.
I don't know if there's been like a specific one in Shanghai, because like I still have VODs to catch up on.
When you're Karon in that moment, you're like, where is this guy? I mean, he's finessing me. How does he know? A good start from
In
Gen G.
hookah? Oh, I have no clue.
I don't think Fnatic won a pistol on the last map at all, so that's 3 out of 3
Yeah, you're right.
for Gen G right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
That being said, Fnatic.
Yeah, everybody grouping up on an eco. I mean, this is similar to what the pistol was anyway.
Solo Sky with the Cypher Alphier. I mean, he ran amok in EMEA running that Cypher on Bind.
Easy little hop over the trip.
9 HP though, yeah, just a bit of spam gets him.
The pen from Chronicle's nice though. That weapon hits the ground.
No shower control. You got the wall, you got the camera.
That judge might come in handy in the post plant.
Chronicle's 2 away from his ult.
Yeah. I mean, that last round, he played it to perfection. Yeah. Except for the closing.
Oh man, that Boombot could have been more perfectly placed.
Oh no.
I think it was Fnatic during split 1. Oh, I don't know.
You know that there's a judge inside of U-Haul.
Yeah, and you gotta be careful because Leo still has ult.
It's all blurred into one for me.
Upgrading to a sheriff. The tap, the first. Whoa. Oh, the satchel.
Tried to satchel to get them off it. What the fuck?
That satchel from earlier. It took Meteor out.
It was a slow burn, but it worked. The Molly buying some time. The sheriff shots don't connect. Chronicle will fall and the defuse will come through.
Not too far off.
But Fnatic, I mean,
Good eco at least.
Gen G had to work for that one.
Yeah, that thing.
But like for the pistol and then for the eco here, they're just putting so much pressure on shot.
U-Haul is not something you see every day.
Like, I wonder if that's for like a particular, like at a shot. Like it would be a shock for me to see Fnatic like not try to like default and take map control. So I'm like wondering if they're
That's so funny.
yeah, like just those rounds they really want to pressure stuff in short.
So Chronicle now, or excuse me, Fnatic will now have a full buy. Chronicle 1 away from his ult.
So you're effectively saying to Gen G, like, if you don't put trips here, we're just going to walk through and take lamps as multiple people. But Gen G is still like, nah, we're still going to do our stuff.
Now from Fnatic, they understand that Gen G don't have the gun advantage. They might try to go for an aggressive pick, an aggressive play. And they're aware that there's an outlaw on the field right now.
They're toggling that cam on and off with Munchkin holding the line.
It's a bait.
Yeah, and they hear it. I mean, Durka can hear that. Bolster can hear
Burka?
it.
Fnatic will get the information that the outlaw in the Rays was playing towards Shower.
And now they know the skies belong.
Yeah, who's Burka?
The info game in their advantage right now.
The question is, how do they
Hmm.
turn it into a success?
right now, if I'm Fnatic, I'm putting that Viper wall up in orb up as we see right now.
You can hear the camera here, right? Like, they're going in and out of it.
Karen is a step ahead. He's checked the lurk, but it doesn't matter. What a shot.
I mean, they're just avoiding hookah, so they're just gonna say fuck hookah. Well, they still need to get into the site.
The 2 pistols that remain on the side of GENG are going to be late.
How do you want to do this post play? You got to do something. The people have walked in.
Wingman goes on a solo mission, and he gets his job done.
Spike planted.
And then just with the full buy, just playing distance. You don't need to take anything else. Just everybody can tuck in.
But that's not the weapon he wants in a situation like this.
No, any kill here would be great for him, honestly, but the triple swing, I mean, okay.
Yeah, you got 1 kill. That's nice.
I mean, I love how Fnatic play that, right? Because, I mean, yeah, maybe you hit your 1, and he did, but there's no way you're trading 3 there. That's perfect.
No way.
I do like that once Fnatic had a read of like, okay, yeah, they've got this set up in hookah, just ignore it. Like, you can have somebody play late, potentially.
I mean, Chronicle, as you said, I mean, he already had those Seekers from the previous round, but they could do some real damage in this round, and
I do quite like putting this stuff in hookah, though.
put him on an eco.
With a Guardian and light armor around it.
Hello, hello. Is it Jay and She?
Looking a lot like the first 2 rounds we saw from Fnatic, but this time around, they're not scaling with the A utility. So a new look, but similar default to the start of the
Yeah,
round.
because they don't have trips here. Like, that should keep a lot of focus on them with just that bit of pressure. You're not doing anything towards showers. You're going to skydog it.
Yeah, they really didn't need to, huh? They just kind of got all the kills and...
So you've got 2 focusing on here. You've got concern about showers now.
I wonder what they do.
You have this setup, and you have the Viper plane within it.
It seems like
Yeah, maybe... Are they going to sky flash? They're going to Seekers from here, maybe?
Just saw the ping on the minimap of where the camera was. Right there. So there's a heavy lean A here. On the side of Fnatic. They could try to flip the map if they wanted to, because they've got Chronicles still playing.
What's going on?
Now thinking twice against it.
Seekers has been used here.
Seekers invested.
He gets a player in hookah.
Cypher utility here.
Are they going to go for the TP?
With that showstopper.
Well, and I think it's part of what's been going on is they saw him on the other side.
No, but they saw that last round, yeah. This is so weird. I don't really know what I'm watching.
Oh, and they've got the rocket, but it doesn't connect. A little bit of damage dealt, but that's it.
Orbital strike.
10 seconds left. They've burned this wick way too low. Forced to sit back and watch. With 3 seconds left, they're gonna have to frag their way out if they want.
Oh, they don't know where he is.
Just can't. He doesn't get the fight. Not given a target at all as Karan gets 4.
What a great round from Karan. Delaying the bomb. They made it inevitable. They were gonna win that round.
I'm just trying to work out what Fnatic's trying to do.
He was up the entire round. I mean, GENG.
I don't know.
To really have 3 players on B per se. Yeah, Texture was there for the rotate, but he can easily get back to A for the hit.
A little trigger happy there.
Yeah. So for Fnatic, I mean, maybe in these early default
What are they trying to, like, manipulate?
try to identify where the Cypher trips actually...
And then here, on an eco, they're going to be doing stuff shot, and that's when the Cypher moves the trips back.
Masking it, of hiding it. This time, all of that utility is A, including Meteor. That looks like a scene out of Mission Impossible. All those lasers, what do you...
Oh!
You managed to get over the trips. You could break these trips and then reset and go somewhere else. That's fine.
Was she in Mission Impossible?
Because you know that the trips are here, and you've seen one.
Meteor holds the line, trips still up, Durkin a 1v5 with a Bucky.
Oh.
A flawless round for GENG. This defensive side is looking...
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic on attack, just full stop. It feels like I'm watching Lotus again.
I mean, yeah. Durka.
Yeah, good timeout.
There to avoid the up and down, the low-high trip setup. That's impressive. But I mean, full gun advantage in the win.
He didn't know, actually. He didn't hear or see that any trips were there.
A close range battle like this. Right. Just play your gun advantage. I mean, you had an outlaw, you got an early pick into showers control. You could just play the delay game, not let bomb get down. And all of a sudden, We have a timeout from Fnatic. Feeling that pressure that GENG had in that last defensive map that they played on. I mean, GENG, they look abysmal on their attacking side. But now they're on the defensive side and they're shutting Fnatic down, shutting them out.
Up 3 rounds.
Might just be two very good defensive teams, to be honest.
One round was close. One round felt a little competitive. It's felt really dominant on the side of GENG so far.
Yeah, and I mean, Fnatic were over.
This is a problem when I've not really been able to watch like the group stages for GENG. Like, I don't know if they've been doing these trips consistently or whether they've just added these in recently.
Made it impossible.
For Fnatic here, though, they've got 2 ults. Boaster's 1 away from his. Alfear's close to his.
I don't know, like if Fnatic's defense is good, but it's not a great comp for playing defense. It should be a better comp on attack.
But the trips, I mean, the Cypher could be so deadly on a map like Bind.
Well, and this is another setup for Meteor. This is a different look.
Yeah.
Right? Sometimes the trips are B and he's playing A.
Like, it's just so much about like being able to like hold the chokes.
And I like how
at least
every single trip,
because you're quite happy to give up this space.
mixing it up, he's using unique trips.
You're quite happy to give up these space. Like, I think the call here to just break the camera is good, but GENG are a strong enough team.
That's a lot of info found.
Yeah.
Derka tagged.
Oh my god, he's so confident taking the fight.
It wouldn't be Derka.
All right, and there, the instant reaction.
Spacing showers at the beginning of the round, like I mentioned.
As soon as the camera's broke, you have somebody push out on A, you get a kill.
Far up and shower. Usually it's a brim smoke.
Yeah.
So the fact
And then it forces, like, GENG's just protocols on defense are good. Like, okay, if they do this, we can do that.
I imagine he dropped it there and caught Chronicle.
Seekers as well, just putting on the pressure. Like, if they go for the they're going to be scared to go for the TP because they have no control of showers anymore.
And look at the delay.
I mean, just look how confident they are. Like, Munchkin is so confident that they're not going to go for the TP.
But no way for him to really go in.
30 seconds left.
And there's still that trip outside hookah.
This is so hard. I mean, Munchkin has pushed all the way through this. The hit's going to come through.
Yeah, me are just playing off of it.
Still getting on. No, first, Derka, second.
Under tube. It's not winning the fights either.
But still 10 seconds left. They still haven't gotten the spike down. Leo's going to have to do it on his own. Munchkin spotting him.
Ooh, close. I mean, Karen's just winning so many fights.
Once more, Karen. This time around, stuck in the middle.
Single Sky initiate. Yeah, it's more the Cypher that's doing the work.
Allowed him to just finesse around the shots, around the bullets, and then stop on a dime and get that entry, get that opening kill. He's been so good on this map so far. It's right here. That little extra speed boost. I mean, Alfear just couldn't track him.
Yeah, a little oomph.
Closes it out right there, and he's already halfway towards another.
I mean, we really needed to see this fight as well, the one in A main, where Munchkin gets Leo. Chronicle, sorry.
For a second there, I thought that those lines were a trip in the air. I'm like...
This is a fine default, though. It's just we've not really seen much more of it. Like, the default now is to fight for hookah.
The disrespect.
And the cam showers. Munchkin overwhelmed. The full run.
Not even going to pick up the gun. Yeah, and it's the same thing. Like, GENG are like, okay, if we have the eco advantage, we're doing this.
I think Fnatic have a really good understanding of what the map looks like right now.
So I actually quite like the Fnatic took the time out. On the full buy, they did this, but on the eco, they also did this. Because this is the one time where the trip has not been in the right spot.
Right? Which honestly would be correct in this situation.
But the
Flash does connect close, but the dog doesn't clear them. They get fully sky flashed and then get naded. And then Derka just pushes through. I mean, Derka's going, Derka's going, Derka's going. Yeah, nice. Actually, really good round for Fnatic. Nice shot, though. Jesus, texture.
Snappy on the first.
Oh my gosh, that was a headshot.
4 more to be found, though.
Like, you're punishing this. You're punishing any players play in hookah.
I mean, ever since that potential, what, 3v2 that they almost lost on Lotus, I mean, they've been pretty dialed in.
And then 3 people just facing. Nicely done.
One another, and etc. And, I mean, all of a sudden, stuff is a little weird. I mean, Munchkin getting caught out here alone, and then this regression down B long, that's not some things you like to see. even in a 4v5, you still have gun advantage. But I get it. You want to even the numbers.
We saw 4 kills in that replay. 3 of them were fully running.
Yeah. When in doubt, stinger it out.
Now here they're still doing the trips on short. And now they have nobody fighting in hookah. Sky Flash hits people, doesn't really matter.
Of the round, and they have a couple of ults to their name. Alfier's 1 away from having his pit. Locky is getting pushed off the angle already.
Fighting this initially is good. I mean, just want to, like, yeah, just, this is it. This is what I want. Might not work, but I think that this is just a good fucking thing to send in. Bait out some of those ultimates. If you go for the TP, you're going into the Cypher camera.
Spotting him, dropping him, rocking him.
What the hell has gone wrong here?
Took the TP to get to the other side.
What stalled them, actually? Was it?
Able to clean up one more.
Because Durka was in.
And 2 fall.
Oh, nice, Alpha. Good shit.
Ridiculous.
And now you have 45 seconds. You're in a 3v1. You can do whatever you like.
What was that?
Karen's the one that needs to go do something. And like him going hookah is a good shout. If he gets good timing here. But yeah, Alpha seen him. Is like, alright, he's on B. Go A. And everybody was just grouped up ready to fight. Nicely done.
He's got plenty of reason to smile.
What went wrong? Like, what is going on with these like executes from Fnatic though?
They didn't have many opportunities. I mean, 2 players had to rip TP there, and that gives Alfier this opening. But Texture just couldn't connect. He saw a jiggle from Alfier, but then the initial, yeah, that wide swing right there.
I think Meteor just needs to not die there. Like, I know he's trying to trade for his teammates. But you've got all of that utility still set up on A. And you're maybe, like, if you don't peek there, you might bait them into thinking that you're not even on site.
Those back-to-back rounds have been so impactful.
Texture missing the header there. But a heavy lean A, all of the utility from the attack, all of the presence from the attack.
They break the camera in showers. The Viper's pit.
And now the pit to complicate matters just a bit more.
I mean, are they going to clear this close corner? They do. Yeah, and this is better from Fnatic. Just a little less, like, fannying about on faking pressure somewhere. Just sometimes you just need to go.
This could get messy. There's nobody watching the flank.
Oh,
now Chronicle having to turn around, yeah.
Oh my god.
He's so close.
He gets traded at least.
The safety valve. That's the pit. That's a weapon upgraded. That's a swing.
Ooh.
That's an aid.
Spike stars have been planted, so he has to go for the TP. There's no way the Texture should have been able to do that much.
I imagine Chronicle might even use these Seekers with the way that Texture has been playing on this map so far.
Decides that he wants to stay. Decides to plant the spike. Texture's
Ooh. 8 bullets. Good flash dodge. Nicely done from Texture. Jesus.
How did he do that?
How was he able to do that?
I can't believe it. Don't mess with this I mean, they had sheriffs.
Dizzy's so good at clearing close corners, man. Sometimes it can backfire. Like, either it just doesn't clear corners as well as it should, or the flash just doesn't hit.
So good in the post plants. This time they can't get the bomb down. Nobody covering. I mean, all the
Yeah, I don't like this Viper's pit. Full stop. I think.
So many little moments in that round.
That was nasty. That oh. I mean, look at him. Yeah, it's like.
I think even Minimize said there, like, he's got ult.
Well, they dealt with that adversity really well, but when Texture.
Because this ult just. Because it wasn't incomplete. You're. This works when you have the plant down, I guess. But you didn't have the plant down. You were actually trying to plant on the outside of it. But you've got one player up against an eco, holding in all of this. I don't think it's worth doing this Viper's Pit if you've got so many bodies like playing for sure.
Maybe they're going to try to find a timing to beat it.
They've cleared it. Meanwhile, GENG wanting to refill the space.
Or you like, you go for this, you plant, you secure this, you're like fighting up against low buys here, and then you'd Viper's Pit. Like almost like the security, but doing it like, I think the Viper's Pit was the first thing to go down. And it just denied their own like vision and ways of getting info. Hard to say what you see when you don't see much.
And they're deciding to go into this anyway. How do they get past these pesky cages?
Oh my god.
Pesky trips. First one falls, and off of that they invest the Brimalt.
Chronicle.
Leo kills Chronicle. How?
Both Brims assisted.
Spike sitting on the other side, man.
Both of them.
Committing to the plan, a 4v4.
This is just a mess. Fnatic's attacking side is...
While Meteor falls on the other side, Alfier with no HP gets 3. Finally falling, and now Munch
Already saw 1v3 before. Not this time though.
Cannot hold the line, cannot keep them back.
Alpha has saved them so much. Like, what, they got 4 rounds now? 2 of them?
He's sitting at 8 kills right now, but the impact from start to finish. He was stuck. Yeah, he was stuck.
Yeah, he had nowhere to go. Dude has 16 HP here. Almost gets 3.
Oh. Little change in sound right there, right at the end. He's like, I don't like what I heard.
There's that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but you gotta imagine that
Fucking 3 bears. Mama, Papa, and Baby.
That Dizzy connected on all 3. I know it only shot out 1, but they were so clumped up that it ended up getting a collide anyway. Oh, man.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that lack here. When you actively show 3 here,
This is really nicely handled by Fnatic.
the main call is going to be this. Or
The
this.
rest of the map.
I guess you were just hoping to capture timing on them.
Opening pistol look. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Oh, they're looking good right now.
Again, the momentum was the wave. GENG at the beginning, but
Alpha's stuck. Alpha's not stuck.
it also helps when Alfier's doing that.
Back-to-back 3Ks.
And he was healthy this time.
He is actually...
Yeah, it's again like sort of after the timeout from Fnatic.
And they've only
I mean, look, some of these rounds have just been like a shit show, obviously. But now it started because Fnatic are winning those clutches. Like GENG is starting to sort of spiral out a bit.
A lot to figure out here. Any exits that you could possibly get would be a gift. But now feeling the pressure, Leo hunting him down, running forward, and cleaning him up a floor.
All right, you got a showstopper. You've almost got Viper's Pit. You've almost got Leo ult.
As it is, but they kept
Leo
their
ult.
rifles.
Gecko
Most
ult.
of them still had full armor. They have a couple bolts to play around as well.
And all of a sudden, we're in a 1-round game. And with GENG, we're up, what, 5-1?
But honestly, it doesn't feel like a 1-round game right now.
Yeah.
It feels like Fnatic are just running away.
I mean, that Flash has just been consistently good.
All because of this guy.
It's just so steady with it.
It's clean. Precise.
4 of the last 5.
Yeah, he's 11 and 8.
In the hands of Durka.
I'm back to this setup. Probably because you do have the Viper's Pit here. Like a trip here, a camera here, Viper Pit here.
Back him up here. Meteor.
You've used the Sky Flash for some initial information. You've also done a Brim Smoke, so that's 20 seconds ripped off the clock.
Been so elusive.
He's kept him guessing. But honestly, Fnatic, I mean, they've figured it out.
I really actually like this camera being in this position instead of here.
As much as Meteor was an issue at the beginning.
Because you've used some great util. After the smoke goes down, you skydog it, you see 1. But it is just a Sky. But to be fair, like, a lot of the defaults of Fnatic have had the Sky's been on one side. If they're like leaning A, the Sky is B. If Fnatic are leaning B, the Sky is like here. Like Munchkin killed them before. So seeing that the Sky's here should be like, yeah, a good call. It's going to be like an A execute. You got a deep camera, so you can give up showers because you're fighting for this and you have good control here.
Oh, but there's cover. Texture's got him.
And like, you know that there's people in showers, but what can you do? You've just got this camera as well. It's seeing everything that's going on. And then it's flanked across. Like, this has been a fantastic round from GENG.
Leo getting the plant down. Chronicle and Durka trying to keep him back. And Chronicle surrounded, but you don't put Chronicle in a corner, man.
Literally, it is just individual moments from Fnatic bailing them out.
We're tied at 6.
Fanatical was in the flow state.
Because the full, like, the control, the camera here so it doesn't get broken in showers, you just go, we don't want this. We've got the Viper's Pit here. We have a trip in hookah. We have a trip here, but we're fighting for this space a bit more. We see the sky. We smoke it. We dog. We still see the sky. That usually means that Fnatic is towards A. We can have people rotate. We can have somebody flank all the way around.
When you put those two by themselves,
Yeah, the observers did a tremendous job here.
they're able to get it to 6. We're gonna throw it to the death to break.
Masterpiece round.
6-6, exactly what you want to see from a matchup like this. Fnatic managing to bring it back. It was not looking great for them for a few moments there.
Yeah, it felt like
Yeah, strategically, it wasn't as clean from Fnatic as you would have hoped. But that's like very ideal world thinking.
anything in the mid-round, and they were hitting late into a GENG that was flush with utility.
Yeah, we were speaking about how they were presumed to be very, very slow, but this is on a different level.
2-0 could be. Yeah, this is going to be a hard half to come back for GENG.
Sorry, thank you, Mimi. And time after time, even though they got into this very late hits, all the utility was still...
Yeah, 6 rounds after losing the pistol too.
Being a 6-6 half, and this guy is one of the biggest culprits.
Man, he's working overtime.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Fnatic was so reliant on the hero plays at the end of this half to really...
I mean, I think it's one of the reasons why Fnatic
like Alpha here stepping up big time.
got and should keep Alpha.
Yeah, and we talk about...
Because Alpha's not... Like, Leo is very, like, strategic and disciplined. Chronicle is very skilled at various agents, but also, again, fairly disciplined. Dirk is a duelist. Boast is disciplined because he's the IGL. And, like, Alpha, despite playing a Sentinel where you typically want to have a bit more, like, structure with your play because you're doing setups and stuff, like, Alpha does play so, like, aggressively and so in such a playmaky way.
Gonna have to really muster up a lot to go.
Sometimes I think Fnatic just want him to like calm down and slow down and not overheat and overpeak, but if you had another Sentinel player in that position, they wouldn't be able to do that. Because it's so unique to Alpha. You could put Les in that position on the team, and I don't think Les would have the same impact there that Alpha's having. Like, I'm not saying that Les can't do that, because he can. He can make plays, he can find gaps, he can exploit them. But like, Alpha just does it in a way that he's just almost playing fucking Viper as a duelist.
Win this map and this series, losing every single pistol round. I mean, you did good. They have a really good chance of maybe taking it all the way to the...
Wonder if we're going to see this wall more.
So impressive.
It's just a pistol one. Alright, so Gecko Flash here. You actually have the sky in the holes, like in U-Hole even. So you're giving up like long completely. You have 2 players in hookah and then 1 just watching here. And it's Leo who effectively showed himself right at the start of the round. So Boaster dies. You're not going to expect a second player in here, surely. Especially with that Viper wall going up. Yeah, you just don't expect it. Why would you?
But it's traded.
And then they're going to go through here. They did Skydog it to clear it beforehand.
So good at anchoring. This A side is raised. The nade to delay.
Yeah, nade just buying a bit of time.
Munchin's got the spike in hand. Unsure about where they want to go with 40 seconds left. Options abound.
The head-to-head, Doug. Viper.
I mean, this is just such a good setup. Like, almost like a high-low with Heaven. But this wall... That's why people don't use that wall anymore to use this one. Because you just open view of everything that's happening here. And then they go through the TP again. Alpha manages to get one before he gets out. His wall's good. They have to jump through it. Nobody's trying to punish. Yeah, this position is lovely. Oh, off the flash too. Oh my god, Alpha just fucking destroyed them.
He's been so good all series long.
Finally getting a pistol. The ever elusive round. And you're right, off the backs of Alpha here. 15-9. The first one was free, sure, but every...
Scary too for me because I feel like Alpha is more disciplined as well. Yeah, it's like Alpha has to work on it over time. Like, I'm sure, like, Boaster and stuff would be like, oh, I want you to play more disciplined in this position and that position. Same with the coaches, right? Like, people are like, I want you to, like, relax here a bit more. but you don't want to inhibit what Alpha brings to a team.
GENG's approach is a lot of 4-player, 1-player contact. And he's going to be the one that has to deal with that. That's why I pointed out in the last map. He's the sentinel.
So Skyflash gets stuff here. You got a camera for that TP control. You got Boaster watching lamps. Sky here, which is good.
3 getting 4. That's why you see Fnatic.
3 on B is interesting though. Alright, so you got a flash. Good amount of time has passed. What's the call now? They're just giving up this space. Are they hoping to, like... do Fnatic need to do something here? You're up against Nico.
That's silent walk up.
Like, Fnatic's choice is to just hold where they are. Okay, they get some initial contact in U-Haul. They Skydog shot and they see the Raze, which has pulled the rotation. But the Raze has been sat here the whole time. So I didn't know if they were just like, oh, we're going to Skydog and clear this. The Raze is here.
He knows.
Surely the Raze is going in the direction of where the execute is.
It's crazy too.
But like 4 people have been able to rotate just off that like little bit of information. Some information that GENG gave up willingly.
Now starting to see it come through. They've committed to the side. Now Fear gets his free.
And then yeah, just flanking all the way around.
It's just so effortless for the kid, man.
What a star.
Oh yeah, Fnatic didn't win their first pistol today.
So confident.
But him just being able to play discipline makes him so harder to play against.
And he wanted that.
I agree. But I think my point is that if you tell a player to do something, then that is what they'll only do. If you tell a Fade, not Fade.
They can walk away with as a consolation prize of sorts, a silver lining.
If you tell your Brimstone to always smoke here on an execute, they will only do that. Whereas if you're not necessarily clear on it, you can be like, oh yeah, in this situation it'd be preferred. But you don't say smoke this all the time, unless there's this situation. You need the player to sort of like get experience of like when I should be smoking this, when I should be smoking this.
It certainly complicates the matter.
Like you don't want to tell Alpha what to do because then he stops doing everything else.
The discipline this defensive side is showing right now is so nice. And then even when they do take aggressive pathing like we've talked about Alpha are doing, the timing is beautiful.
Scout destroyed.
And right now, Chronicle on this defensive side, he's going Sky Util for Sky Util. He's re-clearing actively, but he's not using his utility first.
Good Skyflash to get info. Yeah, Judge v Judge. Snip bite on triple actually misses, so Chronicle's just going to sit in his corner. He just doesn't quite get the timing on it. Unlucky.
His timing to swing that out and clear it is perfect.
I know Buster said they're working with Alpha and get better Sentinel utility as well. Yeah. I think helping him with utility is fine. You just like how and when he takes fights.
He's gotten so far up. He's gotten behind enemy lines.
He's about to activate.
Leo's unaware. Unless he doesn't clear heaven. He's not going to clear heaven. Leo is dropped down. The fight is on the site. Up here, Dirk can get 2, but Dirk is going to have to do it by himself.
All right. So weak. Round 1 against the bonus. Was it a bonus, though?
What a rollout from Texture to just break the crosshair. Who was that?
Meteors in Narnia.
And it was a judge on the other side.
Look at this. Oh.
I want to see how flashed he was, because there was a flash out from Chronicle at the right time.
That's how Lakia got the kill? Are you joking? He just randomly spammed triple from inside.
Oh, really? Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't even paying attention to that.
I thought he maybe peeked, like you said, but...
Yeah, I thought he swung, too.
What was that?
Very unlucky, then.
Oh, there's the aggressive look they've been waiting for. Fnatic clearing out the cannon.
Yeah, this is good. This is good from Fnatic. All right, you got 2 get out.
And the discipline to get out.
Yeah, that's so major. No overextending.
5v3 now. Again, Alpha. He's a monster.
Okay, cut noise, back out, get information. Again. What was it? 1 minute 17 on the clock.
I mean, just a
and then around, yeah, 6 seconds later, you've got the Rays pushing up towards A to get info. Even like pinging the position that I think they're going to just sit in.
Given the lack
of
control they have. That's why you see they understand they have to re-clear almost everything.
Durka could get surrounded here. He could get wrapped if he's not careful.
Yeah, he just needs to stop
How
talking.
much will Munchkin explore? If they regroup,
Yeah, they just get him.
have to regroup.
40 seconds. You still get a lot of good information, so this should pull a rotation. Do you go for the TP? With this molly, I think you might do. After that kill, you stay.
But that's all he could do. All Chronicle Edos, two rifles that are still up on the side of Fnatic are still in the play, still in the fight. 2v2 now. Alpha with Pit online. Can't imagine he's gonna try to use
It's just the awareness of Claire and Durka here that wins the round.
how good GENG look right now.
I mean, still, it's around that maybe Fnatic could have won and maybe should have won, but it wasn't eco for them. It was a low buy.
His 2K to open things up, get it into a 5v3 was ridiculous.
I mean, Alpha did everything he could. He even backed off. He could have kept going for more and maybe gotten traded out. But he made the right play.
Yeah, he made the right choice. I don't hate Durka like making that play either.
Just threw it away.
I think I have more of a problem with this fight than
Words right now.
losing a player here.
It's not characteristic of a team like Fnatic.
They buy into this next round. Guns on both sides. A little bit of light armor in there as well. Leo rotating back B. He does have Thrash online. Alfear holding on to the pit for now. And it's this contacty play that you've mentioned.
Guy Flash, you already have somebody that's been pulled over on the rotate here. Thrash used instantly. But Leo still goes down. And now Chronicle wants to go and like confirm the kill, but you don't have any more information on who's there and who's holding what. So the Thrash doesn't end up finding anything and everybody else gets run over. Ooh. Ryan and Liz co-stream when? I mean, I'm down whenever like Liz is. Maybe tomorrow. Like doing a full day tomorrow might be good.
Lakia in that moment. He was so clutch. He spammed Leo down. A little bit of RNG for sure, but
She said she can do.
what it came down to, it's crazy. It's almost reminiscent of what he did at
Just Esther the same. Yeah, I'll message her tomorrow, I guess.
Intuition, I guess, just instinct.
I'll message her later about tomorrow.
So precise on it.
I'm sure we'll get a look at it once more.
Yeah, tell her tomorrow.
Thought he was dead to rights. The Thrash not getting two there ultimately is what decided that round.
I mean, the Thrash getting texture there, that was perfect.
Yeah. It just wasn't.
Because she has to do it on day one, but because I was like leaving in the middle of the day, I was like, I just want
They get stalled out. You
to
don't have to worry about that showstopper at all. You can reset.
Yeah, let's see if we can look at this again.
I mean, it's a good idea. Like, it's a shame that you just get sprayed through the smoke like that. I don't like that decision from Chronicle, but it's a common decision players make. It's like, oh, we caught one with the Thrash. We need to make sure that it's like confirmed.
With the Valorant gods, they just seems like they want GENG to take this map away.
3 rounds in a row for GENG.
Low by Durka's a rifle. Everybody else is on stingers.
GENG deciding to go exploring long. You'd often see a little bit of Sky utility out here to get a flash, maybe a dog, get some early info, but they're not really interested in that. They're trying to hold over the top. In the previous round, it was Chronicle. This time, it's Durka who's holding onto that space.
And this passive approach.
Trying to bait some like noise that you've got a rifle over on this side. I like this. Not really something that we've seen from Fnatic.
In case there's a trap, but you have to try to hesitate the attacking side. Maybe make them invest that Sky utility a little bit earlier on. So it's not.
They're so scared of this team executing on you, and they only have a Sky. Like, why does it feel like GENG's like execute power is stronger than what Fnatic would have?
The timing on this is even better though. Durka satcheling back.
If he was there with a stinger, that'd be really nice.
I mean, the round has just gone into chaos. Fnatic are still
Oh man,
Spike is sitting on the ground.
still gonna win.
It's well out of reach. Now Munchkin taking a step back with a rifle in hand.
He's got the pit.
2
I
stingers.
feel like Fnatic's counter-aggro stuff is poorly coordinated. I mean, that was an example, right? As soon as he goes for the boombot, they're flashing out. Oh my god. How is that not get both of them?
Stinger saving Fnatic once again. It happened in the first half, and it's happened once more. Leo, he just barely touches the edge of that stim, and it gives him the ability to just speed around the site. Delay for the rotate so Boaster can get the trade.
That's so perfect.
It was right here.
Yeah, so perfect.
I mean, this has just turned into a brute fest. Oh my god.
Yeah, they almost lined up there. Alpha's sitting at 21-12.
Ridiculous performance so far, and that's brought us to 9 apiece.
I like the orb. Like, really putting pressure on here. Chronicle is close to Seekers, Dirk is close. Like, a lot of ultimates that are close, so just this orb is like, yeah, you can't really take this ultimate orb here.
Just a little bit. It's the first time we've seen them.
Yeah, they've seen the sky. They've got 2 players here. Dog used on that side. Mosh to push them back. Being aggressive. This is good. You've only seen 1. You don't know that the Brim is there too.
That push and pull.
And then at the same time, Chronicle...
Yeah.
I mean, he probably should have done.
But look at the health bars of the members of GENG that remain.
Yeah, but they can
Just didn't expect him to be out, but because of this poison cloud,
all the way back.
Yeah, really.
that means that if you're playing this angle, because it's there's a little bit of a lip on it, they can like peek out on this side and peek out ahead of your crosshair.
Not looking too nice.
Got a lot of info.
You're right.
Oh my god.
It's gotta be now. The mobility too much, but Alpha here holding the line.
Oh my Alpha Christ. It's still 2v2. You got Brim ult now too. Oh, Viper's Pit, and you've just been pushed. The orbital strike.
He's managed to find a window.
He's managed to isolate them though. Ah man, just full running. I don't know. I'm surprised that Fnatic are like playing this way, you know? It feels like the pace of the game has got so crazy. You got Boaster that's like playing on site, peeks to get information, mollies it as they come in, and then peeks out on the other side of like the tube to go fight them alone.
Backside here.
Like, look at where Boaster was.
Munchkin was caught. He was in a terrible spot. Yeah, but Karen jumping into the pit, trying to catch Leo, who's going to drop him. Keeps the pit up, and yeah, that one gets away from him.
The other reason why it's close is because Alpha's like the only one that's like aim dueling well. That feels... he's only got 1 rifle, never mind, it's an eco.
Got his one.
Oh, he's stuck. What?
Really?
He didn't take it.
Oh man. Yeah, where is... Like, there needs to be a timeout for Fnatic. This is unbelievable. Like, the overheat is crazy. Like, you can't have a fucking interview with like the mental performance coach about regulation and then not be taking a timeout when you're seeing rounds like this. This is unregulated Fnatic. It's driving me mad.
I don't know, but either way, it's just not the situation you want.
There is no regulation. It's fucking Wild West Valorant.
Boaster takes Meteor out here, but this was the first round we've seen Meteor get really aggressive on the solo side. He's been very chill, very laxed in this entire game.
Like, are they playing tilted? Are they playing scared? I can't work it. It's just weird to see Fnatic not really making any decisions, I guess.
Into the next round. And it looks like he will succeed. This one feels like it's gotten away from Fnatic.
Oh my gosh, I don't think that was a misclick.
No, I don't think so either. I think he thought...
No, it definitely wasn't a misclick. He just thought he was...
Still so ambitious to go for that. You're down 2 players already, be long in the first 10 seconds of the round.
This should have come earlier, I think.
Time out here. Slow things down a little bit. It's the last one of the map for Fnatic. With Mini by his side. Problems to be solved and questions to be answered.
It's a 2-round game, and the 2 most important rounds that...
Yeah, I am not a fan of...
Stolen away from them. I mean, that 5v3...
What Fnatic has been...
Come on. Now this...
Doing.
That last round where Durka just invests the showstopper. I mean, the implications for the future rounds are going to be there. That showstopper can honestly win you a solo round.
Now you're timing out onto a full buy.
Their breeze is the decider.
Right.
And GENG doing everything they
Ultimates today have Dave Razor.
What are the adjustments for Fnatic?
Yeah, this isn't like a strat thing. Like, I don't. It's hard to really know. Like, Fnatic have just been so good. Like, when they played up against Heretics in the EMEA finals, on defense they were just so good at like getting the information and making the right adjustment. But here they're just like, their noses are right to smokes, looking to fight them when I don't think you need to. You have an abundance of utility. If they plant the spike, you can retake a lot. You've got some great stuff to retake with. But it's weird to see a team that has double initiator losing out to executes with only sky flashes, really.
And much like has been the case the entire attack half.
Like, you're on a good aggressive line. You're not overextending. Skydog gets, like, used. Sees the sky on the other side. Can these guys group up? You have a little peeking shot past this Viper smoke, is it? No, it's Brim smoke. And then you're just crunching on the player that you left alone.
But they don't realize Boaster is playing in the smoke right next to them.
Yeah.
On the other side of the box. Boaster gives a little bit of the space back.
I wonder if there's much pressure on B at this point. There's still a 2 and now everybody's rotated. They got showers control. This is too good of a post plant now. But you have to, it feels like you have to go for it. You got orbital strike. You use that in lamps, that forces people out. You peek before other people are ready. You've got a flash that people were waiting for.
Alfier's gonna have to do it on his own. A 1v3 with 24 HP. Fully surrounded. Dropped. GENG map point.
They're playing lamps versus Brimble. I mean, to be fair, like, GENG's adjustment out of it was good. Like, it felt like, oh yeah, we're being Brim ulted. Let's just step forwards.
All half long.
But man, there's just so much.
That was the opening.
Like Skydog there.
That was so beautiful. So well read.
And then just Texture playing late.
And Texture, I mean, he's sitting at 20 kills. He tends to start off slow, but once he gets warmed up, it feels like it's impossible.
Viper ult short.
GENG fully warmed up.
Yeah.
6 of the last 7. All momentum their way here.
3 chances.
Fnatic still with 3 ults.
You got.
For them to end it here would have to be
And then he's just separated. Nobody could trade. And now all of this utility is going to be used. And like, are you going to fight this? You got a sky flash. You're able to get 1, but you used everything that you had to get that 1. Meanwhile, the spike isn't even with them. They're pushing up showers. Now Boaster is like playing at pace.
Now one way's going to be really difficult to deal with.
Molly's been used to slow them down, but the only thing that you've seen has been like the Cypher. So it's just a Cypher that might be lurking, we don't know.
Is that you need to have somebody watch.
Meanwhile, GENG have like inserted the Viper into Hookah. Seekers is going to be used on defense. And it gives misinformation for Fnatic here. Yeah. Like Meteor actually takes a peek before the Seekers was going to get him. They know exactly where the Viper is. Oh, Leo actually saves him again. Oh, Alpha. How on earth have they pulled this round back?
Munchkin with 10 seconds left, grabs the spike, has to run out, no time to think about it. Fnatic at their 10th. They're not done yet.
I mean, GENG played that really well.
TPing and somehow killing Karon there.
He went through the TP with no armor and like 86 HP or something like that.
And then the second on top
Like,
of it.
both flashes used. You got your Thrash. I mean, he's so lucky to be alive there.
Oh my gosh. Meteor did such a good job in this round. I'm in disbelief that Fnatic brought that back.
They're going to have to do it again.
And again.
Lakia with ult. Back to this guessing.
Genuinely, I think opping. If you could afford to op, this would be really good here.
This time the dog cleared out instantly by Boaster. Or by Durka, excuse me.
Because if you're like bleeding out this utility enemy from the sky, I mean, like, it's the Seekers that you'd be worried about.
other, but there are two there. This game has become an exchange of utility in any sort
But
of...
like these guys are so spread apart.
Right. This is so tense.
Because it's like if they go through the TP, like are you able to get out like securely? Can Boaster like help support you, or does he have to worry about short?
It's perfect. The flash is so nice. Alfier's got no...
I don't know what I'm watching with Fnatic. It's actually getting...
And the Seekers were invested as well. Leo backside, doing what he can and finding one. But still, in numbers, the way of the attack, the rotation coming through for Boaster and Durka. Meanwhile, Chronicle tucked in elbow, trying to stay alive.
Spike planted.
So far, successful. They try to jump out, they try to double face. Boaster just swings his life away, leaving a 4v2. GENG within sniffing distance of Breeze, and that will secure it.
Man.
The way of GENG.
You've got Alpha going crazy. You managed to have like a good 6-6 half on your attack. But man, like they're fucked. If they play like this on, was it Breeze is the final map? Like they're just fucked. Full stop. Like where has all of like the fundamental discipline gone for this team? Oh, it's so... I was so excited to watch Fnatic play Bind because her defense was so good last time. And then, I don't know. Even like after the timeout, it felt that they didn't really like make good adjustments or good changes. That they were still just playing hyper aggressive, like in silly positions. Like either like where Durka was in garden, you know, trying to play anti-flash, and then he gets skydogged, or having Alpha in lamps. Because you've got one player on short, you got one player in showers, loads of cut noise, nothing really going on. Neither of these players feel comfortable enough to like go peek and find information, or like group up together and find information like down showers. You got two players that were like looking at long that weren't doing like it was way too like static from Fnatic. That you just sort of let them jump on you like that. Well, I need a wee now, so let me BRB for a bit and I'll run ads too, so 1 second.
Welcome back, everyone, as we break down our second map. GENG manages to pick up the win, forcing us into a map 3. And boy, oh boy, this 13-10, 13-10, you know, and it really does feel as if Fnatic kind of lost steam there toward the end, despite some of the heroics that we saw from players like Alf here.
Yeah, I had really high hopes for Fnatic watching the first half of Bind with that kind of recovery in the last few rounds. But the second half, GENG absolutely took control. I think they had a great game plan, focusing really heavily on these super slow contacty rounds. And I felt like Fnatic didn't do a good enough job of re-clearing space in the mid round to deny these contact plays. Instead, GENG was getting really far forward and was allowed to exec onto the site. And so their sole initiator of the sky never really became a limitation.
Yeah, and time after time, we would see Fnatic, you know, defending from the side, but the executes were so strong, and GENG was so on point into how and when to clear the angles. And even though they lost players in the meantime, it didn't change things.
Also, crucially, GENG was winning a lot of these clutches. Yeah. We see this round, it comes down to that execute we're talking about, but GENG is winning the 2v2s at the end. And I feel like that's the difference between Lotus and map number 2 of Bind. Those late clutch rounds were swinging the way of GENG instead, and that's the difference maker in a close series like this.
Yeah, completely. And not only that, is GENG going to keep doing this during the tournament? Like, they lose the first map, and then they just go and come back to the time. This is what they're here for? They just want to play the third map?
Just revving up engines up a little bit more. I don't know. I mean, one of the players that popped off there that contributed to this win was Texture, without a doubt. I mean, firstly, the guy's movement was utterly insane. What he was doing with the race, just getting into lamps so fast. I mean, he was just making such great plays happening so consistently for this team.
Exactly. We talk about the plays. We talk about the entire environment. Like, he was being set up so well, and he was getting a lot of those openers. Lucky also in some of the shots. But if we look also at the other part, Durka was nowhere to be found. He was very unsuccessful in everything that he was trying to do. And this time the mistakes were on the side of Fnatic. Like, time after time, we saw them taking too many risks.
Yeah, and GENG, I mean, now they've put themselves in such a good position. Yeah. Texture playing this well, being in such hot form, now going into a Breeze, which is one of the most favorable maps. I think it's GENG's best map, one that Fnatic has looked kind of back and forth on, that's very reliant on the individual plays. This feels like an amazing setup for GENG to turn this series around and take a 2-1 victory.
I mean, I think it's complicated. Like, Fnatic actually decided to pick this map a couple of times there on EMEA. And at the beginning, it was a big question because during kickoff, we were teased about Durka playing the Euro and how good. It never happened in kickoff, right? But when we got to the stage and we actually saw him here on Breeze, it was like, meh. It's okay. I think especially like it didn't feel so great and so special because we had already seen a lot of Euros, but it was not game defining. Like in this scenario, it has to be more of like a global effort. And I think that against the composition and the way that GENG play this map, they should struggle a lot.
And GENG is the perfect example of having that Euro have really global influence. When they're playing it in combination with this Astra, they have such great coordinated plays preset. They have a lot of good ideas to clear space and how to combine those two agents. I think pound for pound, GENG just play a better comp on this map. I feel like when you play both the KO and the Yoru and you have no Jet, you're indexed so heavily into these flash comps and going for forward flash plays, you're losing out on the stall util that Astra provides. You're also losing out on those set plays and having opportunities to teleport in to your Astra util. Normally you even have like Jet smokes to teleport into. You don't have that addition either. I'm not a huge fan of this comp for Fnatic, but I do think there is a chance for them to surprise us because it is a map that relies a lot on just individual coordination of the team, and Fnatic's historically great at that.
And we're talking about the performance and also the resilience of the players. GENG has been in this position in every single match that they've played this tournament. They always go to the third, and they have been winning it, right? On the other side, we have a Fnatic that is still, you know, getting used to this stage. It's been a long time for them since they've been playing here globally.
Yeah, I gotta say, right now, you really do have to be leaning a little bit more toward GENG in this situation, which, we looked at the series layout and had the inclination, like, if this goes to 3, you kind of got to side with GENG here. That being said, I do feel like Fnatic, if they do find an opening here, one of the players that I'm going to be looking for to just be that step-up player.
Oh, I'm just eating.
Really clinical for them has been Alpha. He's been great for them. He's been in moments where they really needed him. I want to see whether or not he can have that impact.
What were you eating? Just some chocolate.
Yeah, he's definitely been
Just
throughout the year, I would say.
wolfed down my lunch. I'm casting in. I'm casting in 4 hours.
A little bit more than just the player shining.
That's
what we were talking about on.
But my call time is in 2.
So it's so clear.
So
even if a player falls,
this will finish. I'll have like an hour. Yeah, I need to
to be so disruptive.
Like
that
call
it doesn't
time,
matter if
generally
they
sort some stuff out.
if they start up on a 4v5 situation, they will know how to turn it around. So even if Alpha can do some heroics, there's always the next layer.
Where are you casting?
Focus more on some of the intangibles. Fnatic, I think, looked shaken towards the end of that bind game. We saw a lot of rounds where Genji
Physically, yeah.
executes, and Fnatic are whiffing out on shots that we normally expect.
I'm casting for Challengers North, Polaris.
A Raze ultimate in an eco round that already looked unwinnable. Some of these weird little mistakes that tend to be very uncommon for this Fnatic team kept cropping up at the end of bind. So they're really going to have to focus in on resetting, finding the Fnatic who wins trophies to come into this third map and bring things back.
I'm sure that they are going to, fish for that 100%.
Try not to choke.
Of course, for GENG, they're on the precipice of being.
There's so many drinks here, but
I wouldn't necessarily call it an upset because even though they're coming from the Swiss stage, I mean, GENG still got second in Madrid. Let's not forget this.
Yeah, but this is another one of the tests, right? Like Fnatic, we wanted to see them back on the international stage, on the global stage. GENG.
Is there any teams to look out for in EMEA?
Another step on the right direction.
All of our top Madrid teams.
Was it your choice to not cast T1? When?
Obviously, not even here in Shanghai. We saw it with GENG struggling in Pacific.
Like to watch the streams? Oh, was it your choice to not cast Tier 1? Sorry, not T1. No.
To a macro level. This is like the test of how
EMEA just didn't hire me. But
because we know both of them have it in themselves.
Like I'm happy doing what I'm doing at the moment anyway. I'd probably like mentally in a better position.
What form they're in here in Shanghai, and if GENG can win against Fnatic,
mentally
great form in EMEA, I think that'll
like I'd say
and really shine some worries on Fnatic.
There's a lot of problems with like EMEA broadcasts, not only like on Riot side, like it's been different tiers have done it in the past, but
this team had even mentioned how
I don't know,
play them, it still rate them incredibly high.
Even when I was working, there was always something to stress about.
Not by a long shot.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, it's very surprising to see two Euros going head to head, but I think it's something that we need to pay a lot of attention to because they're
Fnatic attacking first.
Of hit and miss with this kind of plays. I'm looking at Leo. I think he had brilliant performances on this map.
Watch how Caron anchors sights on this defense.
I mean, GENG have played the most Valorant this year, right? No question.
End this game.
Now it's time to
I still despise no Sentinel Breeze.
to start off the playoffs and send it back over to Doug and
Sort of see where it goes, really. I think so long as you're pressuring the right places, it shouldn't matter too much.
Chat on the other side. This one's going to be a lot of fun. I think
I'm warming up slowly to Euro solo duelist, but I think you need like a KO too.
Presence at all in that last map of bind, and playing against a team like GENG who do a lot of contact stuff.
Like Euro being solo flashes isn't amazing.
Fnatic, their buys were so dodgy and so spotty they kept forcing rifles.
But like you're running double duelist here, so it's almost like the Euro acts like an initiator.
Save and get that up as soon as possible.
We'll see if that is an adjustment.
It's the two pushing holes, just tucking in.
On this half. I mean, an attack side up on Breeze is no strange thing.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that's the case.
Aldrin on the pistol.
Forward, aggressively swinging.
I'm gonna Euro open the door.
Yeah, it's what you need out of your duel.
Oh, and the Viper cloud on bridge.
Now they've been able to set up behind them. Althea really far up in halls. Overwhelmed.
Then they clear Alpha. Where did he close the door and then left? I was like, Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
Shot from Texture. Greeted by Boaster. Chronicle had played his
Whiffy fights. I mean, it's just a lot of right clicking.
How is he still alive?
Oh my gosh.
A flash swinging around.
And then Durka goes back and opens the door again.
Leaving it all onto Leo. The first shot is crispy. Two more to be found though. One target spotted.
And then you've planted back here so you can like play it from this position.
And the defuse will come.
Another pistol lost.
Another pistol the way of GENG.
And already from the start of the round,
I feel like Breeze is a map where no duelist is pretty viable. I don't know.
In their retake. I mean, Althea
Made a bet with Vansilli that he'd give me 10 gifted if we saw FPX EDG Grand Finals.
in this series.
Yeah, that would have been a stretch. Even for me, as China pilled as I am, I wouldn't have said that.
On the last two maps?
I'd say a fine event for EDG is top 6.
ended up living for so long.
A great event for China would be EDG finishing top 4.
Yeah, he was just a nuisance.
I'd say that EDG bottoming out 8th, so losing their game tomorrow and then the game following, would be, yeah, a big hit.
Gotta capitalize on this.
I'll take a top 4 EDG, because I would have said, like, I wouldn't have minded EDG to do a bit worse if FBX had made it. Like, FBX almost making it through Swiss to play playoffs, I think is like, good.
Debate that out.
Yeah, now they know there's an outlaw on the map. Now they know where it is.
And they're just going to tuck. There's no need to even give.
I wouldn't say it's a disappointing event for China with how good FPX looked. And like the bits of promise that we saw from DRG too.
Knife going fishing a little bit, not tagging anyone. There's still 2 members on the site. One of them playing.
Because again, they were quite close to like doing some work, some close maps at least. But like for EDG, I don't think that they would settle for anything other than top 4.
30 seconds left.
Everything else has to really go right here for Alfier to provide value on this flank, though.
Idiots.
I don't know that it will. Chronicle falls, the spike still.
One enemy remaining.
Now sitting on the ground once more. Alfier cleaned up. That's another couple of kills.
Yeah, unfortunate rounds for FPX, but still, like, who you're losing to, like, 2 teams like GENG and Heretics that have, like, beaten the fraud allegations.
He understands that he might get wrapped from that tunnel area, so that you saw him push forward.
Like, GENG could do work at this event, especially if they win this series.
Yeah, they adjusted beautifully.
And then, yeah, what was I thinking?
As soon as Durka got that kill.
Like, Heretics is sort of the same. I didn't think the Heretics would look as good as they have. I thought that they would be just lightning in a bottle, make it for Madrid.
Aggressive.
But, like, you got GENG that is still consistently playing at a top level. And then Heretics, with all of their, like, roster issues and not having mini-boo, like, still looking great.
Yeah, Boaster's looking for it.
Yeah, they have a really good opportunity here to punish this.
This is actually really nice because even if he doesn't commit to it, the clock is ticking. Yeah. The spike is in Boaster's.
Yeah, I mean,
but they need to press the issue. They need
I don't know how worthwhile it is.
That's not going to be the way that you do it. A 1v1 in halls.
And so the first, 45 seconds go off the
How was he 17?
And Fnatic are just now starting to lean towards B. They've had the Cypher.
Yeah, he's 18 now. He was 17 at the start of the year.
Thanks to Alpha.
Yeah.
This is still going to be really tricky to get through.
The clock is running down too low right now. Texture will go for broke.
You just get peeked by the Outlaw.
Just ahead of it. You're right. He goes
All these, like, deaths, like, this one's more unlucky, but, like, the first one for Durka, just dying without any trade.
Nice. Munchkin still playing on the site with the Marshal. Or, excuse me, a Sheriff. He gets one.
20 seconds, are you just gonna... Where are you going?
That's bonus the way of GENG on a map that they're so...
Why are they supposed to only have a Sheriff, though?
And you're on the defensive side.
10 seconds left.
You wonder here. I mean, it's, again, it's so tough.
Oh, no, he just had it in hand.
So well matched up. The tiniest
And he
of
only
decisions
said one gun again.
can prove it to be the difference maker. And if you're Boaster, you wonder, you just shoot. You just
I
shoot.
think it's too early to say if Root's a top 5 player in an event when we haven't seen 4 of the teams play yet.
Oh, here's that kill in halls. Oh,
trying to get away.
No, he got
The Outlaw in the previous round?
TP behind him. That's so unfortunate. But he should have had that pre-play started if he's going to go for something like that. The
I just feel like I'm coming across as like a Fnatic hater, but it's just...
playing in the group stage.
It's just so disappointing to see them look like this.
And what I was trying to say was, if you're going to punish the Yoru TP, the gate crash, you need to send a massive amount of people to fake like an A hit or a B hit to bait out that TP if you're going to do something like that. You're not supposed to just do a contact play and just sit and watch the TP, hope he takes it. But it's so hard to make a decision like that in the moment, because how often are you in that position?
Right. They've sent the TP again. And I was unsure if they, I don't think they saw it. So the TP was just fake. Now it's been cleared.
The mind games.
Yeah. And it's a fun part about running Yoru.
Such an odd character. Nothing like it in the game.
There are a lot of players on the other side of that man. GENG are just so healthy right now. Dirk is the only one with right.
Yeah, and they can put the poison cloud down now. Like, Munchkin playing here is absurd.
Does have a gate crash, but that's part of the problem of running a single Yoru is you don't have another way to go. But that certainly will help things.
Are you going in or are you resetting? You're going in. Okay, good.
So they will
Much better from Fnatic. But again, like, Munchkin playing where he did is unbelievable to me.
Chronicle has full utility up though here. He could potentially use a flash for his teammates here. Doesn't look like he'll even need to because Durka is activated and online.
1 HP. Then saving.
Fnatic play that really well.
Nice and simple though from Fnatic.
Not for Leo's drone clearing the way, B main. The round probably doesn't go that way.
And Doug, they turned scraps into a symphony of shots there.
Like playing in the smoke and then you have the Euro clone come through and then an Aldrin just after. I let them sort of take that first hit of fighting.
Karen will be able to save this rifle into the next round, but Fnatic find the way on the board in an unexpected,
flawless fashion.
Unexpected manner.
The Thrifty. They needed that. This could have gotten out of hand very quickly.
I mean, the drone again. The drone.
But it's also like Boaster's the first one in there, you know?
So much.
I think he was the one at the back and he just ran past everybody else that was in front of him to go get that kill.
Even on the entry there, he actually had Meteor flashed.
Like there was a world where they could have got all that information and pushed the player back there who was fully flashed and not got the kill. It took Boaster having to just
That being said,
push past his own teammates in order to get it.
And he could be very deadly with it.
It's Dirk waiting on the other side. The dash has been procced. The smokes have been dropped. The shot does not connect.
Oh, and the recon as well, just at the same time. Care Knife, did it get 2? I think he got both of them. So there has to be an adjustment elsewhere.
So he doesn't have to worry about it.
You've got 2 here. There's the Jet and the Silver. You know that there's an Outlaw. You're going to do anything towards here. You're going to do anything towards mid.
Right. What? He commits.
Oh, Meteor just gets him anyway.
Oh, he ults his way out. A minute left in the round. He's playing this beautifully. There's so much time. Whoa. He's injected chaos into the situation and then gets away. Forcing Fnatic.
Because there's no way, yeah, like you're going to expect that it's going to be B. You got all that utility there.
It might not matter. Munchkin has given up the space.
Your ult's going to go in.
Forced to use his own ult to make sure everything is safe. They're not walking into a meat grinder.
It's so slow.
The thing is, on this retake, Texture can just post up on an angle while his team scales up.
Yeah, but is he going to be able to get past the walls?
Bomb's not down yet.
30 seconds left.
Still plenty of time to
Get the kill.
Meteor will fall.
Okay, yeah, you just win the fights anyway. Yeah, you're now in a 4v1, so just plant the spike. Stop peeking whilst he's planting the spike, please. And you got Aldra there too as well, so like taking that fight was not needed.
And execute perfectly.
Karon's dead to rights here.
They played that well though, once they got onto B, but Jesus.
I mean, they had nowhere else to go. You can't go back A in that scenario. You have to speed up B. But what was most impressive in that round was the poise and just waiting here, waiting for anything to happen. They're all gunned and ready. And then they fight together. A lot of teams in this scenario would have...
You can't root for 100 Thieves because of Champions points.
And gotten chipped by someone maybe gotten picked up.
Have 100 Thieves overtaken them at this point?
In the 4v5, they decided to just fight.
Alfie are zopping. We thought it might be Durka, but Alfie is formidable with it as well.
He kind of has to on the attacking side too, because there's
I do like this though. Like, it feels that Fnatic are trying to bait out this snake bite early.
By the way, Munchkin
considering there's only just one.
That's why you see this default where Leo creeps up to this close wall and then uses the drone a little bit late. Yeah. Look, he's caught out again.
Yeah, seen one. Knows that the Euro's there too. A lot of fully flashed people. Dirk is in. Awkward fight to be taking. And again, like just the support from GENG there in that fight is great. It's almost like you just show the Viper and then you have loads of other people be able to come and fight in. And then just doesn't matter, you just win the Angels again.
Okay.
Favorite food?
I don't know that Texture can really go for this here. They don't.
No, wait. 1v3 with an op?
I don't know, actually. Probably just like something simple. I just tuna sandwiches I just eat every day. Leo, Aspas, Texture, Woot, and EU.
And Durka too.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a wild list.
I mentioned it just before the exec happened. Like, a solo Yoru's job is hard.
I don't know who my top 5 would be for playing in Shanghai.
Hope there's enough utility over the top to give you some space to work. And he found it. That was perfect from Durka. And again, that's the difference between when you're running a Jet Yoru versus just a Yoru. If there's a Jet to go with it, there's a little...
That's true. That's a good point from Doug.
100%. And it can be so hard, especially going up against this Astra, because, I mean, all of a sudden you have a suck, a stun, and the choke.
I mean, the fact that Durka still gets one there is really good.
Support for Durka, but, right?
Opinion on Palestine?
Durka getting that entry. That was amazing, and he got it from
I don't know enough. And I feel like whatever stance I take is just going to be...
More room for discussion around this.
Like, a tag is going to be put on it. But having, from what I understand, having a place that's meant to be like a refuge outside of war zones be attacked is not good
He's on so
at
good,
all.
he can do things like this. I don't know what it is. He's just so confident on the character.
I think the way that the world has reacted to it as a sort of society has been like promising, I suppose, because
apart from the outlaw round,
that whole
the anti-eco
power struggle has been a thing throughout all of our lives.
I mean, he got a little bit aggressive in A main one of the rounds.
But it's really like taken a lot. Like people are getting more educated, right? There would always be like Palestinian like marches and groups in Bristol city centre. There'd be like a couple of people that would stop and look. Now it's busy. Every time there's anything like that, it's busy, and people are actively learning and engaging in that conversation. So, and there's stuff like TikTok and social media being able to share stuff.
Meanwhile, Meteor with a Marshall.
But I also don't think that
they're gonna do a slow default, and that's why you see Durka,
like the image that's been shared around a lot, like pro-Palestinian, like me sharing that isn't doing like shit, you know what I mean?
And honestly, I imagine
Like I actually want to be more, if I want to help and get that message across, I'd want to be more actively involved. Me just sharing a tweet or tweeting Free Palestine,
with the way that they're playing it right now.
I'm not helping. I'm just, people just do that to feel better about themselves.
And I mean, to go back to what you were just saying, even the way Durka's played the opening of this.
Yeah, he hasn't moved. Just now, what, 45, 50 seconds in?
Like in comparison, I'm very opinionated on like trans rights, and certainly like trans people being welcome in the Valorant space. And I advocate for that. Because I've been involved in like the game changer space, and I'm keen on seeing more trans players be able to play and feel welcome and secure.
Oh no!
I thought he was gonna lay in the shots.
I'm not just gonna say a cue of it, you know. I just don't want to see innocent people murdered.
Upgrade these weapons a little bit. Munchkin with the rifle cannot convert, cannot find damage.
The pressure is on, Doug. And we're seeing people whiff left and right.
I mean, it's been all Fnatic last few rounds.
Meteor definitely could have gotten that kill. Karen,
Not only just people, children, yeah.
that scenario, if the shots go his way, it's a completely different round. Even here on the cross, Munchkin could have hit that. This is what happens when you're map 3 in such an intense game.
Chronicle popping off again. Fnatic have won 4 in a row. The op still in the hand, now back in the hands of Alfier.
Like, me saying anything about it would effectively be going hopes and prayers, which, you know.
Not sure if that KO dagger connected onto Munchkin in that tunnel area of the B site. But if it did, they should have info that it's a very similar...
Def a bit China pilled might not be Ryan Central's fault.
Anti-eco approach. Where you have Munchkin playing up close.
I don't think Hong Kong has looked particularly good lately.
back in mid, rotating.
I mean, I think he's been fantastic. It's more how much he has had to do. Honestly,
for the side of GENG.
You couldn't ask for more from him. I think Chi-Chu's impact on a team is phenomenal and often underrated.
Meanwhile, that pick.
But yeah, I don't know.
Chronicle looked like he was.
I don't think I've seen a huge amount from Chi-Chu recently.
Hangs onto it, uses an ult of his own.
Oh, it's a fake.
Do they bite? You got to be careful here too, because the bite mid could be the problem.
Yeah, people want to control the information. I mean, funny how they sort of come to a decision on what to do about TikTok in the US around this time too.
But he's surrounded. He's so surrounded, but he still gets another. Now Locky over the top, providing cover. 45 HP with the utility out. He will fall. 10 seconds left. Fnatic have managed to find enough space and enough safety to get it down. But now, what? Meteor arrives straight into his death. Again, the money, not great, but they've got to find a way to convert here. Munchkin in the face of two, already tagged by utility. Crosshair cannot snap. Chronicle with four.
Yeah, Fnatic not losing this. Sort of reminds me of what GENG did to EDG at Madrid.
Entry from Alpha.
What was I thinking?
I saw it on the minimap.
I think there's just a lot of like small things about it as well. For example, there was like pro-Palestinian marches and like parades and stuff that would happen in like Bristol. And obviously companies like Apple and McDonald's especially have landed themselves in hot water of like supporting
if he gets two, they have a chance.
Israel in those times.
They had a great chance.
So there'd be instances of people on a march that goes through like the city center of Bristol, going into McDonald's, basically wrecking the whole fucking place as a means of like protesting McDonald's involvement. But for me, it's like, yeah, you're really telling the big bosses of McDonald's, you're really giving them what for by making a fucking mess and having some poor bastard that's on like minimum wage have to clean it up. There's no involvement in what you're protesting at all.
The changes of pace even.
Honestly, very Lotus-esque.
Look at this, they're waiting for the re-aggro.
They know. They're a step ahead of it. They still gotta,
I mean, they have to, because there is no like sentinel on this side.
And while all of that is happening, Alfir gets up even further.
He's gonna activate right now. He hears the rotations, they're just gonna go away.
He's got to be cautious on this.
Like, it's obviously obvious, but people can't get it. Yeah. And it's also like the whole, how do you fix it? I have no fucking clue. And yeah, just me being like, oh, I just want everybody to be happy and free feels a bit of a cop-out answer. So that's why I'm not like particularly vocal on it. It's just like
4v3, the way of the defense, the spikes.
I don't support the people doing war crimes. You know,
really have the space to invest it, and Lakia strikes beautifully. Leo cannot find any more success.
This is exactly why I despise no sentinel breeze.
Pieces of the puzzle put together, but they just couldn't execute. Alpha, he missed his timing. He got caught out by Lakia on the rotate, but then also texture in the main.
Big sense of feeling like how they're helping exactly. Yeah.
That's killer.
That one hurts.
Yeah, but then also. In the main, nobody used utility to clear out texture in this scenario. But yeah, I mean, that Astro Wall from Karen coming out, maybe that is what caused the chaos and allowed texture to just play that fine line of getting the first kill and then getting out.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, that's around that Fnatic. I mean, they had every right to win.
Now Blade's online for texture.
Oh, I wonder if texture knows. Is this prep? Is this heavy prep?
If he takes this fight, he's by himself.
Oh.
He's traded. Unfortunate for Lakia, but
I was gonna say something else, but I can't remember now.
The problem is Alpha going down early kind of forces you to commit to this B site. And
oh yeah. I think also with discussions like this, it is worth making sure that the message is clear, like of what's going on. And we don't need to have everybody give their opinion on what's going on, because that just muddies the main messages that are meant to get through.
They've ripped this site to shreds. And now the loss of Locky at the beginning of the round feels so much worse. No heroics from Texture, no magic from the defense. Fnatic get to 6.
That was so well timed.
I don't think it's about staying quiet. It's just making sure that the main messages get through.
Timing was perfect. But then that KO
Like signal boosting interviews of people talking about the struggle that's going on there, and like debates and talking about side. That's important. Me sharing an AI generated image in support isn't adding anything.
He looked a little bit
It's not about staying quiet. It's just making sure that like the messages that need to get out to the world for them to understand what is happening.
Look at the money for Fnatic.
Happen.
They're so rich. I mean, they're so well set up to. They could easily be looking at an 8-4 half here.
Must be nice.
And they've got a couple of ults that are going to be hitting at the right time too. This is a gorgeous setup for the #1 seed from EMEA.
Using the drone to clear out anything close. They don't
Also, sometimes people just need to not share or have an opinion and just listen. That's the only thing I could advocate for, is just like educate yourself. And I'm being a hypocrite by saying that because I haven't educated myself on a lot of what's going on.
As soon as the door goes up, they have to peek ahead of it or they're going to lose sight. You know they have pistols. They can't really sit back. They've gotten a couple of kills here, but it seems like Fnatic will be able to avoid disaster. Even the ones that they've lost will be reinvested. Fnatic into 7, and again, the 8th is well within reach.
That's Durka's second ult in 3 rounds. I mean, they have a really good opportunity to steal
6-6 means GENG win.
Chronicle is 1 off of that KO ultimate. I mean, they could really...
I don't know. I feel, well, it depends on how Fnatic want to play their defense. If it's anything like Bind, we could be in for a bit of a nightmare.
There it is for Boaster. Why not? Hold. Do a default in the beginning. Grab this A-orb so you get that KO online.
And honestly, they know that GENG have wanted to re-aggress. We saw the re-clear elbow just a couple of rounds ago.
There it is!
You know the aggression is coming. Fnatic is ready for it.
It's Boaster that has the op.
He's sitting at 9 and 6.
I know exactly where.
Texture strike here.
Look at the ults.
He's creeping forward. He might get away with a whole lot more. He's gotten his 1.
No theft to hit him 2.
Meanwhile, Chronicle popped the ult. Spike is sitting on the ground. Can Alpha?
Alpha's just been an absolute pain here.
But GENG seemingly intent on getting to 5.
Good fight.
To be Leo and Alpha.
Yeah, what the hell are you going to do here?
All series.
Fnatic's defense looks so good on Breeze, though. Yeah, but I would have said the same about their Bind defense. But that, for the most part, has looked really good. And it didn't look good today.
They've got time to try to catch a 1, try to catch an opening. But you see it, GENG are aware to it. You look at the minimap right now, Pings concerned with the flank. Texture's taking the space.
1 enemy remaining.
It's just so easy at that point. It's just so simple when you have that big of an advantage.
30 seconds left.
It's just so effortless. Lakia again. Besting Leo like he did Alpha a couple of rounds ago. Getting GENG.
I feel like this could be a really important pistol, though.
All off of Texture.
Sort of potential must-win for Fnatic.
Had to make the score even.
And that was off of the back of Boaster getting the pick.
I know. Boaster got caught out. He was the one that got the entry, and then he was the one that got caught out.
Off the neural theft, too.
The respect shown. I think Alpha just gave Texture too much respect in that moment. He needed to get that kill.
It's a tough spot to be in. Unless you're a spectator and you like bangers, and that's exactly what we've got on our hands. GB, take it away.
Hello, I'm Spectator.
Last half of best of 3, I'd say it would be important. I mean, it's more like you have the lead. It's like every pistol's important. But I'm saying that, like, for Fnatic, despite them being in the lead, I think this is a must-win pistol for them still.
This is crazy. This was on Fnatic's mind so rent-free at the beginning of each round, and then Meteor decided to go for it. And even though he gets the kill, the instant call for Fnatic to go on the execute on B, even though GENG has all the read, just because Boaster, I think he
good fighting. Like, I like the Leo's just, he had utility still in hand, But just in that moment, whilst they're going for the plant and fighting off the wall, that he's just going out facing.
And they managed to get the round. You're saying it. Okay, I don't like
It was just auto mods that caught Yuanchi.
But actually,
Wouldn't
this
worry
one
about
has
it.
been so entertaining. Like all the plays, the mid round from both Fnatic and GENG, it's been actually a very enjoyable.
Yeah, Fnatic's mid rounds were incredible throughout this one. I think Boaster making some great calls, and in particular, setting Durka up for some really good moments.
Yes.
It's really difficult to play this map with a solo Yoru, but I think Durka has actually gotten so much done. When he's entering, they're finding really...
What's your opinion on how MVP of Champions have failed on next season as Demon 1 benched?
to combo it into. He's finding and getting
I think in this instance it's well, same for...
He's leading by 2 at the
Who was the MVP? Was it Les?
Forget though, it's only going to be a 2-round
Of
lead.
2022?
That could very well get themselves back into this one, Mimi.
Their attack side is really strong. Watch out for the combos between the Astra and the Yoru on the
Watch out for
execute,
Leo.
and how that Jet helps out as well.
It was Pancada. Yeah, Pancada went to another team,
The desk is split over here. You love to hear
which
it.
didn't work. Demon 1 went to another team and didn't work. And then it was like Zeke, who stayed on Ascend, but Ascend were on the verge of like disbanding anyway as a team. It felt like.
And we're just gonna see who breaks first. GENG on the attack. We talked so much about how on Bind and on Lotus their approaches were slow, they were quiet, they were contact. And that's really what found them success on Bind.
Yeah, but like Cryo went to another team, Ye went to another team. Like, you know, like if you look at Alpha, like Alpha was MVP of EMEA, but Alpha's still playing well because he didn't change team, and that team didn't change an awful lot.
A little bit of presence found and understanding there's Hall's threat. This pistol is just so chaotic. It's so messy. Spike is sitting out on the site with no real way to pick it up. It's got to be Munchkin, but they know where he is. A dart in his lap. The shock buying space, buying time. Leo patient with it, not forcing the matter whatsoever.
10 HP.
That heady angle is so difficult to hit.
Yeah. 2 players
Just closing the door.
here, though. It's not over yet.
Munchkin.
So is Cryo. Yeah, the team has changed a lot around Cryo though. New coach, new IGL.
I mean, he has a real
The
chance.
Bang's still there. Asena's still there.
Every single one of them.
It's not ones anymore, Doug.
No.
That will be all she wrote. Alfier.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's done. Now I'm not saying the Fnatic are going to completely clear it up.
Beautiful.
But
And then Boaster.
gives Fnatic such a big boon of an advantage.
Nice shots.
Very nicely done from Chronicle.
Nice boys. Come on in.
And these are signs that are all good for Fnatic because we're seeing Durka, we're seeing Boaster, using Marshals. They didn't have an operator once that last map. And with the way that GENG like to play, you have to have those.
How many VCT bundles they're supposed to use? I have no idea. They're on the tournament client now, aren't they? So you have access to all of the skins anyway.
Durka dropped him a ghost around yellow, so he does get an upgrade. But Meteor's so aggressive here. Oh.
Spotting one.
He has to back off.
Yeah, the comms had to have been traded there.
But the thing is, with that, just that little peek there, that baits out Leo's rotation from the B side.
Just a little, though. He's still playing mid. He's still at a position where he can help on both sides, but actually now he's fully committing A.
Do you see how GENG maneuver around the map and put doubt in the minds of Fnatic? This is all stuff that's going to help them further down the half to make a comeback. And for Fnatic, that was their demise on the bind defensive side that they had. They played too passive. There was no disruption.
And that allows this slow GENG approach to cook exactly the way they want it.
Closed.
You're right, there's nothing to kind of throw them off the mark, nothing to get them off the rails.
Brave.
Connecting finally does. The third time is a charm.
I mean,
but GENG have been able to fight back. They've got a couple of kills here, but still just...
Dior's in a great spot. He said he's watching it, but he's not. He's going to drone it though.
Feels like a win here. As far as money goes.
Great shot.
But it might be more than just that.
Seen both of them.
Leo really low.
Oh no, he didn't because he put the smoke up.
Still 2 Bulldogs on the other side. Oh, they fully
Oh, the high-low.
Alfier is able to save it. Fnatic will get another round, and now GenG will be on the ball.
Yeah, I guess we'll see for NRG. It's.
GenG, I mean, with limited resources, you were able to do that.
I've not watched enough of them because I've not really watched Americas this year.
I mean, they could have won this round.
For me to like give a side at any case.
Tell him Leo's face. There was. He knows they got away with one. That was closer than it should have been.
Where's the confidence? It's map 3. You won the pistol. You're in the driver's seat.
Because you got Ethan, you'd have Som and Finesse come back.
I don't mind the way they played that at all. Yeah, it got a little messy.
And then, yeah, Victor and Crashies.
Given how GenG like to be contact, given how they like to deathball, who knows what's waiting on the other side? The fear of the force is always a factor, too. I mean, either way, 4 rounds still separating these two. The buy from GenG, we mentioned it, fully healthy. Just light armor for Meteor, as he gets one step closer to having that ult online. And again, the slow burn of this.
It brought up again. This is no bonus for Fnatic.
Yeah. And Alpha and Durka actually invested into this with rifles, so if they do not convert this round,
I wonder if that's a particular call, because it feels like Fnatic have done that consistently, actually, where they haven't played it as a bonus.
he walked up, but there's pings around the map. It looks like GenG might have a read that Durka might like to play this spot. Is he going to get hard cleared? Is he going to find the timing on Munchkin?
It was for the wall. That's what they were calling for.
He needs to get out of there.
Should be able to TP away, but he stays just a little bit too long. Trades his flash for his life.
Crazy trade.
Texture, though,
Just dry peeking as a Viper.
Keep them equal.
Good grief. I do like the trips and the like the wall on B. The molly, good response.
Using his drone to do his job. Chronicle filling in on the space behind it. He might be able to get ahead of this. I don't think they know where he is.
Oh, the recon.
But the dart gives him away. Now the flash on the swing.
Great fights from GenG. That recon did so much from Lakia.
Spike planted.
They're weak though. A weapon upgraded. And now potentially saved.
What a beautiful call from Munchkin to set up this entire round. I mean, off of that entry in mid, yeah, it gets traded out, but all of a sudden the map opens up. And Karen, he was the star of the show by really not doing much. All he did was use that Astra smoke in that B tunnel area and deny all info.
Recon was the difference between GenG losing and winning a round. Yeah, agreed.
If it's going to be an A split, they don't know.
Agreed.
I mean, it really kept them guessing, and the whole time, Karen actually was just sitting behind that Cypher trip and tunnel, waiting for his moment to strike. And he did just that.
So what does this leave the money like? Pretty bad. Like, Fnatic could have to eco.
The site and just hold and wait for that dart to come back up.
Oh, do they have enough money for a buy? I don't know. I genuinely can't tell. They're doing something with their money, clearly. There's something that's going on.
He's sitting right outside of that trip, in his own smoke, and then playing anti there for Lakia.
Both of them. I mean, they both tugged.
They were ready.
They knew the flash was coming. They saw it was a KO on the other side, who had no other options.
Yeah. I would love to see Fnatic play a little bit more aggressive on this defensive side, especially towards mid. And I think that's what we're seeing right now from Durka.
Yeah, some buy.
There's no KO knife that gets...
But it is a buy next.
The likes of GenG. They like the contact. That's why the AWP is going to be so good in this series. Oh, barely gets out alive.
30 HP.
Oh, excuse me? That dart! The dart was so good!
Yeah, Leo's dart again.
Now Texture flashed. Alpha,
Oh, it's just classic in him.
Numbers away at the defense with the weaponry. So formidable on the attack side. Texture pushing forward.
Texture's just got information on all three.
He's going to have to do it again, though. Munchkin committing to the plant, finding success.
And they're both coming through tunnel. Did they know that?
Such a hard retake right now for Fnatic.
Yeah, they do now.
Info going the way of GenG.
How long until Leo's dart? I don't know if there's going to be enough time to wait for it. Texture gets tagged. A pitch high and inside to back.
I love the help.
And now Munchkin.
Oh!
He's been caught. He's been spotted. Now Texture's left his devices. Left to be the hero. A tap, an updraft, a threat.
Ah, nice try. What a round from Leo. Right, we got to see this recon come in again.
It looked like Texture was gonna bring that one back.
I mean, you can never count the guy out.
I know. I mean, he played it as best
Get
as
a ping now.
Dart. You were right. That dart was gorgeous. And then also Munchkin, unfortunately, it's just kind of a sitting duck there.
Oh my goodness. If had Munchkin just swung
If you fight, it might be 1v1, yeah.
get away with his life.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets that kill 9 times out of 10. He definitely gets a kill there.
Into the next we go. Fnatic have gotten up to 10. Boaster with his pit available. GENG have one of their own. They also have Meteor's ult invested.
Recon knife used. Anything to follow up with it? Not really. They just wait out. And it's different, avoiding the snake bite, 2 pushing holes, 3 pushing holes potentially.
On a late flank.
Oh, they open the door and Meteor just domes him. Jesus. Hell of a shot.
If you want to try to get through this pit, not having a drone, not having a dart.
Look where the Astra is.
Check it.
Oh, and they're having a face check. Main.
Chronicles behind.
He was there in green. That almost happened again. But this time Munchkin able to get away.
This wall, just where texture is so good.
Safety as the spike ticks away. Time is short. It is of the essence.
Yeah, gotta save.
Left on the outside looking in. That's another round the way of GENG.
Just using the ults to shut Fnatic out of the A site there. We entry in with Meteor's Yoru ult. Once we find out it's completely clear, we're gonna get the pit down.
Eco or low buy again for Fnatic? It might be.
Even if Leo's
Just might be.
It's still so hard to win that round. I mean, those ults are just too strong. That Viper's pit basically guarantees you a round if it gets down.
Yeah, if you get that much space on the
Yeah, that's a good shot.
By the way, what a nice shot.
I just saw it from the minimap, but I felt like, yeah, that's probably going to be a really sick shot.
You wonder here if there's going to be a timeout called on the other side because we're nearing the end of this. But
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think Fnatic needs to time out yet.
From the side of Fnatic, I don't really like what I'm seeing. I don't know if anybody actually has the economy to get an operator online. I mean, they used it on the attacking side. Why would you not use it on defensive side? Why would you not try to save for it?
I think
Why are you making it a brawl v brawl matchup? GENG want that.
they've handled the chaos so well. GENG have.
I don't know. I feel like the round that we saw Fnatic win, it was close. Came down off good util, but the fight in mid a lot more.
Oh, he's not.
No way.
Oh my god. Is he gonna ult? Nah, good choice.
This time the TP early, no flash or anything like that.
It's insane.
I'm sure if they could afford the up, they would. But I also think you just want to free up the Euro to kind of go and push and find spaces, because they could just TP back.
Down again. You start to see the Astra Stars go back A. The knife
Good molly. Aldron gets good information, clear information.
here, and it's a difficult one to make. Do you try to flip the other side of the map?
And then Karen's just lurking. They're going to pull people back. It is. Meteor goes down at the same time. You do have Astra ult. And you're using the defensive like wall against them. Recon again gets so much information about where these players are. Yeah, Durka does good.
The spike safe, but Durka's position concealed until he's dropped.
Wow, they were really unsure if it was going to be A actually with that kill.
And we're reset once more. Lakia has his ult, but he's not really in a position to get away. He can't really play around it. He's gonna Leo cannot settle the shots. Chronicle a 1v2.
He knows that there's one on site, so he's going to KO knife to see where the other one is. Doesn't hit them. Good dodge from where Munchkin is. Lakia. This is just turning into who's the better Sova right now.
There's just no way.
But you find that first kill again, Fnatic. They would have been fine. It was literally like Boaster dying here. But they get caught by this lurk, and then they get caught by this lurk, and then people are rotating off of the B site.
They force you to take an aim fight. And if you lose it, it just feels like your chances of winning the round diminish.
They relieve just a little bit of pressure. The valve is turned just the slightest, and they instantly fill in on it. Fnatic here with essentially 4.5 ults. Leo's one away from his. And the pit invested right off the bat.
Fucking KO molly from distance.
No one did, Doug. That could cook later in the round.
Yeah, I think Fnatic would want the up. They just can't afford it.
Maybe a fake TP a little bit later on.
This is good, though. This is great. This has been working consistently for Fnatic.
Players of Fnatic there.
He did use it there. And I want to say Chronicle looked, saw that it was safe. So that's enough to keep them back.
You are divided.
Now the Cosmic Divide B, the stars
Trip
go
broken on the left side.
into the smoke. He
The Euro's in.
stuck on the other side. Meteor can't see a damn thing, trying to navigate all the utility, finally striking on it.
Great trade. I don't know how he managed that. Leo's gone down. Sees 2. He's looking to see if there's a lurk anywhere. If he comes out now, he's going to get killed by the Viper.
Munchkin's playing behind him still. Dirk is in such an awkward position.
Yeah, great spot for Munchkin to be in.
30 seconds left.
GENG again with the numbers advantage. And Fnatic again forced to
Are they looking to save? Wow. Jesus.
GENG are so hard to deal with on this attacking side. I mean, just the layers and layers of utility to set up texture, to set up Meteor. Just full chaos mode.
And they find the calm in the chaos. That's what's the difference maker right now.
It's even like with this wall on A, they can still do a B execute that looks that good.
Everything is
That they're missing such a big part of being able to hit the site.
Such a pleasure to watch. This has been such a back and forth battle all series long.
I mean, this is a fantastic map now.
GENG.
Like on Bind, it was just easy to sort of criticize what Fnatic would do in choice-wise, but here it's...
And they bring it back.
Yeah, probably a timeout now.
In this case, what? It's just like Bind. Fnatic hit 10. And all of a sudden, we're in a 1-round reach. This is that controlled chaos.
How does he get away with that?
They're so
Yeah,
calm.
Leo just... Oh, it was because of the Cosmic Divide that they're able to get through.
He only has one job here. Hold down the entire flank as everybody else is going crazy on the site. And there's been no operator online on this defensive side. The operator on this
Baby Bay, they can't afford it.
First bloods. You can play really aggressive with it. And you're not even going up against a KO. So you can really pick your lane and have the advantage.
Yeah, I get it. I agree, but
Fnatic calling their first time out of the map.
it's not like Fnatic's money is being anywhere near good enough.
It went this long without investing one, but yeah, we'll see if that's one of the adjustments that they make. We didn't really see it on Bind. You mentioned we saw it on the attack half, but choosing not to do so far, at least up until this point. Meanwhile, we take a quick look at the buy. GENG is so healthy. Texture has his blades. And it does not look like a save is part of the conversation here for Fnatic.
They're not going to have an operator online again for the next round. It's going to be light armors and rifles, and Leo.
Oh, right, I see. I was going to say, like, here?
$500 to his name. He does have the Hunter's Fury, though. If they can manage to get an...
Feels like that whole, like, TikTok of, like, the cheese is under the sauce, the cheese is under the sauce, the cheese is under the sauce.
Really nice time.
But also, you're not playing Jet, so hopping is just not as comfy.
What do they do with this? I think the difference is as we
Because Fnatic were fighting for middle op,
Fnatic was happy to wait because
and then GENG started just sort of going for straight executes, having people rotate, and then inserting like a lurk here or like here that can maybe catch people that are still trying to anchor on the site.
And it basically creates a lack of info. That being said, Durka, he's...
Okay, GENG just going for a fast like A split.
A window, an opportunity, but...
Good util.
Crazy! It might be too late! And the jump spot!
Are you... They just know! They've got everything considered. Everything calculated.
3 people are going to peek into him, and then the updraft as well to bait a bit more.
For Durka to have to pick, there's no good option.
Just smothering.
Yeah, I agree. Like, they're not fighting for A main at all. They're not pushing this. They're not fighting this as much. They're not pushing this. Like, there's no sentinel, right? So, like,
One more time, the hit was decisive.
but here, these executes are just so good that Like,
right?
you can't play on the site.
Has been slow. It's been feel the map out. It's make a little bit of noise and then cut off the rotation if somebody's coming around or get a pick. That time it was quiet for maybe 5 seconds.
Like with teams like this, you either like play into them aggressively to make sure that they can't get set up with their like utility executes, or you play offsite and play retake.
Standing ahead.
Early dart.
Like playing here is not good, I don't think.
Takes the space, takes the orb.
This is good. But like this player, if they're just peeking and spotting for A main, there needs to be a way for them to get out.
The thing is, there's a Yoru online and available for
And like even here,
If
if they go for like a B execute, you are just
they could just use it as scouting, like a scouting report, just an info, a drone.
like you have the Yoru that can TP.
Shock dart towards B doesn't clear out any of the Cypher utility,
But it's still, then you have two players that are trying to fight against 5 on an execute. The KO knife just misses.
And they just dodged the knife too. This is everything is on Alpha right now. Everything is on him.
Durka has joined the fray.
Yeah, Durka TPs. Like again, you're just fighting up against an execute at face level. He sees both of them. No utility was used. They're just saving it.
That flash is gorgeous. The swing out, not connecting yet. As Durka takes a step back, but he's got to dig his heels in.
Oh,
At least for one. How much more?
this is turned back into bind now
Gets behind enemy lines, and they punish.
because Fnatic are just fighting.
Rolling Fnatic once more.
They're fighting against an execute at face level.
They're stunned. How have they gotten to this point? No time to answer that though. He's got a 1v3. He's got to try to clutch.
Okay, let's see.
For Fnatic, win this round. Stop the bleeding. The snap onto the one. He hasn't connected. Another tap. Munchkin, patient. That's the second time.
He hasn't got the bullets.
Will he be able to get away with it? A third. Boaster's gotten it to half. 9 bullets left. The onus on.
Oh man.
GENG get to 11.
IGL, VIGL, Munchkin. He's cold. The calling, the mechanics.
Like, there's just too much utility to like.
I mean, texture.
It just smothers you.
Who wins a 1v1. Boaster had his opportunity.
Yeah, nice effort, nice try. I mean, they're the kind of rounds that people are just going to be like, what the fuck, Boaster should have won that. And it was like it was a 1v3.
It's gonna come down to
2 more rounds for GENG.
He almost did.
but another weird scrappy buy.
And look at GENG's. They've bought 2 outlaws going into this.
I mean, their economy is more than flourished.
Yeah, it's thriving.
Durka elbow push. I think Durka's the only one that's doing things that I like here, but
These Guardians in
like,
the hands of Durka and Leo.
does it have to feel so like alone, I guess?
Only win con they have. Durka's been relatively quiet this half. That knife should have tagged 2.
Like with this TP, it's you got good elbow control and you can TP back, but you'd be TPing in on your own. If they go for a B execute, you either stay here or you TP onto site alone. Like I guess in these instances,
The knives come through and now
good shot from Alpha. Like this is what you want more. Like just stack fucking 4 people on one site and put 1 on the other, and then just play retake on this side. Just play 4-1, or like 3-1 and then 1. Like give Durka space to play.
I've been questioning it all game long. Why are we buying every round? Why are we fighting fire with fire against GENG? But just when their backs were against the ropes, they bring it back.
Good shot. I mean, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows how that goes?
Yeah, and you could keep that door open a lot because I don't think GENG have done anything towards holes on attack. I hear again, like, yeah, keep doing this. It's just whether you can get either you can get the Viper off to just play retake and just give some of the space up, or you, yeah, like this is good.
The middle of the map is
Aldron into holes, group up here, 4-1.
And now GENG with the lean B. Jerka playing his cheeky off angle. They have all of this.
Because if they go B, then they go all through B main.
Playing on the other side.
That's the info.
Yeah, he hears a lot of noise. Doesn't need to peek. He just doesn't need to be on this angle. He doesn't need to, but because now it's like it's information. It's good information. But with 50 seconds on the clock, GENG can either just go straight for the B execute, or they can like fake because the spike was towards A. And then Alpha's like in trying to take the fight when people are still rotating and on their way.
Control over the site, and it's only gotten worse now that the wall goes up.
Standing ahead. Boaster has to find the timing, but Munchkin's already looking back.
Yeah, he's just gonna get clothesline, man. That bullet's going right into his ear.
This has to be a save.
Planted.
They're too far up, though. I don't think there's any room.
Yeah, they can't get out. They can't even think about it.
Get to series point.
What a map, what an entry for Texture yet again. 21 and 14. With no signs of slowing down. He had a rough first map, but he always brings it back. He's always here. He always.
There's so much dying in untradeable spots.
yelling from Munchkin.
It's been ridiculous.
You don't know what to do when GENG find the lone site.
Hunter's Fury available for Lakia. No ults online for Fnatic. And a Spectre on Boaster. And it's gonna be a
I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about it wrong. The trip actually wasn't hit though for Alpha, but he gets flashed. And now Durka's here, and like Durka's up against a whole like onslaught of shit again, and he goes down. And then people are like frantically trying to catch up. Meteor's closing the distance. You got people just hopping around the corners just to try and get close.
The Cosmic Divide goes up, Chronicle goes down. Leo and Boast are forced to go in aggressively. No armor on either. GENG finishing touches on this.
I don't know about OT. Look at where these attackers are.
No, they cannot.
I mean, GENG played amazingly here, but like, good grief, Fnatic.
Group stages, playoffs, it doesn't matter. They're here to play.
What an exclamation point on an incredible match. They've won it.
EMEA losing today. I mean, it's so well played from GENG, like how they came back.
But it's back to the drawing boards for them. And Texture on these entries, he was unbelievable.
But like the defensive sides on Bind and Breeze, just that saying, like, it didn't feel like they were going into it. But yeah, there's clearly just some like mental problem with this team. Like how they start playing when things don't look good.
For the contact, you're waiting for when they're going to strike, and then when you least expect it, you get punched in the mouth. And that's how they close the map.
You can't help but feel like Fnatic when they watch.
Do we know? So was it Fnatic versus FUT?
The operator online, our defensive side. Why did we not have somebody holding a lane, waiting for that walk-in, waiting for that contact, for the counter punch?
GENG have taken a bow in front of this crowd many times, and I can't help but think they're going to be doing it many more. Let me take a look at some of these moments one more time. I mean, there's conversation about the entire series, but I think it all boils down to the same thing. Texture was a monster. The double duelist comp caused so many problems.
I genuinely wonder what people's reactions are going to be. I mean, I guess it's going to be more negative onto Fnatic, because it always is. But yeah, I feel like GENG also deserve like their respect here.
In their favor, I mean, it just feels so impossible to play against.
That probably felt like the
A lot of fun though to watch. Like this whole series was great.
I've seen from GENG all tournament. They had GENG.
But I'm not gonna stick around even for like post-show stuff because like I'm cast like my call time's in and out, so I want to use the hour to like chill for a bit. So,
They had some really big moments too, man. We got to give them some credit.
I'll host Liz. Wait, no, never mind. Oh, Anders has just gone live, so I'll host Anders because I'll probably end up putting him on whilst I just chill for a bit. So go enjoy Anders. He's going to be cooking our brains for some ideas. And yeah, we should be back for tomorrow normal time. We'll definitely be watching for the EDG game. But yeah, like stream should be fine for the rest. If not, I'll let you know. Yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye.